Chapter 101, Playing Dead. Shayna really didn't know what Kurukita meant, but she could understand this behavior. The Lunalia tribe was also a minority race, and they also had their own way of communication. For example, greeting each other within the tribe was actually bumping wings. It doesn't matter if she rubs it, it won't lose anything anyway, but when she chased after it, she only saw Jin and corpses on the ground. Did you kill the person? No, I let that guy get away, but I've dealt with everything that needs to be dealt with. Jin pointed to the ashes beside him. The strange pattern next to it was the sacrificial pattern of the Lunaria clan. Shayna flapped her wings, and the ashes and patterns on the ground disappeared. It can be seen that Jin has found the pair of wings and burned them completely. What's wrong with these people? The leader here, the one who was the man called the manager, was not here from the beginning. Those who moved his collection and those we met before were all baits. Jin summarized the people he met along the way. As for how he got the information, it was not difficult to knock out some information from those people. What's the matter with this fur tribe? I rescued her on the way and was also captured by them. She said she knew the location of the manager, so I took her. Shayna paused. The wolf fur girl said that she could smell the location of the manager, but Jin said that there was no such manager here. So what did the fur tribe in her arms smell to chase after her? Little guy, are you really not wrong? Yes, it must be right. It's that guy. He has this smell. Jin looked in the direction of her finger. It was the guy who spit out the key information. Jin also felt something was wrong at this time. The wolf fur girl said it with confidence. And when he pressed for information, he would naturally not leave only this one. The information of those people had one thing in common, that is, the manager was not here. Just now he kicked the other person in the chest, which should have meant that he was dead, but to be on the safe side, Jin walked over again. When he touched the other person's body, he finally understood what the problem was, although there was no problem with the breath and he was not breathing. But the muscles of the body were stiff, the joints were difficult to bend, and the body temperature was low. This was indeed a sign of death, but it was too fast. In such a short time, rigor mortis could not reach this level. He was fooled by someone. This person was pretending to be dead, and he almost let him get away with it. Jin punched him in the head. He wanted to see how this person could pretend to be dead with him without a head. But at the moment when the fist was about to hit, he actually twisted away, and his body shape also changed, with the grey hair covering his whole body, which was why he was able to pretend to be dead successfully. Fun W. Animal system mouse fruit opossum form. The animal type physique made Jin miscalculate the strength, so he failed to kill with one blow. The possum's talent for playing dead allowed him to temporarily deceive Jin, because Jin was very confident in his strength and didn't think that ordinary people could take this kick. In addition, the others were his trusted soldiers and did not expose his information. He himself passed a false message to Jin when Jin questioned him and disappeared, and then he decisively chose to play dead when Jin tried to kill him. On the surface, he was really dead, so this situation led to. As the manager of this organization, he has always hidden his strength. He can't climb to such a high position in the underground world by relying on management ability and brain alone. A certain strength is also necessary. Damn fur tribe kid, I should have killed you directly at the beginning. He didn't expect that the reason for his exposure was his goods. It turned into rat fur. That's the power of the devil fruit. You helped a lot this time. Shayna touched her head and put her down. He would not waste time to check the target that Jin had killed again, and the follow-up treatment would probably be to burn this place with fire, so that he would be able to escape. And he might have seen Jin's action of sending away the deceased's relics just now. If he was exposed because of this, it would be a loss. But now, he has no chance to play dead again. Jin, your boxing skills are still a little bit worse. It's just an accident. A rat who can play dead is still a rat. I won't give him another chance. 4 huge rocks appeared out of thin air and locked the manager, making him unable to move. That was a rock blockade, a control skill that Jin often uses now. Then Jin pulled out the long knife at his waist, and the flame attached to the blade. As he swung the blade, a long dragon of flame flew out of the blade. The temperature in the passage became very high for a while, which made the wolf fur girl very uncomfortable. The fur tribe hated hot weather the most. Their fur makes their heat dissipation ability much worse than that of ordinary humans. No wonder you can pretend to be dead, your vitality is really strong. Looking at the manager who was charred but still alive, Jin walked in front of him expressionlessly. The tailor who made the mask for him was quite attentive. Not only is the breathability and elasticity of the fabric excellent, it can even reflect his expression changes, at least people can see the extent of the changes in his mouth corners. Wait, why do you do things so thoroughly? We have never offended you, right? The dead don't need to know so much, you did it, and it is an unforgivable sin. Jin raised his knife and chopped off the manager's head, and then burned his body and head into charcoal. He didn't believe that this person would not die. After solving all this, there was a burst of scattered footsteps behind him. The ordinary members of the 100 beasts had broken through to the bottom, which also meant that the battle above was completely over. Let's go. Even if they are not interested in this island, they still have to take the spoils back after winning, and they also found a lot of gold here. Although Bailey has maintained its value well over the years, the big forces will still exchange the money they get for gold. It is convenient for storage and value preservation. In addition to gold and some artworks, the most spoils are people, those who were captured by the organ trafficking assassination group. This time Kaido played the role of a good guy and sent them directly to a nearby island. It's not that he wants to be a bad good guy, but he wants to use their mouths to spread the news. This kind of behavior of destroying an organization's headquarters is a very boastful thing for pirates. Of course, it is impossible for Beishao to send them home one by one, but just send them home. They put it on an orderly island nearby and left, but not everyone chose to leave. The girl from the wolf fur tribe seemed to be attached to them. She had been hugging Shayna's thigh like a pendant all the way and followed them all the way back. Chapter 102, The Power of Creation and Ziraura. We are pirates, pirates, do you understand? We are all bad people. Looking at the fur girl who was attached to her, she was very helpless. Even if her current identity was a pirate, she was still wanted by the world government, but she didn't think there was anything good about this identity. If it weren't for that incident at the beginning, if it weren't for the world government chasing her, she might be living a very peaceful life now. Olga was a special case. Because of the pure gold, she was almost targeted by the direct government, and her bravery attracted Kaido's interest at the beginning, so she was pulled onto the ship as an apprentice. The fighting power of this fur girl is certainly higher than that of ordinary pirates, but she is too naive. It is not difficult for Shayna to understand why she was arrested. It is normal for a little guy who trusts her and even relies on her to be kidnapped and arrested. Such a naive kid should go home and live an innocent life instead of going out to sea as a pirate. But aren't you good people? Good people will save people. It is a very simple logic, so simple that Shayna didn't know how to refute her for a while. Good people can do bad things, and bad people can occasionally do good things. Since you have helped a lot, I will send you home directly. You should know the way home, right? I don't know. The life card back to Zou has been lost before, and I don't know where the Elephant Master is now. The Elephant Master is the real body of Zou Island, a giant elephant with a strange body structure. Since the furry principality is located on the Elephant Master's back, its position is very unstable. After losing the life card, even the fur tribe can't find the way back, and can only find the approximate location at most. She was not joking. When she was arrested, her life card was lost. If she really wanted to send her back to Zou, it would take a lot of effort, or she could find a life card to Zou on the black market. I tell you, pirates are a very vicious group. You guys, stop smiling and look fiercer. She saw a few pirates carrying supplies nearby, and planned to let them show their pirate attitudes to let this naive fur girl know the truth of the situation. But she made a mistake. No matter how fierce the human expression was, it was insignificant compared to the wolf. In her eyes, these pirates were just making faces. Big sister, we don't seem to have any way. Forget it, do your thing. Finally, Shayna returned to the ship with the leg pendant. It would be easy for her to take it off, but she saw through the manager's disguise after all, so it was difficult for her to do it. Have you really decided? I have decided. I will go with you and become very strong. When I return to Zou, I will impress them. When the ship of the beasts began to return, there was a little fur tribe on board. Shayna, do you have a little follower? Sir, she was rescued on that island, but the situation is a bit special. Then Shayna summarized her specific situation. Let her follow if she wants to. People must always be responsible for their own decisions. Fur tribe. Due to the punishment, the Lord of the Elephants has been moving in a sea area, and his information ability is much worse than that of the Millennium Dragon flying around the world. Kaido is even happier about this matter. After all, the fur tribe is a fighting tribe. With a little training, any adult fur tribe is a powerful fighting force. A group of people under the beasts have been sailing in various sea areas to search for the whereabouts of the stone tablet, but the effect is not obvious due to the lack of manpower and strength. The fur tribe is a natural fighting tribe, so Arceus came to the deck at night. The image of the fur tribe, this is fine. Because his goal this time is not to transform, but to create. Creation is his ability. Whether the stone slabs are collected or not, this ability is there, but he has basically never used it. Losing the stone slabs means losing the handy tool. It is quite laborious to screw the screws with bare hands, but it is not a bad idea to use more strength on the stone slabs and try to create. A light spot appeared out of thin air in the air, and then began to develop like an embryo, and then a yellow figure appeared on the ship. Creation is the most laborious. Compared to the short time of transformation and empowerment, this creation took longer, but the effect was more obvious. Soon the creature in front of Arceus opened his eyes. After slightly moving his jaw, he knelt on one knee in front of Arceus. Zeraora, see my lord. Zeraora, the thunder Pokémon, the mythical beast, the first Pokémon created out of thin air by Arceus in this world, and gave him certain memory and language abilities, which can be said to have wasted a lot of his own effort. From today on, your identity is a fur tribe member born overseas. Go and build a good relationship with the girl with wolf fur. Your goal is to become the new king of the fur tribe in the future. Farming development is a gene in his bones. He has been expanding his channels for the 100 Beasts, Big O, and the Millennium Dragon. The combat power of the fur tribe is not bad, especially the Moon Lion. After finding a more suitable stone slab for him to create the Moon God, he will create a Moon God. The fur tribe who can open the Moon Lion anytime and anywhere will have to think twice. The Furry Principality and the country of Wano have an alliance. They are allies but not vassal states. If it weren't for Inuarashi and Nico Viper inherited Zo's throne, and with Jack's behavior on the island, the Minx would not be treated like a vassal state. However, because Inuarashi and Cat Viper became Odin's retainers, the status of the allies who were originally brothers deteriorated. If a king was replaced, the attitudes of both sides would eventually change. Zeraora's appearance is an upright cat, which is no different from the cat Minx. The power of electricity is the same. Except for the Moon Lion form, he can perfectly support this identity. There are minks born in the outer sea. No one can deny him. After that, Arceus began to charge Zeraora. Unlike ordinary electrical Pokémon, Zeraora does not have a power generation organ, but he can absorb external electrical energy and store it for use. The meatballs on his hands and feet can also release current to create a magnetic field, relying on this magnetic field to fly. Chapter 103, Weird Fruit. The Pokémon created by him will not betray him. It is a simple and feasible way to indirectly control the minx through him. As for the wolf fur girl, Zou could accept the coexistence of the two kings, so he asked Zeraora to deal with the wolf fur, and it would be better for them to have a closer relationship before returning to Zou. Zeraora was originally a genderless fantasy beast, but he slightly transformed it, and it would not be impossible if he could succeed in the capture. This time is estimated to be not short. After all, the wolf fur girl did not want to go back at all. At night, the wolf fur girl had fallen asleep, so Arceus first called out several cotters and introduced Zeraora to them. Except that they knew Zeraora's true identity, he would be a cat fur tribe to the outside world in the future. Although she had no objection to Shayuna felt that it was a bit strange. Obviously, she came first, but now Arceus seemed to have a new confidant. So she felt empty. In this case, a kind of involutionary behavior gradually emerged, the purpose of which was to prove who was the most reliable confidant. However, this kind of internal circulation has not yet manifested itself. When the wolf fur girl woke up the next day, she found a new fur tribe on the ship. She smelled it carefully, and Shayuna also popularized some common sense about overseas with her, but the smell of Zeraora was completely different from that of ordinary humans. This must be the fur tribe from the outer sea that she had never seen before. Karukyu. At present, it seems that the first step of contact is still relatively good. His height is not very high in the pirate world, and although he has instilled some world common sense and language skills in Zeraora, he is just a child who was born not long ago. It's pretty good to get along with the wolf fur. Everything in the outer sea is very new to her, whether it is Kaido with horns on his head or Arceus. Before, Xiaoyuna was leading Olga. Now Olga has basically graduated, and she has the wolf fur girl and Ziraura under her command. There is a tendency to develop like a kindergarten principal. But she was very happy about it, at least she still had Arceus' trust and value, so these things were arranged for her. A few days later, the beasts returned to the main island with the spoils of this trip. The environment of Winter Island was very popular with the wolf fur girl. The fur tribe was afraid of heat, and the location where the elephant master moved rarely set foot on the climate of Winter Island. This was her first time seeing snow. Ziraura, look, it's snow. It's really cold. Compared with the strange human beings, this special fur tribe with less hair, she felt familiar with the orthodox fur tribe, so she got along well with Ziraura. Moreover, Xiaoyuna seemed to have more charlatan attributes recently. Under the dual influence of her and Ziraura, the wolf fur girl subconsciously worshipped Arceus more. Setsuna, run slower. She jumped off the boat before it stopped. Setsuna was her name, but she was just a white wolf. Although Ziraura shouted at her to slow down, it seemed that she had finished shouting. She ran too fast and accidentally bumped into something. When she looked up, she saw a fat human standing in front of her. Fur tribe? Where are you from? This was Quinn, who came to pick up the boat. He wanted to count the spoils and take back the divided parts to divide. Unexpectedly, a fur tribe jumped off before the boat docked, and there was more than one. This one was brought back, and that one was brought back by the Holy Beast Master. Do you have any opinions? No, of course not. What a cute fur tribe. Do you want to eat fruit? Quinn, who had just looked impatient, showed what it meant to change his face at the speed of light and took out 2 fruits. Anyway, it's not strange for the people of the beast to bring a child back from going out. Last time, he went out with Olga and others to purchase, and brought back 13 children. Now those people are still helping with Assie's work. This time, Xiaoyuna and others went out and picked up 2 fur tribes directly. He wouldn't think it was strange if he picked up a fishman next time. But she is wolf fur, and although she eats fruits, she doesn't have a big fetish for them. The millennium dragons that turned into ancestral birds in the sky flew to the hills behind one after another. It was their new gathering place, and everything was good except that it was a little cold. This was not the first battle, and many things had fixed procedures. Xiaoyuna went to arrange accommodation for Setsuna and Ziraura, and returned to the warehouse with the treasure. Quinn took the remaining part and the account book to divide the spoils. Kaido wandered around for a long time but did not do anything, so when he returned, he was in a whim and flew to an unknown place. Kaido is out of contact every day, and he is no longer the head of the group. Naturally, it is Arceus. The accumulation of the organ trafficking assassination group over the years has all gone to the hands of the beasts. What is distributed are ordinary treasures, and some precious things are naturally collected. Arceus can't understand those so-called works of art, and those things are just more valuable. Compared with those dead objects whose value may change at any time, devil fruits and famous swords are more valuable to pirates. However, there are no swordsmen in the beast group in the clear sense. Although they use knives, they only use knives as tools. Moreover, the knives confiscated this time are not very good famous swords. They are temporarily stored in the treasure house, waiting for its future owner to appear. The most practical thing harvested this time is probably a devil fruit. Quinn, do you know the type of this fruit? Wait, Boss Arceus, this fruit is a bit rare, I have to look for it slowly. The devil fruit illustration also has a catalog like a dictionary, which is classified according to the pattern, color and type of fruit, such as the shape of apples, green, square feather-like patterns, etc. This fruit is not easy to classify, so it is more complicated to find. Maybe it is an unrecorded typia. No, I found it. Not all devil fruits are recorded in the illustrated book. No one can tell exactly how many devil fruits have appeared in the past few hundred years, and no one can tell exactly how many fruits have not been seen. But in the end, Quinn still found the record of this fruit. It seems that it has had the honor of having an owner. But looking at the record in the illustrated book, Quinn fell silent, not knowing what to say. What's wrong? What kind of fruit is this? Human fruit, ancient species, primitive form. Looking at the record in the illustrated book, Quinn gave the answer hesitantly. No, this fruit sounds too weird. Chapter 104, on whether evolution can cross dimensions. Primitive. There are many kinds of devil fruits. In theory, any kind of animal-type fruit will have ordinary species, fantasy species, and ancient species. The human fruit also occupies a large category of animal-type devil fruits, but the ancient species of the human fruit are ordinary people who are stronger? Yes, if the illustration is correct, this is the primitive fruit, a fruit that can turn people into primitive people after eating it. Quinn was also puzzled by this. The most basic ability of the animal fruit is the three-stage transformation. The strongest of most animal fruits is the form, which allows people to have the power of beasts while maintaining the flexibility of the human body. But the form of this primitive fruit seems to be just a muscle-building effect. Which stage of primitive people? The scope of primitive people is very large. If the theory of evolution is also universal and reasonable in this world, then the more primitive, the more similar to monkeys, and the more modern, the more similar to humans. And this world is not only a human race, but also many subhuman races: long-armed tribe, long-handed tribe, three-eyed tribe, snake-headed tribe, fishman tribe, fur tribe, giant tribe, and little man tribe. Whether these people had the same ancestor in ancient times is a question to be explored. If so, the potential of this fruit may be very large. The description in the illustrated book should be a primitive man in modern times. It feels like a very strong savage. There is no more detailed record. Such a thick illustrated book certainly does not only have names and appearances, but also a general description of abilities. Although the primitive fruit is only recorded in a few words, the image revealed is already very close to modern people. No, Lord Arceus, this is not my specialty, and I don't know anything more detailed. How about finding someone to try? Forget it, put it away first. After all, it is an ancient species. Don't waste it. If it doesn't work, you can feed it to the Millennium Dragon. Although they have been transformed, their transformation method can still eat devil fruits. The human fruit is still very practical for non-humans. But if an ordinary person eats the most ordinary human fruit, what the result will be is very interesting. Yes, I understand. How are the new fruit seedlings I gave you? They are growing well. The seeds you cultivated, Lord Arceus, are indeed extraordinary. The fast-growing crops have already borne fruit. They all taste excellent, and I have never seen them before. Work hard, and you will get good things, but you still need to pay attention to some aspects. You know what I mean. Don't worry, I have paid attention to this aspect. The residents on the island and the pirates under my command have a good impression of me now. He knew that what Arceus emphasized was that he did not take his subordinates seriously at all. After a long period of correction, this problem was corrected. Now his direct subordinates are treated well. Including but not limited to giving them some platters made of special fruits that have just been produced in the laboratory. This is for the future, otherwise Quinn will easily become an unstable factor within the beasts. But at this time, a strange voice came into Arceus' ears. Did you hear any sound? It seems like something is discharging. No one should dare to cause trouble here. Is the generator broken? Wait, I'll go out and take a look. Quinn walked out of the room, or villa, that belonged to Arceus. If Kaido didn't plan to stay on this island, the house here would probably be built into a palace. Quinn has been doing well in all aspects recently, and his domineering power has made new breakthroughs. He hasn't suffered an unknown attack for a while, but when he walked out of the door, he saw a ball of white light rushed over. It didn't look very big, but the sound of the discharge came from here, and then he was stepped on the face. Years of life have almost formed a conditioned reflex, and the domineering defense instantly blocked the attack, and then grabbed the unidentified object with both hands. Who are you? The little devil from the fur tribe. Well done, Quinn, grab her and don't let go. Shayna and Ziraura chased over from the side. Not long ago, Shayna was arranging a new house for them. Everything was fine, but a gust of wind blew away the clouds in the sky, and then something went wrong. Setsuna looked up at the sky, and then the hair on her tail and hair began to grow rapidly, and the whole person turned pure white, and then she entered this out-of-control state. At first, she began to attack some creatures around her frantically, and then she seemed to think that she couldn't beat Shayna and Ziraura, so she started running around. Shayna and Ziraura didn't know what happened, so they kept chasing behind and didn't dare to do anything until Quinn caught her. Listening to Shayna's description, Quinn looked at the moon above his head. Today was a full moon, so everything had an answer. You are still young. This is the real posture of the fur tribe, the moon lion, but this little guy seems to have not been trained, so he is out of control. Moon Lion. Well, as long as the fur tribe sees the moon on the day of the full moon, it will awaken the dormant wildness in their bodies. If they can control it, their strength will increase, but if they can't control it well, they will indiscriminately attack the creatures around them until the moon disappears or they tire themselves to death. In terms of knowledge, Shayna and Jin are indeed not as good as Quinn, and their life experiences are completely different. However, Setsuna didn't seem to want to listen to Quinn's popular science. A strong electric current burst out of her body, but nothing happened. Ziraura took over Setsuna directly, and all the released electric currents were absorbed by him. Yet, isn't he also a fur tribe? Can't we let the fur tribe solve the problems? He is different. He was created by the holy beast. I'll give her a sedative. But it may not work in this state. Quinn didn't ask more. Arceus probably had his own plan. He just needed to understand the specialness of Ziraura. But when they were struggling with how to deal with it, a bell rang from behind them. The healing bell. This bell also calmed down the violent moment. This out-of-control state is undoubtedly an abnormal state, and the healing bell can certainly calm it down. Take her back to rest, and hang the curtains thicker. Ziraura, come to me. Ziraura is indeed not a moon lion, but the manifestation of a moon lion is that the color becomes white, the strength becomes stronger, and the length of the hair varies from person to person, so Arceus plans to add a skin function to Ziraura. Chapter 105, The Law of Conservation of Luck. White Ziraura with different colors also exists. Different Pokémon have different colors. This may be a genetic problem. After a slight modification, Ziraura has a one-click skin-changing function. When it doesn't exist at ordinary times, you can choose to change the fur color and release a stronger electric current during the full moon. Usually, you should hold back a little. Yes, sir. The next day, Setsuna woke up from her sleep. She didn't seem to remember what happened last night very clearly, but she felt a little weak in the legs. She sat up and rubbed her face. A full moon appeared in her memory. In the past, untrained young fur tribes were forbidden to go out during the full moon, but the days of the organ trafficking assassination group made her unclear about the date and she didn't know that yesterday was a full moon. She had a lot of fun playing on the snow, but when she accidentally glanced at the moon in the sky, everything changed. Oh no! It's a moon lion. There were people watching her in Zoo, but not outside. She liked it here. At least the villagers here didn't mean to be afraid of her. For the residents of the beast territory, animal-type ability users are not uncommon, so the residents here don't have any special feelings about the subhumans like the fur tribe. It would be bad if the senses were deteriorated due to the damage caused by a moon lion transformation. She opened a crack in the curtains and it was daytime, so she ran out directly, but it seemed that there had been no battle here at all. Setsuna walked to Ziraura's house on the side. Shayna's residence was strictly prohibited for outsiders to approach. Shayna repeatedly emphasized this issue to her yesterday, and she remembered it very clearly. Ziraura, are you there? I'm behind you, it's noon now. Setsuna, who didn't get a response, was trying to climb in through the window, and Ziraura just appeared from behind her. He went to the tailor to make a set of suitable clothes. The fur tribe can have very few clothes, but they will not wear them, otherwise they will be naked. Although skin is the clothes of Pokémon, they don't care about having an extra coat. There are many Pokémon wearing human clothes, especially in the gorgeous competition. Did anything outrageous happen last night? If you mean you turned into a moon lion, then it did happen, but don't worry, nothing happened. That's good, I was worried about being chased away, but what exactly happened last night? Was the moon covered by clouds? The untrained fur tribe did not take the initiative to remove the ability of the moon lion, either they were exhausted or the moon disappeared. However, this exhaustion does not mean being exhausted, but it means death from exhaustion. The fact that she is still standing here intact means that the moon lion state has ended early. Lord Arceus helped you get rid of your violent posture. Where are you going? To thank you. Don't be so impatient. This is not so. You have to get used to the rules outside. Besides, Lord Arceus is not there. Then where is he? Now, he should be at the banquet. Banquet. Ziraura felt that he had underestimated the difficulty of the task given to him by Arceus. He was still a child, so why did he have to take on the task of raising a child? When he first came into contact with the outside world, he was like 100,000 wise, and everything here was full of unknowns. And his understanding of the world came from Arceus, who only gave him basic common sense, so after asking, Zeraora didn't know what the answer was. However, the sound of Setsuna's stomach solved this problem. Let's go, I'll take you to the banquet to eat. The fur tribe eats both meat and vegetables. Except for furry creatures, cattle and sheep are not on their menu, but poultry and sea beasts are exceptions. Although Zoo is closed, it is not lacking in spices, but such grand scenes as pirate banquets rarely appear. A huge chicken leg was stuffed into her mouth, and in the end, even the bones were chewed and swallowed directly. The people of the organ trafficking assassination group did not eat less and drink less, but she was on a hunger strike to commit suicide, so she was forced to feed some nutritional paste. Although it is nutritious, the taste is hard to praise. The chef of the Beast's Pirates is not very good, but he is above average, and the baked food is very suitable for her taste. Zeraora, aren't you afraid of heat? Hot. Yet, Cat Viper has a cat tongue, and is particularly afraid of heat. He can't eat anything hot. This is also a characteristic of the cat fur clan. In her opinion, Zeraora is also cat fur, but he doesn't seem to be afraid of heat at all. I'm different from him. Indeed, you're much more handsome than him, ah. Setsuna is only interested in these foods. Now she thinks that banquets are a good thing. The other pirates also quickly got into the atmosphere. Banquet culture is a special culture among pirates. Although Kaido has not returned yet, this does not affect his men's celebration of the victory of the battle, but now some people are surrounded at the venue. Hey, are you too lucky? Yet, why is the first merit yours again this time? No way, I'm lucky. The winner of this first merit, FANFIC, is also the one who drew the ability of water splash jump last time. The hard bones in this battle were dealt with by Shayna and Jin, and they were more just supporting the scene. Although merits were calculated, most people just shared the money. Due to his ability to splash water, FANFIC did not participate in the attack, but jumped around on the sea behind the island, which happened to cause him to bump into some people who wanted to escape with the savings of the organ trafficking assassination group for many years. The manager only took the treasures when he tried to escape, and the remaining huge wealth was in the hands of these people, so the first merit fell on him after the evaluation, which made many people feel jealous. However, they also had to admit that this kid was really lucky, and his luck was so good that he really pierced the smallest illusion word with one dart. Quinn, bring up the second plate. After drawing this, you have to draw the attribute, and after drawing the attribute, you have to draw the way to obtain it, and finally draw what ability it is. The process is still quite complicated. His luck has been pretty good before, with water attributes, and direct transformation without borrowing the fruit, but when drawing the specific ability at the end, his luck seems to be overdrawn. Powerful abilities such as divine beasts, fantasy beasts and quasi-gods did not appear here, as they were prepared for people with more outstanding talents. However, there were also many excellent abilities among the remaining abilities, which occupied different areas according to rarity and strength. This time he failed to inherit his previous good luck, but the dart landed steadily on a red carp pattern. Chapter 106, The Carp King with Bones All Over His Body. If he had drawn the fruit transformation method, he would have entered a waiting period, waiting for the beast group to find a suitable fruit, but he was lucky enough to draw a direct transformation. Although this would not have the problem of being afraid of water, the range of abilities was also limited to the properties of the stone slab, and the red carp was naturally the famous Carp King. They can be found in all waters. Although they are very weak among aquatic species and may even be directly washed away by strong currents, they have tenacious vitality and can adapt to various water environments. Whether it is fresh water or sea water, lakes, rivers, or oceans, they can be found here. After training, the Carp King will become powerful and can also climb waterfalls upstream. Although he cannot evolve into Gyarados by his own power, Magikarp's ability is still an ability. At least after entering the saturation form, he can breathe and survive underwater, which is equivalent to getting the ability of a fishman for free. Individual differences always exist, and Magikarp can become stronger after training, but the process is more difficult. However, he got the ability of Magikarp, not turned into Magikarp, so how far he can go depends on himself. As for whether this ability will cause any trouble, no one will care that the Beast's Pirates have an ordinary ability user, even if this ability is a bit too strange. No one can tell how many people with abilities there are among those sailing on the sea. Manderfesh Magikarp's ability may cause him to be mistaken for having fishman blood. Kyunkai, the ability of the 100 monsters, comes from the devil fruit, and the fruit ability users cannot swim. This concept has been deeply rooted in the eyes of the world government. The fact that Arceus can give others abilities will inevitably be exposed slowly as time goes by. Arceus does not give abilities secretly, but rather shows his power in front of people, so that his subordinates can work harder. Now these people are reliable confidants, but as the scale of the 100 beasts expands, the government's spies will probably get closer to here. This ability will arouse the interest of the world government, but it will not make them go all out. It is likely that some agents will be sent to act secretly. Not everyone will draw the ability of the water system, and not everyone can draw the transformation themselves. Manderfesh's luck cannot be replicated on everyone, so there will only be a few people who can swim. Moreover, abilities are divided into strong and weak, but the user of the ability is also crucial. The extent to which the fruit can be developed still depends on the user's own talent. In the eyes of the world government, only those who intend to subvert the world order are the real enemies, such as Valder, who escaped from prison in the original timeline, Zephyr, who left the navy and became Z, or Rox, who hijacked the celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods, and Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. Kaido will be regarded as a powerful pirate, but he will not be regarded as a real confidant, otherwise the world government will not trade with Kaido and sell him things like the barbarian tyrant. Shanks can also see the stars directly. No one can tell what the world government has done behind the scenes. Compared with the ability of this Magikarp, the true identity of Jin and Shayna will attract more interest from the government. Racial identity can be disguised, but the ability to be given cannot be concealed, unless all those who have obtained the ability stay at home and no one goes out. But in this case, the meaning of giving the ability is lost. Although they are ordered to keep their mouths shut outside, this can only delay the time of exposure. However, there is no need to worry too much. There is nothing strange about the frequency of the appearance of people with abilities now. With the Buddhist management style of the world government, except for the killing of the celestial dragons and the subversion of the regimes of the member states, other things can be regarded as trivial matters. The regime issues of the member states must be exposed, otherwise no one will care. When the threat is seen, it is dealt with. This is the attitude of the world government towards most things. Anyway, their Lord Im will clean up every once in a while, and that is the person in power in the world government. The power was injected from Arceus into Manderfesh's body. This time it didn't take a few days, and it can be said that the effect was immediate. Manderfesh felt the power pouring into his body. Hey! Manderfesh, what are you doing in a daze? What did you get? That's right, why is it so fast this time? You won't be able to do it, right? Seeing him in a daze on the stage, the people below immediately started to make a noise. These people are all people who watch the excitement and don't mind the big things. Stop being stunned. What ability is it? Show us. Shut up. I'll show you my power. He began to mobilize the energy in his body with his mind. Red scales began to appear on his body, and 2 golden whiskers came out from the corners of his mouth. At first glance, he looked a little similar to Kaido's transformation posture. No way, could it be that this guy got similar to Kaido Puff? Ha 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 ha, no, what ability does this guy have? The pirates below went from shock to stagnation, and then from stagnation to laughter. The transformation effect at the beginning was indeed very strong, but as the transformation ended and the image of Magikarp was completely revealed, everything was different. It was indeed the fish fruit, but his fish fruit was really a fish. What are you laughing at? Do you have this power? No, we know you have gained power, but I still can't help laughing. Have you become a fishman? Can you go into the water? If he can go into the water, then his position as a scout will be very stable, and he will probably be inferior to Elizabeth. Yes, and more than that. Manderfesh jumped into the fountain beside him, and did not feel weak in his body, and he could float smoothly. Then he felt more detailed abilities and more tenacious vitality. The previous water splash seemed to be linked with this ability. He felt that he could jump higher now and his body became more resilient. He jumped hard in the water. As expected, his jumping ability was several times stronger than before. He patted the scales on his body, and finally pulled out the knife from his waist and stabbed himself. The blade did not pierce the scales, but slid past, leaving no scars on the scales. This can also be regarded as an additional ability. After all, Magikarp has almost no flesh, except for the internal organs, which are all scales and bones. His naked form is similar to a layer of scaly bone armor, which is very hard. Chapter 107, Morgans of the Title Party. He even let others cut him twice. Although some marks were left, his defense was still not broken, which means that his safety level in the bottom battle has increased sharply, and the attacks of ordinary pirates can no longer hurt him. Although the long-range attack of the flintlock will hurt, it can also be blocked. With this ability, he can conduct underwater reconnaissance. The water flow plus this layer of scales, ordinary muskets cannot cause effective damage to him. And diving's ability can also effectively allow him to avoid most people with special abilities. As long as he doesn't commit suicide, his growth path is much safer than others. Even if he is the most ordinary Magikarp, the ability he has obtained is enough to make others envious. The banquet has not ended yet, but everyone is holding their wine glasses and walking towards him. He can't think of leaving here upright today. What are those people doing? Do they have a grudge? Why do they give him so many unpalatable things to drink? 2 roasted chickens, 3 roasted fish, and a large piece of sea beast meat filled his stomach. He looked at the pirates pouring wine to Manderfesh in confusion. No, this is a way for them to show that they have a good relationship. Really? The world outside is really interesting. People can actually turn into fish. That's the power of Lord Arceus. Don't you want to become stronger? Since you stay, work hard and you will have a chance. I don't want to turn into a fish. There are many forms of ability. He just has bad luck. According to the law of conservation, a person's luck has a certain total value. He had already used up his luck before, so the last round of lottery was not very good. Is that so? Can I become a more powerful wolf? Setsuna licked the oil on her paws as if she was expecting something. Cat Viper and Inuarashi left Zou 2 years before her. When the people of Zou found out that they had run away, it caused a sensation. She also wanted to be the focus of such attention, so the new king of Zou became her ideal. Maybe, but it's still a little early for you. Where do you want to go? Go to thank Lord Arceus, and he can teach me how to control the Moon Lion. The people of Zou said that I'm too young and it's not time for me to learn. The inheritance of Zou is that people who are proficient in the Moon Lion teach the younger generation how to control the Moon Lion. Since Arceus can relieve her Moon Lion's violent state, he should also know how to teach her to control this power. Controlling the Moon Lion is the fastest way for the fur tribe to increase their strength. Although there will be a time limit, it is also very good to be very strong one day every month. Don't worry, I'll take you there after the banquet is over. He is a life created by Arceus, and he has his own understanding of many things. The traditional way of greeting for the fur tribe is Kalachu. If Setsuna chooses this way to greet Arceus, it may be regarded as disrespectful. However, this is also part of the etiquette of the fur tribe. It is not good to refute her in public. Ziraura plans to go back and let her slowly get used to the customs outside. By the way, Ziraura, can you use the Moon Lion? No. You can't, I want you to teach me, then we will learn it together. Since the previous ability granting time is 3 days, the duration of the beast banquet is basically 3 days. Manderfesh was forced to drink by people in turn, and finally he was carried out by his roommate. Everyone was sober but he was not sober. And he was tied up with a rope and taken away. Although he was drunk, he seemed to have really become a Magikarp in his dream, jumping around all the time. Ziraura also took Setsuna to Arceus. He had already talked about this problem in advance, and Arceus allowed it. He really didn't understand the Moon Lion, but he could still control the Moon Lion. With his healing bell, Setsuna would not completely lose control. Practice makes perfect. He could always master the Moon Lion after trying a few more times. This is similar to Zou's method. Kaido is still out of contact, but his life card is alive and well, and there is no news of his arrest in the newspaper. It seems that he should be in good condition. However, in the past few days, the news that the headquarters of the organ trafficking assassination group was completely destroyed has also spread, and the news mainly came from the mouths of those who were released by the beasts. They don't know why the beasts want to attack this organization, but it doesn't matter. The beasts rescued them, so their words contain a lot of good feelings for the beasts. Morgans made an artistic processing for this. The beasts themselves didn't believe the article he wrote. He actually gave the beasts a title of justice. Because there are too many news about pirates burning, killing and looting, unless a country is destroyed, it will not attract people's attention at all. At this time, a pirate group that performs justice behavior appears, and this kind of article can attract people's attention. The result is still the same. The headquarters of the organ trafficking assassination group was destroyed, but the writer hired by Morgans imagined a lot of reasons and processes for the beast's pirates to take action. It can be written into a novel. Overall, the sales of that issue of the newspaper are quite good. Beast territory. Didn't we go to rob treasure? How did it become like this? I don't know, I remember that Boss Quinn said it was a revenge action. Who cares, it's all over. In the Navy headquarters, Sakaski looked at the headline on the newspaper with an angry look. Although he had only joined the Navy for more than a year and had just left Zifa's new recruits, in his opinion, no matter what the pirates did, they were not worthy of those 2 words. Morgan's newspapers gave different responses to all parties, but the biggest debate took place in the meeting room of the world government. These are the officials with central power in the world government. Not all issues are solved by the stars, and these government agencies are the main force. The 2 sides of the debate can be divided into 2 factions. One side believes that the unreasonable attack of the beast is a huge threat to the world and should be eliminated earlier, because he is the one who has connected with the organ trafficking assassination group. He boasted to the Tianlong people about what the organ trafficking assassination group can come up with, but the beast's behavior destroyed all of these, and his own interests suffered huge losses. The other party is the beneficiary. A large part of their income comes from artificial organs and prosthetics. The organ trafficking assassination group disappeared, and the vacant market has been quickly occupied by them. The 2 parties are enemies for profit reasons. Although he has no contact with Kaido, he just wants to see the other party suffer. In the end, the former's proposal was not passed, and in the underground world, the actions of the beasts have caused an uproar. Chapter 108, Talks in the Underground World. In different islands in the New World, the heads of various underground industries walked into the rooms prepared in advance. When the time came, they all picked up the den mushi in their hands, and soon several projection screens appeared in front of them. One by one, slightly blurred figures appeared on the screen. They are the kings in various fields of the underground world in the New World. In recent years, the underground world has also experienced a major reshuffle. They are the winners in those open and secret struggles. The organ trafficking assassination group has a place in the underground world. The sudden destruction of such a headquarters has naturally caused a lot of commotion in the underground world and attracted the attention of these industry giants. Everyone has a screen in front of them. They cover most of the business in the underground world. Loan Shark King Dewfield. He is still just a middleman now, but the signs of getting fat are already obvious. The main business is loan sharking. He is the controller of the currency circulation in the dark world. Almost all the gold exchange houses in the New World have his shadow behind them, and his power is also distributed in many casinos. Big News Morgans, president of the World Economic News Agency, the bird fruit albatross form ability user, his main business is to find out all kinds of news and then publish newspapers, control all kinds of intelligence in the New World, and like to make big news. Always show people in the form of a birdman, so that some people suspect that this is an albatross that has only eaten the human fruit, not a person who has eaten the albatross fruit. Stussy, the Queen of Happy Street, is the only woman here whose real age is a mystery. No one knows how old this woman is. She is the controller of the red light district in the New World, and some serious entertainment industries are also related to her. However, her identity is not simple. She is also an agent of the world government, and many of the world government's information comes from her. Pirates can easily reveal some information on the ship, and many pirates are the lovers of the girls under her. The shipping king, Deep Sea Current you meet, has not grown a big beard yet, and looks quite energetic. He is the person in charge of the marine transportation industry in the underground business of the New World and has the widest business distribution. Pirates in the New World are almost inseparable from his business. He controls several secret currents in his hands, which can deliver goods to the destination more safely, but the fee is not cheap. The owner of the warehousing industry, the hidden master Kaibasan, his beard is still black this year. He and Yumit are closely connected in business. One stores goods and the other transports goods. Most of the goods in the warehouse are contraband, which can be said to be part of smuggling. Even some of the things Kaido purchased before were found from him. The big-handed undertaker, Draco Pircro, a young assassin who has just entered the industry, the profession of assassin is very special. He cannot be too famous, because it will arouse the enemy's vigilance, and he cannot be without a reputation, because it will not be able to find business. However, he has now changed his career to take business. Although he always carries his sickle, he rarely goes out in person. He is the biggest beneficiary of the disappearance of the organ trafficking assassination group. The medical equipment company related to the world government has taken the organ transplant business, and the assassination business has been taken away by him. Not long ago, he also saw a big order, which was a task issued by the remnants of the organ trafficking assassination group to assassinate Kaido. Although the headquarters was destroyed, they still have other bases outside. This organization has not completely disappeared and still exists in other places, but without the leader and the original umbrella, it can no longer be a big deal. They don't know why Kaido attacked the organ trafficking assassination group. Today he can attack the organ trafficking assassination group, and tomorrow he can also attack other forces. Even if they have a protective force behind them, it does not mean that the other party dare not take action. Even if they will seek revenge for face problems afterwards, what is the point of revenge if they are dead? If these people unite together, although they cannot directly threaten a big pirate, they can make him very troublesome. Each pirate has his own territory. If you don't want to frequently break out conflicts, finding these middlemen is the best way. If they work together, they can make an island in the New World lose the way to import materials. After all, pirates can't go through the official business channels. But that will not do any good to them as businessmen. Unless they are dead or alive, they will not do it. Morgans, why did Kaido do this? You don't really know anything, right? They are all foxes who have been around for thousands of years. There is no need to play Liaozai. They know Morgans's virtues very well. Although the news is written with a lot of gimmicks, they don't believe a word of the content except his name. But he must have real news in his hands. Everyone is sitting here for a meeting, so there is no need to hide it. What if I say that this news is all true? This is not a joke. Pircrow changed his posture. If the beasts really destroyed the headquarters of this organization for that weird reason, then his business would be very similar to theirs, and he might be the next one. Kaido is not a veteran pirate in the New World. It hasn't been long, and he can be considered a newcomer among the New World pirates. This newcomer has already demonstrated strong combat power, both for himself and his subordinates. The price of pets of ordinary pirate groups is generally no more than 1,000 baileys, but the pets of the beasts pirates are worth 5,000 baileys. This is what Pircrow thinks in his heart. However, if this idea is spread, he may be on the next must-kill list of the beasts. It's a pity I don't know why Kaido did this. Morgans, you guy. Hearing Morgans say the word I don't know after a big breath, Pircrow had an urge to remove the hair on him. Don't be so anxious, didn't you receive Lingling's message? The only female voice came, Stussy said slowly. What news? The news of the tea party. If it hasn't been received yet, it should be soon. She has a better personal relationship with Charlotte Lingling, and received the news earlier. Charlotte Lingling's tea party is held irregularly every year, and the leaders of the underground world are also the main objects of invitation. They have participated in Big O's wedding several times. Is she getting married again? No, this time it is related to Kaido, who you are concerned about, and the beasts are also on the invitation list. At this point, Stussy's tone became more serious. One of her tasks is to find out the purpose of this tea party. Chapter 109, News of the Tea Party. Charlotte Linling's tea party has been held several times, and it is not a secret in the underground world. Since her children are still very young, the reason for holding a tea party is mostly her wedding or the full moon ceremony of her children. The frequency is random, the purpose is random, and sometimes the tea party is just to satisfy her personal hobby. Have a hobby of holding tea parties and collecting various rare and exotic animals are her hobbies, and her ideal is also very beautiful. She wants to establish a country where all races and things in the world can live together regardless of their status, but the method is different. The principle of Wanguo is to accept those who come and not to accept those who leave. Anyone who wants to leave Wanguo will almost have to pay the price of his life. As for the tea party, her tea party invitation cannot be refused. Those who receive her tea party invitation but do not attend will receive her gift, the head of someone close to them. Charlotte Linlin has a very close connection with the underground world. It can be said that she is ahead of other pirates in terms of intelligence. Stussy and others are not the first time to deal with her, and they are no longer surprised by the tea party. Even this tea party is regarded as a Big Mom's territory is safe, at least when Charlotte Linlin has no idea about them, they do not anger her, and they do not trigger bulimia. It's just that Kaido's name appeared in the list of participants this time. As a CP0 agent, Stussy of course reported this matter to her boss, and the order she received was to investigate the reason why Kaido and Charlotte Linlin came into contact. The headquarters of the organ trafficking assassination group has just been destroyed. At this time, Charlotte Linlin actually came into contact with Kaido. Although she and Kaido are not yet the emperors of the sea, their contact is not as significant as it will be decades later. But they are not the top pirates, they are also the best in the second echelon. The most important thing is that they are all remnants of Rocks. After the disbandment of the Rocks pirates, these remnants of Rocks have hardly united. The conspiracy of John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji and the Tea Party where Charlotte Linlin discuss things are completely different. What they want to do, will it cause more trouble? The world government may not adopt policies, but they can't know nothing. So this has become Stussy's current task, and this meeting in the underground world has come to an end. These things will be clear at the Tea Party. As long as Charlotte Linlin and Kaido are not crazy, they will not try to catch them all in one fell swoop. In that case, the underground world of the New World will enter a complete chaos, and it will not be settled for more than 10 years, which will not benefit anyone. If there is a vacancy in the organ trafficking assassination group, it will be quickly filled, but if all the positions are empty, it will be a big trouble. The group prepared their own gifts, and they could not go to the Tea Party empty-handed. The members of the Big Mom Pirates also began to collect tributes from the affiliated islands to prepare for the Tea Party. On the other side, Kaido, who had lost contact with the main island of the Beast Pirates, flew back again and told the news. This is what he did after losing contact during this period. To continue to use Charlotte Linlin's intelligence network, we have to develop the next relationship. Quinn's bananas have entered the mass production period, and some of the first-generation fruits of other fruits have also been cultivated. It is just right to discuss some subsequent cooperation issues with Charlotte Linlin. And the beasts also need to open up new sales channels. After the organ trafficking assassination group, the underground world seems to have a sense of fear of the beasts. This is not conducive to future development, so Kaido plans to use Charlotte Linlin's Tea Party to make things clear with the people in the underground world. In the training ground, a group of people are undergoing their own training. They are either codders or children. They are the core members of the beasts now and in the future, while Kaido and Arceus are discussing something on the side. Big Mom's tea talk, will it? Well, some things need to be solved through that woman's tea party, and there is also the problem of exporting those fruits. The output is a bit high, and we can't digest it internally. It just happens to be exchanged for more funds, and we can also borrow her intelligence network. Even if the second-generation banana cultivated based on the hot earth dragon banana has a much longer shelf life than ordinary bananas, it is still a banana, and the shelf life is not too long. And the output of Quinn's planting is very large. The number of fresh bananas plus the number of dried bananas produced has exceeded the internal demand of the beasts. If they are not sold, they can only be made into dried bananas, but the storage of dried bananas also has a time limit. In order to avoid waste, expanding channels is necessary. Big Mom's tea party is different from a banquet. There is no barbecue, no strong liquor, all black tea and desserts. To be honest, Kaido doesn't like this scene, but for future development, he still has to go on such a trip. How about it, are you interested in that tea party? Not really, someone just brought back some new news, I'm going to go over there and take a look. That's good, otherwise it would be a bit of a loss to quarrel with her. Charlotte Linlin has a strange obsession with rare and exotic animals, and Arceus' unique characteristics easily arouse her interest. Although she can't snatch people from Kaido, new conflicts are likely to break out between words. Let Jin and Shayna follow you this time, Quinn and I will go together, just in time for him to brag about his fruit. By the way, do you kids want to go? Kaido asked the people below. Charlotte Linlin is sometimes good to children, and will show her motherly love in some cases. But no one can answer him. They are all nervously avoiding Arceus attacks. Arceus special training, spike cannon evasion training, Shayna and several codders were blindfolded. The purpose is to train their observation haki. The power will definitely not kill under control, but it will hurt. Only when you are hit hard will you remember it deeply. Now you won't die no matter how many times you are hit, but it's not certain on the battlefield. He and Kaido have a clear division of labor. Kaido is responsible for the armament color, and he knows more about the power in this area, while Arceus's attack frequency is better controlled, so he is responsible for the observation color. Arceus stopped his spike cannon at the right time, and Setsuna and Olga lay directly on the ground. They haven't been asked to cover their eyes yet, but even if they can see, this frequency of attack is also a huge consumption of physical energy, and the fur tribe and animal type ability users can't stand this kind of thing. Hoo Tea Party, what is it? Chapter 110, Undercurrent. Setsuna, who was lying down, was the first to ask questions. She had never heard of such a thing as a tea party before. A tea party is probably a place where a group of people drink tea and chat. It feels very boring. This is the conclusion given by Olga. Tea parties were held on Alchemy Island before. A group of adults chatted there for an afternoon. It was boring or boring. This was Olga's most intuitive feeling. That woman's tea party is still interesting for you little brats. We'll set off tomorrow. If you want to go, go to the Beast King and gather there. Also, your training tonight will be cancelled for one day. Kaido has indeed never attended Charlotte Linland's tea party, but that doesn't mean he has no idea about it. She had done something similar when she was on Rock's ship before, but it was more like a house game. The pirates on Rock's ship don't like this kind of literary gathering, but the various desserts made by the Big O pirates are also famous in the New World, so Kaido said that children should be interested. There are also breaks during training, and this tea party is also their break, but Kaido called Quinn, who was about to slip back. Quinn, where are you going? Go back and pack your things. Brother Kaido, didn't you say that tonight's training was cancelled? I mean the training of the little devils is cancelled, not yours. Hugh, if you don't want to lie down, you'd better work hard. Kaido took out his mace from behind, and the domineering aura attached to the mace made Quinn feel very dangerous. But although he said harsh words, Kaido still stopped today. At least this time he didn't aim at the face. He dragged his tired body back to his laboratory and picked some fruits from several other fruit trees. It's also tree fruit, but these tree fruits are not castrated versions, but the complete version improved by Arceus. For people who have obtained Pokemon abilities, these fruits are natural medicines. The special effects of tree fruits can only be fully exerted on Pokemon ability users, and can only play a small role on ordinary people. At this time, Quinn picked a pomelo fruit, a tree fruit that can restore physical strength. The skin of this fruit is astringent and bitter, but the flesh is sweet and sour. The large-scale planting next to it is the ordinary pomelo fruit that only retains the taste, which is also one of the things to be carried this time. In addition, there are peach fruit and mango, both of which are tree fruits that only retain the sweetness. Both of them have a special sweet fragrance on the leaves. Due to the special nature of its growth, the peach fruit has many unique holes inside. Although it makes its flesh more scarce, it also has a special taste. Quinn skillfully broke the pomelo fruit and put its flesh into his mouth. The injuries on his body were effectively improved. Since the appearance of this tree fruit, Kaido has increased his training intensity. Under the influence of the tree fruit, the body of the Pokemon ability user recovers very quickly, and even if it is injured, it will not affect the subsequent training. As for how this conclusion was drawn, Quinn, as the first experiencer, has a very full after checking the things to be carried and making sure that there were no complete fruit mixed in. Quinn personally moved them to the King of Beasts. Brother Kaido, don't we need to prepare any gifts for Big O's tea party? No, we are not just guests, but partners. This time we just want to establish new connections with the group of people in the underground world. Whether it is these fruits or arms, they have to be sold to be valuable. The beasts cannot prepare these things, but others can't. Morgans and others are called the kings of the underground world, but it doesn't mean that they are really kings. Their existence does not rely on absolute strength, but on demand, which means that they are not irreplaceable. There are many people eyeing their business, and many people want to replace them. If a person who replaces them can do better, then others will never want to avenge them. Having a good relationship with the pirates is also one of their principles. President, the things you want are ready. At the World Economic News Agency, an employee handed the packaged things to Morgans. In Happy Street, Stussy also picked up a small treasure chest. The value of the items in the treasure chest was just qualified. Charlotte Lingling enjoyed the pleasure of opening the box. As long as the items were not particularly outrageous, she would accept them. Big O held a new tea party. This was no secret in the underground world. Those who received the invitation letter found ways to make time for it no matter what they were doing, and those who did not receive the invitation letter were also ready to move, such as the remnants of the organ trafficking assassination group. The beasts destroyed their headquarters, but the armed organization of this group, which they called the Commodity Capture Department, had not been destroyed. Some people therefore had the idea of revenge for the organization. Moreover, the members of Big O were also active on various islands. Flour, frosting, sugar, honey, and fruits were sent to the center of the kingdom of Totland, Cake Island. The underground world was undercurrent. The Big O pirates were preparing the materials needed for the tea party, while the Beasts pirates looked like they were on a picnic. In addition to Kaido and Quinn, the reserve officers in the group were all on the ship, including Olga, Elizabeth, Setsuna, and Ziraura, who accompanied Setsuna. The fake miners and the real miners could not resist their curiosity about the tea party and chose to see what the tea party of Big O was like. At the same time, Arceus also set out on a new route again. This time he took Jin with him, and the defense of the beast territory fell on Shayna alone. However, except for those rookies who had just entered the New World, the pirates in the New World would not suddenly declare war on Kaido, and Shayna's ability was enough to handle most things. It was precisely because she was a few points stronger than Jin now that she was left on the island. A few days later, the Beast King had arrived in the Totland Sea, and the sea water below had turned into a sea of juice. If Olga had not finally cured her nausea of fruit in the past 2 years, this sea would have been her nightmare. Ziraura, look over there, it's a big cream pie. Setsuna hung her hands on the side of the ship. She was not as tall as the side of the ship, so she couldn't see what was outside. Besides the 6-colored juice sea, the first thing she saw was a giant cream pie floating on the juice sea. It didn't make sense for a fruit pie to float on the sea, but it wouldn't be strange if it had a Big O pirate stuck on it. Chapter 111, The Wolf's Sense of Smell. This cream pie is actually the sentry of the Big Mom pirates in the Totland Sea. Ships that enter the sea without permission may be directly attacked by it. The firepower on this type of ship is not weak. It is the most basic warship of the Big Mom pirates. Compared with the ships of other pirate groups, the Big Mom pirates' ships look the least threatening. The bow of the Beast King is a dragon head with a demon horn, while most of the ships of the Big Mom pirates are a smiling face. We're here, guys, cheer up, don't lose face for me. Face is always a big problem for pirates. The members on the ship this time are all old men who have experienced several battles, and they can be regarded as the elite among pirates. Soon after, a ship with a long hat on the bow came here, with the flag of Big Mom on the flagpole, but there was no pirate flag painted on the mainsail, but a word Candy was written. Sweet Candy, the ship of the eldest son Perospero, was sent out by Big Mom to meet Kaido after receiving the news. Look, long time no see, Mr. Kaido. Mom's tea party is ready, please follow me. As the eldest son of Charlotte Linlin, Perospero has also seen that era. Kaido is only 9 years older than him. They also had an intersection on Rock's ship. Perospero also looked at the members on Kaido's ship. The nameless minions could be ignored. Apart from Kaido himself, the only familiar person was Quinn. In addition, there were a few children, including a child from the Fur tribe. Olga's bounty order was still in the form of a beast. At this time, Perospero did not recognize her standing here, or he simply did not remember those bounties. A bounty of over 100 million was almost the passing line in the New World. There were too many pirates with tens of millions, and he could not remember them at all. However, at present, the attitude of the beasts was still very friendly, otherwise they would not bring. She has several children. At this time, the kingdom of Totland was not as strong as it would be a few decades later, and the main combat force of the Big Mom pirates was still in the process of growth. Katakuri was even 1 year away from adulthood. But in contrast, Charlotte Linlin's strength had reached its peak. At the age of 37, she was in her prime. She had not lost her figure due to excessive childbearing, and all her functions were still at their peak. The current Big Mom pirates were not as good as the Big Mom pirates 30 years later, but Charlotte Linlin herself was different. What a long tongue, even longer than Uncle Ancote's. People in the outer sea are so interesting. Ancote, the anteater fur tribe on Zo Island, was the person with the longest tongue that Setsuna knew, but now Perospero had become the one with the longer tongue. She was just whispering to Ziraura, but the voice was already quite loud for Perospero. Mr. Kaido, it seems that you have brought a lot of children this time. In the past, only Charlotte Linlin was always with a group of pirates on Rock's ship. It was obviously impossible to expect Rock's crew to respect the elderly and love the young, but no one on the ship dared to bully them. The main ones were all defeated by Charlotte Linlin. After many years, Kaido actually reappeared, a similar scene around him. The sweet candy was in the front, and the Beast King followed closely to the direction of Cake Island. Many ships were already moored at the port of Cake Island, and all the targets and opportunities for the tea party invitation had arrived. Just stepping onto Cake Island, a sweet smell has already entered their noses. Most of the buildings on this island are made of cakes, and all kinds of edible things can be seen almost everywhere on the island. Not only dead, but also alive, running cakes, swinging egg tarts, and talking teapots. Those are hermits who were infused with souls by Charlotte Linlin. A large part of the souls confiscated by the Kingdom of Totland were used on this. After all, Charlotte Linlin is the user of the superhuman soul fruit. There is still some controversy about what she ate to get this ability, but it doesn't matter. The user of the soul fruit can deal with people's souls at will, letting the souls reside in various things to make them anthropomorphic, but they cannot be placed in other people or corpses, but other animals can. There are also chess soldiers patrolling the streets. These are all the products of Charlotte Linlin's fruit ability. Perospero takes Kaido and others to the venue of the tea party, and gives a few lollipops to the children they meet along the way. The residents here are not afraid of the members of the Big Mom Pirates, but are a little odd, as if they have become accustomed to such a life. However, as they get closer and closer to the venue, Setsuna smells the air. What's wrong? I smell a bad smell. It's impossible, little sister. There will never be any rotten food on Cake Island. They will be disposed of by the demolition team before they expire. Since the houses here are made of food, they have to be replaced every once in a while, and the demolition team here are some big eaters, whose task is to eat the houses that are about to expire. If Charlotte Linlin saw rotten food here, even her children would inevitably be punished. When Perospero heard that Setsuna smelled a bad smell, his first reaction was that it was impossible. Setsuna can't smell it wrong. It's not the smell of food, but the smell of people, the same smell as that of the manager. She has wolf fur, and wolves are very vengeful creatures. There are too many people in the organ trafficking assassination group. Although she can't remember all of them, she remembers the smell of several key people. For example, the smell of the manager at the beginning, and the person who arrested her, that is, the smell of the head of the commodity capture department. Just now, she smelled that smell. Perospero didn't understand what she said, but Ziraura understood that more than 10 days was enough to roughly understand a person, not to mention that Ziraura had the task of getting along well with Setsuna. Mr. Kaido, it should be someone from that group. Setsuna has a very good nose. This is Big Mom's territory. Kaido's arrangements are what he should do. This was Arceus's instruction before he left. Don't worry, they will come to you on their own. Just wait. The instinct of the fur tribe is the intuition of wild beasts, and Kaido has always believed in this instinct. The wolf's sense of smell should not be wrong. He doesn't know how those people appeared here, but they are definitely not here for the tea party. This is Big Mom's territory after all. He doesn't plan to do anything first, and this is her tea party. Whoever dares to disrupt it at this time will be greeted by her anger. Chapter 112, At the Tea Party. Although Charlotte Linlin's tea party has been held many times, Kaido is a special case. He is the first pirate who has no in-law relationship with the Big Mom pirates but comes to participate in this tea party. In the past, the pirates invited to the Big Mom tea party were all members who chose to join Big Mom. Kaido is the first exception in so many years. The people of the underground world have already taken their seats. They all want to know the reason for Kaido's original actions. Stussy is more concerned about what Charlotte Linlin and Kaido are going to discuss. At the entrance of the banquet hall, a team of soldiers with the king's flag walked into the banquet hall very solemnly protecting a photo. It was a photo of Sister Carmelo, the great benefactor in Charlotte Linlin's mind. Because Charlotte Linlin was born different from ordinary people and made mistakes in her own country, she was sentenced to expulsion from the country. So she was taken to a deserted island by her parents at the time, and then adopted by Carmelo. Carmelo was an ordinary nun on the surface. Because of her kind style of doing things, she was called Virgin Mary by the world. She founded the Lamb's House to take in homeless children. In fact, she was a human trafficker codenamed Yamaba. When she was young, she directed a big drama with the world government, saved the giant pirates who were about to be executed, gained the friendship of the giants, and later sent a lot of giant soldiers to the navy, and also established the Lamb's House in Elbaf. The children adopted by the Lamb's house did not ask about race or identity, but these pirates were all agents she trained for the world government. At the beginning, she also saw Charlotte Linland's terrifying talent and planned to send her to the world government. However, Charlotte Linland's bulimia made everything different. Charlotte Linland herself still doesn't know what happened at the beginning. The nun's photo is her most precious thing. Every tea party is indispensable for the nun's photo. If there is an accident with the nun's photo, then Charlotte Lingling will enter a special state. Her powerful defense will be flawed at that moment, but those who do such things must also face her anger. Lingling, long time no see, your gift. Stussy handed the prepared treasure box to Charlotte Lingling. They have a good personal relationship. Stussy is one of the few people who calls the aunt by her name. Thank you, Stussy, I want to open it now. Every time your gift is so exciting. Lingling, you should wait and open it slowly later. It will be difficult to put it away if you open it. That's right. As a result, after Stussy handed over the treasure box, Charlotte Lingling put it together with other gifts and planned to open it after a while. But Lingling, you seem to have a new child. Is this why you held a tea party? Behind Charlotte Lingling floated a white cloud, the thundercloud Zeus. Charlotte Lingling made hermits with her own soul fragments, which had the power of thunder and lightning. And Zeus also had 2 babies on him. Well, this is Garrett, this is Bavier, a pair of sisters, but this tea party is not because of them, but because of other things. Some previous things may have made you misunderstand something. She was referring to Kaido's matter. When Kaido lost contact, he had contacted her and used new fruits as trading items, asking her to be a middleman to help the beasts establish a new business channel in the underground world. Arms are one of the beasts' current businesses, but without occupying Wano country, their arms can be said to be excellent, but not the top, and there are many competitive opponents. Compared with arms, food is also an important business. People cannot fight, but they cannot not eat. The nobles of various countries control most of the resources. If you want to make money, you still have to start from them. This kind of people will not mind spending a high price to buy expensive rare ingredients. The current positioning of the fruit is the high-end market. Kaido plans to use the tea party of Big Mom to make the product famous. At the same time, he will trade with these people in the underground world and use their channels to find what the beasts need. Thanks to the news compiled by Morgans, the name of the beasts has been spread, but the people in the underground world are now waiting and watching. The action of the beasts seems to make them a dangerous partner. If the purpose of destroying a force is to replace him, then the people in the underground world can understand that these people, except Stussy, have just obtained the throne of the underground in recent years. As for the previous king, he died in the fight, but the beasts simply destroyed the headquarters of the organ trafficking assassination group and did not do anything else. They don't even know the reason. In this case, they naturally dare not rashly intersect with the beasts. Everyone has taken their seats, except for the seats for the beasts. Charlotte Lingling was smiling as she teased her 2 children and chatted with the people around her. As for the biological father of the children, he had been driven out of the world a long time ago. Charlotte Lingling would still be a little lenient with the biological father of the children. Everyone, this is a special dessert before the meal. The last guests will be here soon. You can try it first. While they were waiting, a man wearing a round chef's hat came over. He was Longbread, the chief chef of the Big Mom Pirates, and the one who brought Charlotte Lingling to the pirate road. On the dining cart behind him was banana mousse, which was made from bananas purchased from the beasts and was also the main product of this tea party. Unlike the teapot homies jumping on the table, these banana mousses were just ordinary mousses without souls, but the sweet smell emanating from them also aroused their interest. The Big Mom Pirates are the top dessert makers in the New World, and they still admit this. The banana mousse was brought up, and Charlotte Linland put the child back on Zeus. Food was more important to her, and she would never get tired of eating this banana mousse. After Kaido told her that there were other varieties, she agreed to help Kaido establish business contacts, on the condition that the Big Mom Pirates must get a sufficient supply of water ghosts. She could pay at the market price, but they must be sold to her first. But before she put the mousse in her mouth, a series of gunshots sounded in the distance, accompanied by a dazzling lightning. Looking at the direction, it was on the way to the banquet hall. Charlotte Linland put down the plate in her hand, and the delicious dessert that appeared earlier's smile has also disappeared. Chapter 113, The Opportunity Created by Kaido. Drunk Kaido, red hair who lost face, Whitebeard whose son died, Hungry Ant, can be said to be the most dangerous character in the New World. Of course, this is many years later, and Red Hair is still an ordinary trainee now. And now Charlotte Linling is not completely controlled by her appetite. She can still control herself when she is not affected by bulimia. This is Cake Island, the main island of the Kingdom of Totland, her territory, and anything that happens here is a slap in her face. Katakuri, take good care of your two sisters, Longbread, you entertain everyone for me first, Zeus, Prometheus, let's go. Charlotte Linling handed the two young children to Katakuri. This is her second son. Although they are triplets, Katakuri's strength has gradually surpassed his brother. There is no way that the gunshots on the cake could have been heard for no reason, but no matter who the other party is, she will make the person who disrupted her tea party pay the price. Zeus's body grew bigger, and Charlotte Linling stepped on it and flew in the direction of the noise. This was the tea party she hosted. Whether it was refusing her invitation or ruining the tea party, it was just throwing her face on the ground and rubbing it hard. Wait, Mom, these are your guests. It's not good for you to leave. Let me go. When Charlotte Linling was about to leave, Katakuri called Charlotte Linling and gave a reason that sounded more sufficient, but it was not the whole reason. Over there was the passage for guests to come to the banquet hall. The only people who had not arrived were the beasts, and Perospero was in charge of leading the way. Some time ago, Perospero also brought back some canned fruits, and Big Mom and Kaido had reached a certain deal, so Perospero did not suffer any serious punishment. But the fact that it did not happen did not mean that Charlotte Linling forgot about it. If Perospero made mistakes again and again, he would definitely be severely punished. He wanted to protect every member of the Charlotte family, not only from the enemy, but also from Charlotte Linling. As long as Charlotte Linling didn't appear there directly, the impact would not be too great. If it was an enemy he could deal with, he could wait until she was in a good mood to bring it up later. If it was an enemy he couldn't even deal with, then Charlotte Linling wouldn't hold Perospero too responsible. After all, he was stronger than Perospero. Although Perospero was the eldest son, people had different talents. Katakuri, who was 2 years younger than him, had gradually surpassed him in strength. That's right, then I'll leave it to you. Don't let me down, Katakuri. Don't worry, Mom, I'll take care of it. Not long ago, when he led Kaido and the others here, someone suddenly attacked them. Although the candy wall he propped up blocked the attack, it was impossible for Big Mom not to hear such a loud noise. If it wasn't handled well, he felt that his future had lost its luster again. Before he made any move, a group of people in strange clothes rushed out. They were the remnants of the organ trafficking assassination group. Their eyes and ears in the underground world had not been pulled out yet, so they naturally knew the news that Big Mom was going to hold a tea party, and sneaked in. Their target was the beast pirates and other people in the underground world who participated in the tea party. Their previous behavior of adding insult to injury made their survival extremely difficult. Perospero stared at everything in front of him in amazement. The color of his body became a little dim, and it seemed that there was a soul in his body that was about to float out. It was not because the enemy was strong, but because the occasion where they appeared was too inappropriate. To put it inappropriately, why didn't they come out to disrupt the situation when other brothers and sisters led the way, but jumped out when they led the way? The target of those people's attack was not him, but the beast, but the result did not change. This is Big Mom's territory. It was a real provocation to attack Charlotte Linling's guests here. Looking at those who launched the attack, Perospero's eyes were full of anger. These people simply wanted to kill him. I'm so sorry. Please go to the tea party. I'll take care of this matter. A huge candy elevator appeared behind him. Perospero signaled that the beasts could prepare to go to the tea party. He would take care of the rest. Kaido expected to be attacked here. As long as there was no problem with Setsuna's sense of smell, this was the last chance. The tea party was held further up, but the strict security there made it impossible for them to sneak in. After all, they didn't have an invitation, so this was the last chance to take action. Under Perospero's control, the syrup wave rushed towards those who launched the attack, and the surrounding chess soldiers had already surrounded them. However, the beasts did not step on the elevator. Such an enemy made Kaido completely uninterested. He looked at Setsuna on the side. Kid, you said that was your enemy, right? Yes, that guy, I remember the stink on him. Then do you still have the courage to show your fangs to your enemy? Of course. Lightning flashed between her fingers. Stimulated by Kaido's words, she recalled the previous events, so she bypassed Perospero and rushed over. Mr. Kaido, are you going to what to do? Zeraora didn't understand why Kaido said that. To be honest, this was a low-level provocation that couldn't be any lower, but Setsuna fell for it. I still know what Arceus asked you to do. Go ahead. That little girl is no match for them. A hero saving a beautiful woman can always leave the deepest impression on people. He. Although Zou is not xenophobic, it is still very difficult for an outsider to become a king. To gain the recognition of local citizens, at least one local person's support is needed. Kaido just wants to create more opportunities for them. Zeraora's fur burst out with a fierce electric current. The electric current released by Setsuna is just a small spark compared to Zeraora. He is a Pokémon created by Arceus with the power of the lightning slate as the main body. He, who consumed a lot of Arceus's strength, naturally has the strength to match it. His body turned into a flash of lightning, and he caught up with Setsuna, who rushed out in a flash, grabbing her by the back of the neck and lifting her up. You are still too young. This is not your battle. Just watch from behind. Chapter 114, Katakuri is still on his way. Zeraora suddenly appeared in front of Setsuna, and a lightning ball was thrown at the enemy in front of her. The violent lightning solved the enemy in front of him in an instant. Then he looked at Setsuna beside him, grabbed her and threw her back, and threw Setsuna back directly. The fur tribe was very flexible. After turning twice in the air, Setsuna landed steadily on the ground. Zeraora, what are you doing? This kind of battle is too early for you. At least learn to walk before running. It's not suitable for you to rush into the enemy camp. You should stand next to those chess soldiers. He didn't object to Setsuna participating in the battle, but he opposed him rushing into the enemy camp alone. Maybe she wouldn't listen, but Zeraora had a very simple way. As long as all the enemies were solved before Setsuna took action, there was no need to think about this problem. Since the problem is difficult to solve, then skip the steps and make the person who caused the problem disappear, so that the problem will also disappear. Lightning wrapped his body, and in a moment Zeraora surpassed the chess soldiers who surrounded him earlier. His speed was very fast, but there was a very obvious difference compared to the speed just now. Now he was in the category of fast movement, while just now he was similar to teleportation, which was his own skill, an alternative application of volt replacement. The original way of using it was that he would turn back immediately after attacking, and the next Pokémon would take over his battle, but there was no Pokeball here, and the same ability could be used in different ways. Just now it was his innovation. This Zeraora, who was born in the world of pirates, developed a variant of volt replacement, which can be said to have changed the order of volt replacement. Select Setsuna as a friendly party, instantly appear at her position to attack the enemy in front of her, and then throw her back to a safe place. Then it was his time to fight alone. A layer of electric current was attached to his fists. Even if these people were full-time combat members of the organ trafficking assassination group, they fell down in groups like wheat being cut. Plasma Lightning Fist, Zeraora's exclusive skill, in addition to its own effects, after the Plasma Lightning Fist ends, he will enter a charged state, and ordinary attacks will also be converted into electrical attacks. Zeraora's full-speed running speed is enough to rival lightning, and in this process, the hair on the surface of the body and the lightning will form a special membrane, allowing his body to adapt to this speed. Even if he does not attack the opponent, the electric current flying around him will knock the enemy down. Although Zeraora himself does not have a power generation organ, his capacity is very large, and the power charged by Arceus is enough to achieve ultra-long standby in high-intensity combat. In less than a minute, dozens of militants were wiped out, and the chess soldiers of the Big Mom pirates could only clean up the mess and could not intervene at all. What a strong fur tribe! The fur tribe is only rare in the sea, and some traces of the fur tribe can still be seen in the New World. Unlike ordinary people's misunderstanding of the fur tribe, pirates who have lived in the New World for a long time have some understanding of the fur tribe. They knew that the fur tribe had a special way of using electricity, but it was the first time they heard that this electricity was so exaggerated. At this time, Totland was still expanding and building, and there were still many races missing inside. Not to mention the giants who were hostile to Big Mom, some rare races also did not live here. In the territory of the Kingdom of Totland, creatures similar to the fur tribe can be seen, but those are not fur tribes, but homies obtained by Charlotte Linlin after she used the soul fruit to transform animals and anthropomorphized them. Humanoid mammals that can use lightning and speak human language are almost the inherent characteristics of the fur tribe. Ziraura's actions today also made Perospero pay more attention to this race. The lightning alone melted his candy wall. At this time, he felt a little strange about the beast's pirates. Why do all of their people have the ability of high temperature? Although the enemy was solved by the guests, as long as it was solved, everything would be fine. If they really caused some irreversible consequences, Perospero didn't know what his future would be like. Everyone who witnessed this battle was amazed at the strength that Ziraura showed, even Setsuna herself was no exception. Although she was born in Zou, she had only seen the warriors training. Zou had been peaceful for a long time, and there had never been a large-scale battle. Although the furry principality said that Yang Jizi-Khan was the strongest warrior, she had never seen him fight. The power displayed by Ziraura was the strongest of the fur tribes I have ever seen. Although the fur tribes are different from wild beasts, they also retain the instincts of wild beasts, such as worshipping the strong. Strong fur tribes are more likely to be favored by one party. Although some of the fur tribes only like the same kind of fur tribes, or animals, such as Popo who is looking for a mother bear on Nine Snake Island, there are also a considerable number of fur tribes who will not be obsessed with the problem. The total number of residents in Zou is less than 20,000. If they only mate with the same kind of fur tribes, the fur tribes will easily become extinct. Usually they look for a favorite target. As for the type of offspring, there is no strong randomness like mermaids and fishmen, and they will inherit the same family of animals from the genes of their father or mother. However, some people are not very satisfied with Ziraura's performance, such as Kaido. Too young, don't understand women. He thinks Ziraura should wait until Setsuna realizes his weakness before taking action. Although this may cause injuries, the effect will be better than this. However, the results are all good, and Ziraura still gains the admiration from Setsuna. However, some people disagreed with Kaido's words, so Quinn raised similar doubts, and asked the question in a joking tone. Brother Kaido, you don't seem to have any intersection with women, right? I have a good relationship with women, but you just didn't see it. Kaido didn't care that his confidants joked with him, and he was really confident about this matter. Kaido was very confident about this, and he did have relationships with many people, involving a wide range of age groups, and he could barely be described as a killer of both young and old. Ziraura didn't kill them. If he used claws instead of fists, these people would most likely be torn apart by him, but such a scene was bloody, and he felt it was not suitable for children to watch, so he only used fists. Except for those who were hit by him head-on, most of the rest just fainted, and at this time they were also captured by the chess soldiers. Chapter 115, Such a big battle is for selling fruit? The process of the incident was very short, and the ordinary residents around didn't even have time to escape, and the matter here was over. Perospero sent Kaido and his friends to the candy elevator and watched them arrive at the venue safely. Until then, Katakuri was still on his way. He couldn't fly, so even if he tried his best, it would take some time to get here. The Battle of Ziraura was too fast. When the beastman stepped on the candy elevator, Katakuri reached the edge of the mountain top. Watching the beastman disappear from his sight, the smile on Perospero's face disappeared completely. Take these people down, pry open their mouths, and find out who is behind them. There is only one outcome for these people, that is, their lifespans will be drained by Big Mom, but that will definitely happen after the tea party. Perospero must find out who is behind them before that. Otherwise, when Charlotte Linlin asks him, he will be unlucky again. After watching the chess soldiers take everyone away, a group of people in chef uniforms came here to repair the damaged streets. It was not until this time that Katakuri appeared here. His two twin brothers, Daifuku and Owen, came here with him. Perospero, where are the enemies? Katakuri, they have been dealt with. Katakuri always calls his brothers and sisters by their names, even if they are half-siblings. This is also a pirate family, where strength affects status. Katakuri is not the oldest, but he has already shown the ability to surpass Perospero. There are more than one accurate hand that surpasses Perospero in strength, but Perospero is the eldest son, so his authority in the Big Mom Pirates is not low. Seeing that it was the three Katakuri brothers who came, he was relieved. He didn't want to face Charlotte Linlin when he made a mistake. Outsiders can't understand that feeling at all. Charlotte Linlin's children can still feel the feeling of motherly love when they are under 10 years old, but after this age, they can only rely on talent and strength to get Charlotte Linlin's love. Mom is very angry. She wanted to come here in person, but I stopped her. Thank you. Perospero understood what Katakuri meant. He was not showing off, but reminding Perospero to deal with the following matters. Otherwise, if Charlotte Linlin gets angry again, no one can save him. I won't go to the tea party. Say hello to Mom for me. Although it was a wasted trip, it was a good thing for Katakuri that the matter had been resolved. Originally, Perospero should have arrived at the tea party venue with Kaido, but now he needs to ask for information. At the venue, Kaido and others walked down from the candy elevator, and the protagonists of this tea party finally arrived at the venue. Charlotte Linlin seemed to have forgotten the previous things. After all, Kaido's appearance here means that her sons have dealt with everything. Well, this is Kaido. I'm sure you all know him. I won't introduce him to you. She didn't say anything like Kaido is her brother in front of everyone. For ordinary people, this might be to express that we are very familiar with each other and you should take care of him. But this is the world of pirates. Charlotte Linlin can say this to the children in private, and to Kaido in the Den Den Mushi, but she can't say it in front of so many people. Kaido, did you bring a lot of children this time? They all look cute. Apart from anything else, when Charlotte was sober, Lottie Lingling does not discriminate against any race. In her eyes, children of both humans and fur tribes are cute. Bloair, Moscato, take the children to play. The adults have something to talk about next. Enjoy the tea party. Charlotte Lingling called two children who looked about the same age and asked them to take the children of the beasts to the branch venue on the side. The rest of the topics here belonged to adults. Go, just have fun. However, the beasts looked like a bunch of children, but there was only one real child, Setsuna. Zeraora was a creature created by Arceus. She was not stupid. If you really counted her age, she was less than 1 year old. There was also Olga, who was 10 years old, but her real age was more than 100 years old. The same was true for Elizabeth. Neither the real age nor the species age could be calculated according to common sense. The children went to play on the side, leaving only Quinn and Kaido here. After Kaido took his seat, Quinn stood aside. Those seated here were all the top leaders of various industries, and Quinn was not qualified to take a seat. At Kaido's signal, Quinn took out the small box on his body. Looking at the box, although Stussy's expression did not change, her heart had already become nervous. She didn't know what was in the box, but what exactly did the Beasts Pirates bring and show them at the tea party of the Big Mom Pirates? New banned drugs? The heads of people who offended them? Some business contracts? Dangerous weapons? Stussy thought a lot, but when the box was opened, she was confused. This box is full of fruits, although they are 3 kinds of fruits that I have never seen, but it is still fruit. It is impossible for a devil fruit to have such a good smell. It is impossible for that thing to have so many of the same. It was just Stussy, and the others didn't understand it. Only one person was very happy, that was Charlotte Linlin. Kaido, is this the new variety you mentioned? Yes, that's it, Quinn, you come and introduce them in detail. Leave it to me, brother Kaido, these are the fruits we have newly cultivated. This is the peach fruit, which is very sweet. In addition to the edible fruit, the leaves can be used to make sugar, which is a candy with excellent flavor. This is the pomelo fruit. Although it is not as sweet as the peach fruit, the sweet and sour flesh is also delicious. Although the skin has a bitter taste, it can be made into curry powder after being dried and ground. It is a superior curry ingredient. Quinn took the tree fruit and gave examples of their effects. No matter how much he said, it was better to actually taste it. The Big Mom Pirates did not lack chefs. Soon someone made these fruits into fruit plates and brought them up. There were also different things being processed in the back kitchen. Looking at the fruit plate in front of her, Stussy suddenly felt a little tired. She was worried about something big before, but it turned out that the business of Beishao was selling fruit. Chapter 116, The Strange Profit of Fruit. It's not that she thinks this business is small. In this world, you can make a lot of money by selling fruit. For example, a certain Coco Yasi who was exploited by Aaron collected 100,000 baileys per month for adults and 50,000 baileys per month for children. The economic source of a small village in the East China Sea is largely based on selling agricultural products. An ordinary village naturally does not have a wide trade route, but it is different here. The businesses of these people at the tea party are all over the New World. Whether it is Stussie's Happy Street or Dewfield's underground casino, there are fruits consumed. They also have their own network of relationships. As long as they want, they can sell a product to the whole world within a certain period of time. With such a trade channel, they can make a lot even if they sell scrap metal. It's just that Big Mom and 100 Beasts are equivalent to the new and old pirate groups in the New World, and the two captains are still the remnants of rocks. Such people don't discuss arms trade, war actions, or crazy actions such as ruling the world and kidnapping celestial dragons. What they want to do is to sell fruit, which is beyond Stussie's expectations. Not only Stussie, but others also don't understand. If ordinary people have such a joking meeting with them, they will probably laugh at each other. But the two people in front of them are pirates with a bounty of 10 digits, and there are not a few islands destroyed because of offending Charlotte Linlin. Although Kaido has only destroyed the headquarters of the organ trafficking assassination group, his escape from the prison ship several times, his previous record of escaping from the G branch, and the battle with Wald all prove his strength. If you laugh out loud at this time, it would be like an old man hanging himself, and he thinks his life is too long. It would be best if nothing serious happened. Although she was a government agent, agents also wanted to live a stable life and did not want to be involved in any terrible major events. The fruit trade has always existed in the pirate world, and the forces under their command also have their own fruit suppliers, providing different customers with fruits of different qualities. You can buy a few fruits for a few hundred Baileys outside, but in the entertainment venues of Happy Street, a platter of several fruits will cost tens of thousands of Baileys. It is called Happy Street, but only rich people can experience the joy here. If the quality of the fruit Kaido wants to sell is high enough, they are happy to sell it as their own goods. Stussie knows which people's money is the easiest to make. As long as there is a name, nobles all over the world will not care the price of the fruit, as long as its taste is worth the price. Those nobles are rich, but they are not fools. Even the things bought by the Tianlong people must make them feel that they are worth the money. The real thing is right in front of them. For them, the easiest way is to try it in person. However, Charlotte Lingling's reaction can already explain something. Although her requirements for food are not too high, people will like better tasting things. The expression on Charlotte Lingling's face has already explained the problem. At this time, she has been conquered by the food. Stussie also picked up the fruit in front of him with a fork. The texture of the peach fruit is very crisp. The full juice overflowed at the moment the fork pierced the flesh. The general taste is still peach, but it is a brand new experience, a wonderful taste that cannot be expressed in words. At the same time, there are soft and sticky mangoes and slightly sour pomelo. If you don't like too sweet taste, pomelo is a better choice. Before the fruit plate was finished, other products were served. Chefs have a high status in the Big Mom Pirates, and they have the largest number of chefs in each pirate group. The first to be served were drinks made with them, cream rolls, followed by jelly and ice cream. Since new varieties such as peach fruit arrived later, most of the ones served now are banana flavored, and the rest are being made over time. All the desserts imaginable have been made by the Big Mom Pirates. Because of these new desserts, the soul-infused homies have almost fallen out of favor. Although they kept asking eat me at the table, most people ignored them, and only some black tea for relieving greasiness was not ignored. This is not only the case at the main table, but also at the tables next to it, especially the children's table. These children are Charlotte Linlin's children. It can be said that there is almost no one in the Big Mom Pirates who doesn't like desserts. During the appreciation period of babies, influenced by their mothers, they are very interested in desserts, and the huge dessert workshop on Cake Island is enough to meet the needs of these people. In the workshop, Long Bread is singing to mobilize the emotions of his chefs. For a chef, the kitchen is their battlefield, and making satisfactory food is their mission. Banana donuts and donuts made from new fruits are out of the oven. Send these to Lord Katakuri. Take the rest to Mom, hurry up. The ovens and freezers are running nervously, and different types of desserts are sent out from here like a long dragon. Long Bread is also constantly experimenting with new methods to see which method is more suitable for this fruit. However, Homies seems to have found a new way out for the food outside. The people of the Big Mom Pirates are attracted by the new things, but for several pirates of the beasts, those tree fruits are what they have eaten enough. Especially Olga, she finally recovered from wanting to vomit when she smelled fruits to being able to eat a small amount of fruits. Compared with those fruits, she was more interested in the grilled meat coated with honey and the slightly sweet grilled sausages. Setsuna, Ziraura, and Elizabeth were in a similar situation. Although they were all omnivores, their genes made them prefer meat. The disgraced homies found the meaning of proving their existence here. They didn't need to do anything. They lined up and jumped into the plate, waiting to be eaten. As long as they can overcome psychological problems, the food injected with soul, homies, does have a completely different flavor. If the food of the Big Mom Pirates on Cake Island has a status ranking, then the status of salty grilled meat was originally the lowest, but with the appearance of today's guests, the status of salty grilled meat has changed dramatically. The outer sea is really interesting. Are all the food here so interesting? In front of Setsuna is a grilled pork chop that is running away. Not all food is eager to be eaten by homies, and some will choose to run away. Chapter 117, Kaido's Deal. People who haven't seen it will naturally find it strange, but Charlotte Linland's children are used to it. The escaped pork chop was quickly caught, but Setsuna had no intention of eating it. She doesn't eat this kind of animal, and pigs are also considered fur. After knowing that there are children of the fur tribe here, the kitchen of the Big Mom Pirates specially prepared a batch of food made from sea beasts and poultry. In the New World, land animals are more expensive than sea beasts, because the area of land is much smaller than that of the ocean. Sea beasts that roam the four seas are often served on the table in the New World. These creatures with huge meat have always been very popular with pirates. The fur tribe does not eat furry creatures, but it does not mean that they don't know the taste of creatures such as cattle and sheep. It is mainly because of the existence of the species of sea beasts. Manatees, sea sheep, sea pigs, these strange creatures can all be found in the sea. For the fur tribe, these creatures that live in the water without any hair are naturally not considered furry species, but whether they can eat such creatures depends on luck. The fur tribe will not hunt, but the elephant master will not stop. The sea beasts in zoo are all sent by the elephant master. The giant elephant will spray water on its back twice a day. The fur tribe calls it fire rain or rain of grace. The elephant master is so big that even some small sea beasts may be sucked in and sprayed up together. They are not worried about accidentally eating furry animals. The appearance of roasted sea beasts is obviously different from that of land creatures. Charlotte Lingling's children are fighting and playing, but Charlotte Lingling doesn't care about it. She almost lets them do whatever they want, so the children have different personalities. Not all's children went to play, such as Charlotte Moscato, who is more than 9 years old this year. The 16th child of the Charlotte family, he is the one with a stronger sense of justice among Charlotte Linland's children. Many years later, when Charlotte Linland's bulimia broke out, he stood up and tried to stop his mother when everyone else was afraid. However, Charlotte Linland, who had lost her mind, did not recognize him, but instead had a lot of her life taken away. Charlotte Linland asked him to take away the children of the beasts, and he believed that as the owner here, he had the obligation to take care of the guests. Main venue. They have confirmed the taste of the food, so the next question to be determined is the output, which is why Kaido wants to bring Quinn. The data of these things are handled by Quinn and Athi. Strictly speaking, Athi knows more about output than Quinn, but Athi is too weak, and it is not a good thing to bring him out. Everyone, our production is not high now, but we have found a suitable planting area. The suitable planting area on that island is about 6,000 acres. By then, the annual banana production can exceed 10,000 tons. It will only take 1 year for us to reach this production. As for now, we can only provide 2,000 kilograms for the first batch. This is the approximate value obtained after deducting the production sold to the Big Mom Pirates and the production retained by the Beasts Pirates. The new island suitable for planting has just been found and is now being reclaimed. To be precise, the information about this island was provided by the Big Mom Pirates. The island used to be the territory of Charlotte Linland's hostile forces, but later they defeated the enemy. However, the island was also destroyed by Charlotte Linland's attack because it became a battlefield. The original arable land has also been abandoned, and it happened to be given to Kaido as a trading item by Charlotte Linland. Now the beasts are only planting a small amount of finished products and raising seedlings in their own territory. They cannot replace all the food in the territory with cash crops, otherwise the food safety in the territory will not be guaranteed. Quinn then said, and these are improved crops. They don't have seeds, and other people can't grow similar crops. 2,000 kilograms is enough. We can use our own channels to help you open up trade routes, but we require a stable supply second only to Lingling. Even if they purchase a large amount in the early stage, they may not be able to sell it. 1 year is just enough for them to open up enough trade routes. As long as the beasts can guarantee the quality of the fruit and the characteristics of the monopoly, they can make enough money. However, not everyone can benefit from this. Dewfield and Stussie's places can benefit directly, and Umit and Kaibasan can also get dividends in transportation and storage, but Morgan's and Peercrow are different. News and assassination industries have nothing to do with fruits. Do they buy them directly as employee benefits? If Kaido really borrows their channels just to sell fruits, such a battle is a bit too big. At the same time, they have another question that they haven't figured out, that is, why the beasts are attacking the organ trafficking assassination group. The 6 people looked at each other for a few times, and finally Morgan stood up, not for anything else, but because he wanted to interview the parties involved to see if there was any bigger news. Mr. Kaido, I would like to ask, why did the beasts want to destroy that group before? Morgans took out a pen and a notebook from somewhere, as if he was going to interview. They offended my subordinates and made an unforgivable mistake. Are you satisfied with this reason? Faced with Morgan's question, Kaido showed no patience, but this attitude made them all feel at ease. It's good to have conflicts. The beasts had previously gained an advantage in the battle against the walled pirates. If Kaido also carried out indiscriminate destruction like that madman walled, the trouble would be even greater. Having hatred is a good result. As for how the hatred was formed, he was not interested and didn't want to know. Of course, we have another business to discuss. When Quinn said this, the people present also took it seriously. After all, this is right. If the 2 big pirates and several managers of the underground world only reached a fruit business, it would be a waste of talent. We negotiate to buy animal-type devil fruits, whether they are mythical beasts, ancient species, or ordinary species. The mythical beast species are very precious, but the value of ancient species and ordinary species is not that high. They only think that Kaido's personal hobby is needed by all beasts. A pirate collects devil fruits to enhance the strength of his group, which is much more normal than selling fruits. At the same time, we have to find the whereabouts of this thing. This time it is not a real object, but an ordinary picture, a picture of the Arceus slate. Chapter 118, Fruit of the 100 Beasts. Even if it's just news, as long as the authenticity of the news is confirmed, we can pay for it. Stussy felt that this was the right way to go. The power of the Tea Party had already encompassed the entire underground world of the New World. It was normal to use this power to find some rare things. But they had never seen the style in the picture, except for the ant who had traded the stone slab with Kaido before. Well, Kaido, didn't you get a piece of this thing? Or does it have any special meaning? Haven't you tried it? This kind of stone is indestructible, I will use it to build the strongest armor. He would not tell the truth in front of these people. Whether it is pirates or the underground world, there is no real trust. Intrigue and deception are the norm. Either be so cunning that no one can deceive you, or be so powerful that no one dares to deceive you. Arceus's ability will be slowly exposed over time, but except for a few people, no one can think of the connection between the stone tablet and Arceus. The stone tablet successfully recovered by Arceus looks completely different from the stone tablet that was lost. No one except Arceus himself can recognize it. Kaido did not mention that Arceus needed it, but he needed to show his importance, so the reasons he made up were all for his own use. At first glance, it seems reasonable. There are pirates who value armor. The silver axe at the beginning is an example. As a martial arts faction, it is not strange that Kaido wants to build the strongest armor, which also makes his high-priced acquisition more reasonable. And it is reasonable for the strong to have their own quirks. It is normal for him to have a little collection habit. How many pieces are there? I don't know, but this shape can't be naturally formed. I got 1 piece before. I think there must be other stones, but I have no clue to find them, so I have to use your channels. Kaido's words were half true and half false, so these people didn't find any problems for a while. After all, they didn't know the specific situation. No problem, as long as the price is right. These are small problems, but Mr. Kaido, I want to borrow the waterway in your territory. That waterway can save a lot of distance. Umit was the first to agree. People in the underground world are open to do business. If there is a big business delivered to their door, how can they not do it? Even Stussy agreed. She is a hidden spy of the world government. Collecting intelligence is what she should do. As for other things, it is not her business. What she has to do is to collect appropriate intelligence and send it out under the premise of ensuring her own safety. If there is a suitable opportunity, she will choose to act in advance to get something from others, but that depends on the strength of the opponent. She is not an opponent of a pirate like Kaido. The tea party went smoothly. A business group called the Beast Fruit was also established today. It is the white glove of the beast pirates and is used to conduct some legal transactions. Although it is not difficult to find out the mastermind behind it, as long as there is enough profit, the world government can also acquiesce to the existence of this grey industry. As for the illegal underground industry, the Beast Pirates is the best signboard, and there is no need to prepare anything for it. After leaving, Stussy sent the information from the tea party, but this matter did not attract the attention of the world government. The world government has also studied this kind of stone slab. Vegapunk can't do anything with it, so they naturally gave up. They do have such stones in their hands, but they didn't spend more effort to find such useless things. Only some Tianlong people who are keen on collecting are interested in this kind of stone. Although Vegapunk is curious, he can't see what the meaning of this stone is. For the world government, it is better to find a Lunarian than to look for this kind of stone. After the tea party, they left Cake Island one after another, and Perospero didn't come here until then. The newly made dessert made Charlotte Linlin feel good. She didn't show any anger when she saw Perospero coming. Katakuri reported that Perospero had solved the problem, which was the ending he saw. "Mom, those people came for the beasts. They were the remnants of the organ trafficking assassination group. They assassinated one of our caravans and sneaked in. Now they have all been solved." Perospero told all the information without waiting for Charlotte Linlin to ask. In other words, they came here to attack Kaido and his men on purpose. Yes, Perospero was a little scared when he saw Charlotte Linlin with a gloomy face, but he forced himself to calm down. If he showed fear in front of Charlotte Linlin, the result would be very bad, even if it was her own son. "Perospero, you have failed twice." After a long time, Charlotte Linlin suddenly said something that made Perospero feel cold all over. "Although the fruit issue and the defense issue were dealt with, you still failed. Mom, listen to my explanation." "Listen, Perospero, I'll give you one last chance. I'll give you enough troops, and you'll take revenge on the remnants of the organ trafficking assassination group. If you fail again, don't worry, Mom. I'll definitely let those guys know the consequences of offending us." He knew what Charlotte Linlin meant. No matter what the reason was, taking action on Cake Island was a slap in her face, so everything related to this organization was now the enemy of the Big Mom Pirates. His tone was very firm, because he knew that if he didn't deal with these people, he would be the one in trouble. "Go, this is your last chance." Charlotte Linlin took the two babies from Zeus with a pleasant face, without any anger, but Perospero had already set out to prepare ships and intelligence. He could only maintain his position as the eldest son by doing this well. The fur tribe seems to be really strong. It seems that Totland needs to speed up its expansion. There are still many races to be expanded. Although she did not leave the banquet hall, the Cake Island was full of her homies. She knew what was going on below. The power of Ziraura made her feel that the fur tribe was very powerful. At the same time, Arceus and Jin's ships were still on their way. Chapter 119, Navy and Pirates. After the completion of the Beast King, the dock in the Beast territory began to build the second ship, a main ship belonging to Arceus. However, due to problems such as materials and craftsmanship, it will take some time for this ship to be completed. The ship that Arceus was on at this time was the ship that Kaido and his team got from the Kingdom of Natio. As the first ship of the Beast Pirates, although it has experienced a lot of war, it can still sail on the sea. People always miss the past, even if the tools have been used for a long time, they will not easily abandon them. The hundreds of people on the ship have to maintain a high spirit. This is how Manderfesh's good luck came. They don't think they are worse than Manderfesh before they get the ability, and they are all waiting for the opportunity to make merit. "Brother Jin, we are only half a day away from the destination, but are we really going there? This is the order of the Holy Beast Lord, and it is also the arrangement of fate. Is there any problem?" The so-called arrangement of fate is that Arceus uses his energy hand to grab a stone and throw it on the sea chart. Where the stone falls, the next search area will be there. It is obvious that the place they are going to this time is not so safe. Although the members of the beasts are eager to get more things, they will also be afraid of the unknown. "No, but I heard that it is quite chaotic there. After all, Gartberg is known as the land of endless war. Gartberg is a country in the New World, but this name has long been forgotten by history. Nowadays, the world calls it the land of endless war. The origin of this name is that wars are happening here all the time. Many years ago, the king of Gartberg died a violent death. Since then, Gartberg has been divided into two parts. Whether it is external or internal, this country is fighting, so that there are orphans everywhere in the country, and minefields are densely covered. As long as you get close to the battlefield, you may accidentally touch a mine. However, they did not know during the voyage that the long-lasting war in the country of endless war had been declared over a few days ago, and it was not the army that ended the war, but a person, Douglas Barrett. Barrett was born here 14 years ago, but he was a war orphan. His father had died on the battlefield long ago, and his mother chose to abandon him after he was born. However, he was adopted by a soldier of a country with the purpose of training young soldiers, who performed the task of stepping on landmines and opening the way with bombs. These young soldiers were called bullets, and the pronunciation of bullets was the origin of Barrett's name. His surname came from the highest commander of this unit, Douglas Gray. 6 years ago, Barrett became a soldier under him as number 9. The best performer in the battle can get a medal. Barrett, who had only weapons as his companions in his childhood, wanted to get that medal the most, but he was betrayed by his companions when he was about to achieve his goal. He killed his companions on the verge of death, took back his medal, and lost his trust in his companions. From then on, he has been acting alone. A year ago, Barrett became a hero on the battlefield and the strongest young soldier. He was on the verge of death in another dangerous operation, but by chance he got the fusion fruit. The superhuman fusion fruit can fuse the inorganic matter that is touched with his body. Not only can it fuse with the body, but it can also combine the inorganic matter and rearrange it to create new weapons. The most indispensable thing on the battlefield is weapons, and the ability of the fusion fruit makes him stronger. Not long ago, Barrett was called a hero of the country, and his country was about to win the war. Douglas Gray also became a general of the country because of Barrett. But Barrett's strength made Gray feel dangerous. He felt that he could not control Barrett's power, so he promised to let him leave the battlefield after the war and give him real freedom. Originally it was just a lie. He thought Barrett would die on the battlefield, and then he could use the army to recover the enemy forces that were broken by Barrett and become a real hero. But he underestimated Barrett's strength. He didn't expect that he could really defeat all the enemy troops alone. When Barrett found out that Gray had also betrayed him, he was furious and destroyed the country and army here, which also attracted the attention of the world government. Because Gray wanted to join the world government after the war, they were once a member of the Allied powers, and as a military country, they had the ability to plunder the gold in the sky, so the world government agreed to his request. Br. Unexpectedly, Barrett appeared, so his behavior attracted the attention of the world government, and the people who surrounded him had already set off. These news happened a few days ago. Arceus and his team did not receive the news, so they went here as usual. When they landed on the shore, they saw only a dead land. The vultures pecked at the corpses. When they saw someone coming, they not only did not run away, but even had the intention of attacking the people of the beasts. It can be seen how moisturized these vultures have been during this period, so they will take the initiative to attack humans. However, after 2 gunshots, these vultures chose to flee in all directions, leaving only feathers scattered on the ground. It's really miserable here. So, have they fought to this extent? Even though they were pirates, they felt uncomfortable seeing this scene. Boss Arceus. Do we have to go deeper? Go on, and see if there are any living people around. The area here is not small. If he wants to search for the stone slab, he has to search the surrounding area first. As for whether there are still alive, although he is not here to save people, he doesn't mind helping those who are not dead. Humans are extremely fragile, but they often have a strong will to survive. They really met many living people in the ruins. Those who can move have left here long ago. There are people buried in the ruins. If no one helps, they will only face slow death. Hey! Someone come to help, there are still living people here, this stone is too heavy. There are a few more footsteps around. With their joint efforts, the stone pressing on it was finally moved away, but the air became quiet the next moment. Navy. Pirates. The blue and white Navy uniforms and the white pirate flag tattoos, the iconic features have already explained the identities of both parties. They had just been blocked by the boulder and they had noticed each other's identities. Now that the rock has been removed and the obstruction has disappeared, they can see each other's identities clearly. The sound of bullets being loaded rang out, and the two groups who had originally worked together to save people now confronted each other nervously. Chapter 120, Flame Vortex. Damn it, why is the Navy here? Damn it, why are there pirates here? Two thoughts appeared in the minds of both parties at the same time. The pirates are naturally members of the beasts who have penetrated deep into this place, and these Navy were originally ordered by the world government to come here to capture Barrett's Navy. Their identities are members of the second recruit camp led by Zifa. The recruit camp led by Zifa himself lasts for 1 year, because Zifa cannot be responsible for the basic training of all Navy. Those who come here are those who have completed basic training and are about to join the army, or those who have made meritorious contributions and come here for further training. It is similar to the intensive sprint class before the exam. They have been screened several times before entering here. Anyone can do basic physical training, so there is no need to waste his energy. Those are done by his assistants and other instructors. Sakaski and Borsellino are the first graduates. At this time, Zifa has already started to lead the second batch of students, and capturing Barrett is their graduation internship. Gray has described Barrett's strength, so the Navy believes that the recruit camp led by Zifa is enough to complete this mission. Although Zifa retired from the position of admiral and only retained the military rank, his strength is still there, and he is not only responsible for leading recruits. This kind of graduation assessment for leading recruits is when he goes out to perform tasks. In addition to ordinary excellent Navy, the training camp also has elite generals and newly recruited monsters transferred from all over the world by the Navy for intensive training. Whether it is the 3 admirals of Aokiji's period or the elite vice admirals in the later period, they are almost all early students of Zifa's training camp. In summary, the strength of the training camp is not weak. However, they still underestimated Barrett's strength. Facing the encirclement and suppression team led by Zifa, Barrett successfully escaped, and the task of these people changed from encircling Barrett to rescuing local civilians. This is not a member country, and the Navy has no obligation to rescue, but the Navy generals who are out have the right to order their subordinates to do such things, so a rescue operation was launched. The Navy came earlier and had already penetrated deep into the hinterland of this country. The beasts came late, which led to them just bumping into each other from both sides. The pirates didn't expect there would be a Navy here, so they directly called their companions to help. The Navy didn't expect there would be pirates saving people here, so they went straight over after hearing the shouts. The guns pointed at each other, and no one acted rashly. Once the gun was fired at this time, the consequence would be a lose-lose situation. This small-scale confrontation ended with the crying of children in the ruins, and a Navy medical soldier chose to treat the wounded. After seeing that these pirates had no intention of stopping, they began to retreat gradually, and finally the distance between the two sides became farther and farther, and each hid behind the bunker. What's wrong with these pirates? Will they save people? Maybe they have a change of heart. Go inform Instructor Zifa and prepare to arrest them. Is this okay? They are also saving people. You only saw them saving people. You can't see how many people they killed. We can ignore this time, but we can't ignore these pirates. Whether it is Zifa who adhered to the concept of not killing before or Zifa now, they will not choose to ignore the pirates. Under his teaching, the students are naturally the same. Maybe they are good people, but becoming wanted pirates is the reason why the Navy wants to arrest them. These Navy recruits turned around to inform Zifa what happened here, and the pirates did the same. Brother Jin, it's bad. There are Navy on this island, and it seems that there are a lot of them. Got it, you retreat to the vicinity of the ship first. The opposite of Den Den Mushi, Jin was not shocked, because there were already Navy lying on the ground near him. He has been following Arceus and went deeper than ordinary members, so he naturally encountered these Navy. Master Holy Beast, have you made any new discoveries? No, it seems not on this island. It's time to leave here. You leave first, I'll follow after I deal with them. Don't be ridiculous, you are no match for that guy. The General Navy in the training camp is not a match for him, and there is no future admiral here, but Zephyr is here now. Jinyuan is no match for Zifa. If he tries to stop Zifa, he will never come back. Let's go. He can't catch up. Arceus turned around and left. He was not afraid of the admiral, but there was no need to fight. There was nothing he wanted here, and even if he fought, it would be a meaningless battle. Nothing can be gained except wasting time. Beasts will not fight meaninglessly, let alone him. Jin believed in Arceus' words. Since he said that Zifa couldn't catch up, he definitely couldn't catch up, so he immediately followed Arceus and left. Seeing the pirates in front of him ignoring them and leaving, and the few marines on the ground whose lives and deaths were unknown, Zifa wanted to catch up immediately, but as soon as he took a step, a sense of crisis appeared in his mind. He took a step back, and at this moment, the sky-high flames rose from the ground, and the huge fire tornado wrapped Zifa and the marines around him together. The flames rushed straight to the sky, and even the Lunaria tribe Jin felt a hot feeling. When he looked back, he only saw the sky-high flames. What's wrong? It's just a vortex of fire. Shayuna can use it, haven't you seen it? The vortex of fire, although not very powerful, is very long-lasting and has an excellent effect in trapping enemies. Everyone has seen Shayuna's vortex of fire, but that size can only burn Quinn. The vortex of fire released by Arceus is already a disaster-level force. The huge tornado of fire trapped Zifa in it, and the surrounding land became dry and cracked. It was obviously fire, but there was an extremely strange power in the fire, which not only made the fire have a higher temperature, but also had a strange toughness. His fist hit it like a drop in the ocean, and all the force was absorbed. When his students arrived nearby, they saw this huge vortex of fire and Zifa who had just been dug out of the soil. The flames seemed to have their own foundation. He dug very deep before finding a place without fire, and dug a tunnel with his hands. And the price he paid was his own hair. His hair, eyelashes, eyebrows, and beard were all damaged by the high temperature, turning him into a completely boiled egg head. Teacher Zifa, we are now. Continue to save people and rescue the wounded. Jin and the others had already disappeared. Should he waste time chasing them or continue to rescue the residents here? Zifa chose the latter. Chapter 121, Jin who didn't check the almanac before going out. Looking at the still burning vortex of fire, Zifa's expression was very scary. This may have something to do with the fact that his hair was burned. His domineering defense prevented him from being burned on a large scale, but his clothes and hair were not saved. Due to the mistakes of the excellent photographers, Zifa didn't know that the vortex of fire was the work of Arceus, but mistook it for Jin's skill. Jin himself also used fire on a large scale in the battle, but the intelligence clearly said that he was an animal-type ability user. Mythical beasts, the power of this flame is probably stronger than the flame fruit. The flame vortex left by Arceus lasted for a long time, until they left the island. The flame vortex exhausted its power and dissipated. During this period, no matter whether it was a strong wind or something else, it could not extinguish the flame, which made many survivors on the island think that this was the anger of the gods. Brother Jin, your new bounty is out. On the way back a few days later, Jin's bounty was updated, and the bounty directly reached 300 million Baileys, becoming the highest bounty of the beast's pirates after Kaido. This is because of Zephyr's report. He is worth this price for being able to temporarily trap the former admiral. At this time, Bailey has not depreciated yet, and 300 million is already a high price. The other party just chose to trap him but did not take further action, which made Zephyr judge that the other party was powerless, and this bounty finally appeared after comprehensive consideration. 300 million Baileys, you are worthy of being Brother Jin, so strong. Yes, the bounty of the big sister is not so high, but has Brother Jin done anything recently? There must be a reason for the increase in the bounty order. In their impression, Jin did nothing but followed Arceus all the time. How come the bounty increased in the end? Focus on sailing and don't worry about these useless things. Jin could guess why his bounty increased, but because Arceus caused his bounty to soar, it was better not to tell anyone about it. This trip did not find what they needed. Due to the damage caused by the war, they were unable to replenish supplies at the destination, and they also distributed some relief food to the survivors of the disaster. After confirming that there was a navy on the island, the subsequent events had nothing to do with them. At this time, it was time for them to replenish supplies. According to the instructions of the recording pointer, they landed on a nearby island. They came here not only for replenishment, but also for finding ancient plants. The climate of this island is the climate of Taigu Island, but the residents on it have kept up with the development of the times. Since medicinal herbs that have become extinct in the outside world can occasionally be found in the deep mountains of the island, the economic situation of this island is still good, but there is a feeling that everything is going wrong. Now he ran into the navy led by Zifa on the island and encountered new troubles here. He just looked for similar herbs according to the sketch drawn by Azier. Unexpectedly, the herbs were found, but before he bought them back, new troubles came. A group of bounty hunters have surrounded this place. Bounty hunters are also one of the main professions in this world. They are unwilling to join the navy, but they don't like pirates, and they don't want to do ordinary production work. The most finally, they chose to become bounty hunters, people who rely on the heads of pirates to exchange for bounties. However, they are just a group of people who do things for money, not just catching pirates. If the price is right, many things are within their professional scope. And their target is not Jin, but the shop owner behind Jin. Do whatever you want, don't bother me, I still have things to do. He didn't want to get involved in these things at all. It was a good thing to find a plant that he needed. Now he just wanted to take the things back to report, but someone outside didn't want him to leave. 300 million bounty. Although Jin has his own disguise, he has not changed his appearance for so many years. The world government gave the pirates a high bounty to attract bounty hunters to hunt him, not to make people afraid of him. Money moves people's hearts. Facing Jin's bounty, these people are somewhat tempted. There is no shortage of people who don't know the height of the world in this world. In addition to the pirates' own strength and the world government's consideration of their comprehensive influence, the captain's factor is also one of the bounties. The bounties of the subordinates of the great pirates are higher than those of the pirates outside. Their strength is indeed not weak, but they are also influenced by their captains, so the bounties of some of the cotters of the great pirates are inflated. If you really encounter such an inflated bounty, it is an opportunity for some strong people to pick up leaks. Don't know whether to live or die. Seeing that the muzzles of those people's guns were still pointed at him, and there was no intention to get out of the way, Jin waved the wings behind him. Scorching Star Emperor. The sharp wings cut the two people next to him in half, and then the stone appeared out of thin air next to Jin, and after being applied with fire, it crashed into the rest of the people. After they obtained their own abilities, they did not stick to the rules, but found different ways to use them according to their own understanding and habits. Quinn combined the seed machine gun with body transformation. Shayuna's flame kick has been integrated into the original kicking skills, Zera Aura Volt's alternative use, Kaido's defensive impact. Even wild Pokemon can find different uses for skills, not to mention them. Rockfall and Stone Attack are Jin's most commonly used skills. His own fire power is also integrated with them. The Rockfall in his hand is more like a meteor burning with flames. But after he walked out of the door, he found that there was a circle of people outside. You seem to be valuable. They just changed their route temporarily because of insufficient supplies. These people couldn't come for him, so their target was only the pharmacy owner behind him. An ordinary pharmacy owner can't recruit so many people. There are more than 100 people outside, and there are even 2 cannons pointing here. Jin's fire meteor has just broken the wall outside. Seeing the situation inside, those people directly chose to fire. However, what flew out after the shells exploded was not shrapnel, but green gas. I don't know when these people around put on gas masks. This is a special anesthetic. I bought the secret recipe from those people. Even a dinosaur can be knocked down with just one sniff. I don't believe you can stand it. The group of people he was talking about was the organ trafficking assassination group. Those people have outstanding talents in anesthetic drugs, but they have had a hard time recently. After the headquarters was destroyed by Kaido, the remaining forces suffered a devastating blow from the Big Mom pirates. There is no place for them in the New World. Chapter 122, Someone is selling fake drugs. There may still be their remnants in the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line, but within the range of all Big Mom in the New World, there is not a single dog related to them. Sparrow worked particularly hard this time, and it can be said that he worked hard. In order to survive, they had to find a way to leave the New World. The headquarters and the diehards who went for revenge have been destroyed, and the remaining people naturally turned into birds and beasts and scattered. In order to gather things to escape, almost everything that could be sold was sold, and the formula of those anesthetics was one of them. Relying on this formula, the organ trafficking assassination group captured many targets, including but not limited to various subhuman creatures and rare animals. But when the powder of the medicine dispersed, both Jin and the owner of the pharmacy stood there intact. For Jin, this amount of anesthetics was nothing. The Lunaria people had extremely high resistance, and in the laboratory of the institute, his body had developed extremely high drug resistance, and this drug was difficult to work on him. The most important thing was his mask. It was not an ordinary mask. Anyway, he had to wear a mask all the time, so he naturally had to make himself more comfortable. The materials of Jin's mask were specially made. Not only was it extremely comfortable, but it could also filter harmful gases to a certain extent. Fabrics that retain these two characteristics at the same time are very difficult to find. In the end, Quinn used tree fruit seeds to cultivate new plants and obtained this fabric after being processed by Acid. Under the superposition of the two situations, their anesthetics had no effect at all. The pharmacy owner on the side was different. She quickly grabbed various medicines from the grid behind her, mixed them, and stuffed them directly into her mouth, directly neutralizing the effect of the other party's anesthetic. You need that kind of extinct medicinal material, right? I still have some remaining seeds that may germinate. Take me away from here and those things will be yours. Deal, but do you really dare to follow me? Your captain was defeated by Brother Kaido. The explosion of the shell just now had a certain impact, and the store owner's face, the tool seemed to be made of something similar to a facial mask, and the quality was obviously unqualified, which also made Jin recognize the other party's identity. Nakin, the ship doctor of the walled pirates. As long as you are not the running dogs of the world government, it doesn't matter. For the members of the walled pirates, although Walled lost to Kaido, Kaido did not keep them. What really changed everything was the rebellion of the world government's agents and subordinates. Binjak had no choice but to order the members of Walled to leave, but the world government did not let them go after capturing Walled. Because of Walled, they also had a high bounty, but without Walled as a force, those bounties also made their lives more difficult. So Binjak ordered everyone to live in seclusion and gather together when Walled appeared again. During this time, all they had to do was to protect themselves and accumulate funds as much as possible. It is not uncommon for pirates to join the other pirate group after being defeated. It should be said that it is very common. Most pirates will swallow up valuable people after defeating the other party. She thought that few people could match her research on herbs, and even other pirates would not do anything to her. Because of her undercover work, she had a bad impression of the world government. She had lived on this island for a while, mainly because there were some precious Chinese herbs here. The extinct herbs she mentioned were also what Jin needed. After all, he found one of the plants that was suspected to be described by Acid. As for why Nakin wanted to trade with Jin, she still had a clear understanding of her own force. If it was a 1v1 or group battle, she would still have some confidence, but it would not work in a 1vs. Many, those two cannons did not look like they could only fire bullets. Damn, those guys actually sold fake medicine. This was his thought at the moment. The previous formula had been proven to be effective, so the problem now was with the new medicine they found. However, he did not have time to find trouble with those fake medicine dealers. Everyone was an adult and had to be responsible for their own actions. Since the attack was launched, it was reasonable for Jin to fight back. Jin directly transformed into a beast form, and the tail behind him rolled up Nakin and flew into the air, and then launched his own attack. That's Brother Jin, right? Why did he fight with someone? Who cares why he fought? This is all merit. Go ahead. Do you want that guy Manderfesh to show off in front of you all the time? Manderfesh is now recognized as the person with the strangest luck in the beast group. He is also the first person who is not a coder but has obtained the ability of the fruit. The fair selection mechanism makes them speechless, but it does not mean that they do not want the ability. Unless they experience an absolute gap in strength, pirates will not be afraid of fighting, and such people will not choose to go out to sea and become pirates. Jin in the battle does not represent danger, but merit. Immediately, many pirates dropped the things in their hands, picked up their weapons and rushed over. Looking at these people who rushed up, they showed a disdainful smile. They had no intention of fighting at all. Instead, they put away the things they dropped and pushed the small cart towards the ship. They are not new to the beasts. Jin only uses the beast form when he thinks the opponent is not worth his full effort. The figure in the sky is obviously clearing the miscellaneous soldiers. By the time they rush over, the opportunity will be gone. There are no complicated factions under the beasts. If you have to say, there is an Arceus cult mixed in. The doctrine can be simply summarized as believing in Arceus can get everything. This is also the external explanation of Zeraura's lightning power. After all, as a fur tribe, this power is a bit supermodel. Rather than participating in a battle that does not need them at all, it is better to find a way to make Arceus happy. For example, in addition to daily supplies, Their carts also have a pile of books, which are Arceus daily entertainment readings. Diverse islands have given birth to different customs, and also gave birth to many novelists and cartoonists. As long as it is a wealthy island, it has its own culture, not to mention that some works can be sold all over the world, such as Warrior of the Sea Sky, a comic strip serialized in the World Economic News. The days of sailing are boring, and sometimes reading comics is a good pastime. It is worth mentioning that Quinn is also very interested in this comic, mainly because he can tell at a glance that the prototype of the villain is that guy Kaji, which seems to satisfy his disdain for Kaji in his heart. Chapter 123, Fire Disaster. Quinn has achieved the ultimate in substitution. Every time he sees the evil army Germa 66 being defeated, he can always laugh out loud, but his comics are not read in vain. Everyone used to be a member of a research group, and the things studied by other members are more or less known, and Sea Warriors, Sky is adapted by members of the world government based on real events. Sky is the protagonist and the dreamy combined robot and seagull represent the Navy, and Kaji and his villains are villains. Although the plot has been greatly changed, the villains will always fail. This is to create a strong and righteous image of the Navy, and at the same time leave a deep influence in the hearts of children. However, the abilities of Germa are all realistic. Quinn already knew a little about what Kaji was researching. Looking at the description of the finished product in the comics, he had an idea about the research direction of that part of the technology. For him, this is not only a leisure reading, but also a research report. And you don't have to buy it specifically, just wait for the newsbird to deliver it to your door. The serialized publication is not a regular content, but you can buy it for an extra 20 Baileys. The whole page is a way of small profits but quick turnover. A few people here happily pushed the cart back to the ship and started to tidy up the deck, while the battle over there was not over yet. It was not that the enemy was so strong, but that these people stuck to him like a plaster. He could choose to fly away directly, but according to the current state of this group of people, they would definitely follow him. The purchasers may not have returned to the ship. He couldn't just leave them alone, right? And Zifa had made him helpless before. If he couldn't even solve these guys and let them run to Arceus, he would really be derelict in his duty. Do you see that bell tower? See, what are you going to do? Wait there. As he said that, Jin swung his tail hard and threw Nakin to the high tower of the bell tower. Although she was a ship doctor, she also worked part-time as a fighter on the ship. Her own physical skills were not very bad. Under the premise that Jin had enough strength, she landed steadily on the bell tower. After throwing her out, Jin became more flexible in action. Scorching Star Emperor. The size of the rockfall can be adjusted. Stones wrapped in flames fell from the sky and began to attack the ground indiscriminately. Originally, some people used houses as cover to shoot at Jin, but now Jin chose to destroy the houses and people together. There were no ordinary residents here from the beginning. This encirclement could not be set up in a short time. I am afraid that people here have been quietly replaced last night. The bullets of the musket have no effect on Jin now. The body wrapped in flames after the beast transformation makes ordinary guns unable to cause damage. The battle at this time is almost a massacre. Jin in the sky spewed flames from time to time. Under the illumination of the fire, Jin at this time was like a dragon, destroying wantonly. Flame disaster, no wonder he is called Flame Disaster. Although rocks appear from time to time in the flames, for humans, the shock brought by flames is far stronger than that of stones. Until this time, they remembered Jin's bounty order. In addition to his name and the pirate group he belonged to, he was given the title Flame Disaster, a monster named after a disaster. Fear surged from the bottom of their hearts. They had lost the courage to fight at this time. Their bodies wanted to leave here uncontrollably, but his perspective was spinning. The last silhouette in his mind was a headless corpse falling on the street. That seems to be me. Brother Jin. We are here. Different gunshots began to sound from the periphery. Since the main island of the Beast's Pirates is now an industrial winter island, it can produce better weapons. Although these weapons will be used for foreign trade, they have also been popularized in their own pirate groups. Due to the different barrel structures, their gunshots are crisper. However, as the previous shrewd people thought, this battle did not take too much time. When they came over, they could only do the finishing work. However, this battle did not end because of this. Although those people had been defeated, they did not flee to the seemingly safe area, but ran to the area with the most serious burning. Fire and water are merciless. The way these people rushed into the sea of fire was too abnormal. There must be something wrong with the abnormality. Jin waved his hand and stopped his men from continuing to chase. Hey, you have lived here for a while, right? Is there anything unusual over there? Nakin jumped down from the bell tower in a few steps. She was 80 years old and could achieve a short-term rejuvenation by taking drugs. She also had a brief fight with Hancock. Now she was only in her 40s. Even if she was not a full-time fighter, her strength was much stronger than ordinary pirates. It was just that she was very weak in group battles. Her strength had not yet reached the point where she could ignore the number of people and heavy firearms. Over there are only a few pharmacies, nothing else, but I remember it was a dead end. Why did they run over there? Standing high and seeing far, the walls on the bell tower blocked ordinary bullets. Under Jin's attack, they had no time to operate the cannon. Even if someone tried to climb up, they were no match for Nakin in the narrow passage, so she still had time to observe the direction of the bounty hunter's escape. At this time, the flames that were burning all around suddenly went out. It was not a little bit of extinguishing, but all the flames in the range went out in an instant. Those who had already escaped turned back again, and behind them was a strange person, whose stomach seemed to have turned into a blackboard with the words flame and extinguishing written on it. It is impossible for humans to grow a blackboard on their stomachs. This is obviously a fruit ability. Bounty hunters are also divided into strong and weak groups. Although they rarely appear, they are an indispensable part of the new world. Pirates catch other pirates. If they don't want to recruit them, but feel that keeping them is useless, they will send them to the navy for bounties. As pirates, they naturally can't go there in person. Those bounty hunters usually act as middlemen. Bounty hunters are originally a profession with a very low threshold, and their professional qualities are uneven. However, one thing is that strength is also crucial. If you want to survive in the new world, you must have a few capable people, and this person is the support of this group of bounty hunters. It's just that he is usually responsible for taking money. He will only appear when there is something that cannot be solved. As long as the money is in place, any business can be negotiated. Looking carefully, the only small house in the area affected by the flames is still intact, so intact that it is out of tune with the surroundings. A bounty of 300 million Baileys, no wonder you can't deal with it. According to the agreement, his 300 million belongs to me, and you have to prepare another 100 million Baileys for me. Chapter 124, The Benefits of Wearing a Vest When Going Out. The breath of money is all over his mouth, but the surviving bounty hunters still agreed. Jin's previous attack did not mean to let them go. If they could not escape, they really would not have to ask him. 100 million Baileys are not easy to collect. Even if they get so much money, they will have to work hard. Bounty hunters and pirates have some similarities. They are all people who enjoy life in time, and no one will save money. However, he only mentioned that Jin's bounty belongs to him, but did not mention others. After dividing the 100 million bounty of Nakin, they will still have some left. Just came out and said some weird things to yourself. Who do you think you are? A little brother next to Jin obviously couldn't stand it anymore, and rushed out with an axe, but then he was knocked back, and the thing that knocked him away seemed to be a ruler. Don't talk casually in class, silent. As he said that, he wrote a word quiet on the blackboard on his belly, and the pirate who was knocked out suddenly found that he had lost the ability to speak. Then he occupied a large area of the blackboard and wrote down Jin's name. Violation of classroom discipline, stand in place. He is a person with the ability called classroom fruit, which allows him to choose an area as his classroom. Within the scope of the classroom, he can realize his teacher's authority by writing on the blackboard of his body. Now the scope of his ability is about the size of a playground. The larger the proportion of the font on the blackboard, the stronger the effect of the ability. He just used this ability to extinguish the flame. At this time, he used up all the remaining area, but was worried that the force was not enough. The area of the blackboard cannot be reused. Once it is full, no new operations can be performed. It must be erased. Once the font is erased, his ability means failure. However, this ability can only be effective for inanimate objects, because he can only set the environment of the classroom. For living objects, he can only punish, such as standing in the corner and being silent. Everything is related to the rules of the classroom. And there are two conditions for the ability to take effect on people. One is to be hit by his ruler, and the other is that he knows the other person's name. Flame disaster, Jin, you can't move, accept the punishment obediently puff. He hadn't finished speaking when he saw Jin suddenly appear in front of him and punched him hard on the head. You talk too much nonsense. Although Jin's name was written on the blackboard, the premise for this fruit ability to work is that the name written must be the real name, and Jin is just Abel's code name. Abel is his name. From the beginning, this ability did not work on Jin, which is also one of the biggest weaknesses of this ability. However, sailors rarely use pseudonyms, and there may not be one in tens of thousands of people. Unfortunately, he met such a person. His physical skills are not strong, and he relies on the peculiarity of the fruit ability to solve the opponent. When he met Jin who used a pseudonym, the only effect of his appearance was to extinguish the fire in the town. If there was no room on the ship, I am afraid that Quinn's plantation would have to add new manpower. After dealing with this group of bounty hunters, Jin got the herbs he needed from Nakin, as well as the seeds of some herbs. Although they are not good at this, they know a little bit of herbal knowledge. Same goes for Shayuna. This is the strength they developed during their youthful life on the run. In terms of handling medicinal materials, Nakin's level is indeed very high. If we only talk about herbs, I'm afraid Quinn can't compare to her. Do you want to join the beasts? Your captain has been imprisoned. So far, no one has escaped from Impelton. The walled pirates have also been disbanded. Whether it is the cultivation of herbs or the planting of fruit trees, these are the current development directions of the beasts. Arceus is also trying to get a kind of herb, but he hasn't gotten it yet. He thinks Nakin's ability can be used. Maybe it can play a big role in the future on the road to finding precious plants. Due to Kaido's leading role, these cotters will try to recruit the right people when they meet them, but except for the enemies, the means of recruiting by the beasts are not so violent. There are only 3 outcomes for the defeated: joining, death, or hard labor, but these external talents are different, so he recruited Nakin. The walled pirates have only been temporarily disbanded, but do you have money? If the price is right, I can work for you before the captain shows up. Beanjack and Sebastian are also looking for ways to live. In order to prevent exposure, Beanjack told them not to contact frequently unless they are sure that Wald has escaped. It is also a good idea to find a powerful real force to temporarily rely on. As long as you have the ability, money is not a problem. Deal, but I have to clean up. The medicinal materials I have are all hard to get out. When Arceus's ship returned to the territory of the beasts again, the winter island was filled with a lively atmosphere. Unknowingly, it has come to the end of 1491, and the new year of the sea circle calendar is about to arrive. Not all islands are eligible to enjoy the new year, because no matter what day, crises and accidents may come. If there is not enough power to protect the safety of the island, the new year is just a luxury. Moreover, the new year means the arrival of winter. Except for the climate of the summer islands, the cold winter is more likely to take people's lives. However, the territory of the beasts does not have this concern now. The residents in the territory have the right to enjoy a good year. The dividends of the past year have also been distributed to everyone. Liquid funds have a higher value. Because the island is affected the rule of the beasts, the foreign trade here is the responsibility of the beasts. Even if the wages and dividends are distributed to the residents of the island, they will eventually circulate within the beasts, but it has greatly activated the island's economy. Nakin temporarily became Quinn's deputy. In fact, Axie is more suitable, but she has not yet gained the trust of the beasts. Such a stranger is not suitable to contact Axie. In the sky, the Millennium Dragons transformed into the ancestral birds are hovering. They are particularly sensitive to time. Every year, they will hover over the territory. They will calculate the time accurately. When the millennium comes, they will return to Dragon Island in groups. Saint Beast, welcome back. Because there are members of the Arceus cult on the ship, Shayuna has received the news of the ship's return, and the island is also preparing for the New Year celebration. She has been waiting here for a long time. As the New Year is approaching, some things should be done earlier. For example, the plan to form the Beast Air Cavalry. Chapter 125, 3 years. This is what the Millennium Dragon leader promised in advance. They got new power from Arceus and a stable survival base from the beasts. The adult Millennium Dragon also has its own mission. Due to the characteristics of the archaic bird itself, Arceus did not intend to let them participate in frontal combat, but only responsible for reconnaissance and surprise attacks. The number of Millennium Dragons has not changed much. The dragon eggs brought back at that time have not hatched yet. The incubation time of Millennium Dragon eggs is as long as several decades. And those young Millennium Dragons have not grown up yet. There are 15 adult Millennium Dragons, including the leader, and each dragon can carry about 4 people on its back. There are a total of 8 places, because 2 of them have been internally selected. According to the discussion between Arceus and Kaido, this air cavalry will be handed over to Olga in the future and become her direct team. Because only Arceus and Elizabeth can talk to the Millennium Dragon, Arceus cannot be a scout himself, so Elizabeth, who can communicate, is an indispensable member. Due to the characteristics of its binding with Olga, this team also belongs to her by default. Olga was very happy at first. Flying is one of the dreams of mankind. It is very good to lead such a team. However, she has to learn an additional subject of air combat, and the teaching plan is compiled by other cadres of the beast. Kaido, Quinn, Jin, and Shayna all have the ability to fly. Jin and Shayna have been able to fly since childhood, so they know what to pay attention to in air combat. Arceus added a lot of details. He is the only one who knows what a large-scale air combat is like. After all, the technology tree of the pirates is very crooked. Even if the laser launcher is invented, even if the maneuvering device can make the ship take off, there is no flying vehicle such as an airplane. First, the team conducted a recruitment to see who wants to join the air cavalry, and then the screening work is done. The first step of the screening is very simple. You can't be afraid of heights. The height of the Millennium Dragon is not low, and people who are afraid of heights naturally cannot be air cavalry. The people here mainly make a living on the sea. Seasickness is rare, but a large number of people who are afraid of heights have been screened out. Then the height and weight are screened. Big guys are good at ground combat, but they are redundant in air combat. Air cavalry does not need close combat, so weight has become a burden. They want thin and capable people, so that more weapons can be added to the back of the Millennium Dragon. After a general screening, the number of people has decreased a lot, and there are not only members of the beasts, but also residents of the island. Beasts has also recruited residents on the island, because Kaido needs strong warriors even if they are miscellaneous soldiers, and thin cannon fodder is not what he needs, but there are still only a few people willing to join the pirate group. It was not until the life on the island changed during this period that some people were willing to join the beasts and become a pirate. This time, many local villagers signed up for the air cavalry. After all, there is still a certain difference between the air cavalry and ordinary pirates, but the probability of these ordinary people being screened out is greater. They have been engaged in agriculture or business and lack the ability of warriors. After the initial screening, the final screening was handed over to the Millennium Dragon itself. After all, these people will be on its back in the future. If the Millennium Dragon does not like them, the two parts of the air cavalry have no tacit understanding and cooperation. Even if it is just reconnaissance, it will be twice the result with half the effort. As an air force, Arceus and Kaido did not expect this air cavalry to be put into battle in a short time, so in addition to stricter training, the remaining thing for these qualified people is to get along well with the Millennium Dragon. If they are disliked by the Millennium Dragon, then they naturally cannot stay here. Olga has a good relationship with the Millennium Dragon, mainly because Elizabeth can act as a translator, and she also saw the young master of the Millennium Dragon when he was injured. After careful observation, it can be seen that most of the members of the air cavalry are people who participated in the treasure hunt at the time. Because they left the impression of fighting side by side with the Millennium Dragon on the ship, they get along better. Time passed unknowingly, and 3 years passed in a flash. The beast pirates are no longer newcomers in the new world. In 3 years, they have proved their strength with one battle after another. The career of a pirate is short. 1 year is enough for a pirate to grow from a so-called rising star to a veteran pirate. Now, the beasts can be called a veteran force in the new world. The beast's fruit developed well. In the first year, it entered the high-end market through the channels of Dewfield and Stussy. It had its own reputation among the nobles and kings of various countries, and then gradually occupied the high-end market. No one can compare to Arceus in advertising and marketing. After being baptized by many advertisements, he knew very well how to make a product sell well. Avocados can be popular in the market with various names, so there is no reason why delicious tree fruits will not be successful. The world of pirates also uses celebrities, and both black and white. On the official level, through Morgan's connection, he successfully contacted one of the popular stars and spent a lot of money to make him the spokesperson. As for Stussy, the world government believed that this was an opportunity for her to deepen her relationship with the pirates and to find out various intelligence more conveniently, so not only did they not stop it, but they also helped Stussy and provided her with many channels and resources. As for the world of pirates, Charlotte Linland's name played a very good effect. Healthy, delicious, and health-preserving, all the names that can be thought of were added. For a time, the sales of tree fruits occupied the high-end market in the New World, and gradually flowed to the first half of the Grand Line and all over the world. Fruits that taste comparable to tree fruits can be found here. But if you have good taste, you can only sell it if you open up the market, otherwise the delicious fruits can only be buried in the soil as fertilizer. Although the fruit of 100 Beasts is not a serious company, it is also a member of the grey industry. In addition, the types of tree fruits have increased over the past 3 years, and different tree fruits have different uses, such as juicing, making spices, and diet therapy. Relying on these tree fruits, the fruit of 100 Beasts has become the 7th king of the underground world as the king of fruits, monopolizing some high-end markets. After the brand image is established, they can sell the same source of goods at a higher price, and let more consumers believe in them. The fruit of 100 Beasts also makes it easier to sell Captain John's treasures. With their own white gloves, the beasts do not need to rely on middlemen in some matters. Without middlemen who make a profit from the price difference, their business can be said to be thriving. Moreover, the original incident has not been exposed. Although some people have found some clues, the evidence disappeared quickly. All of this is due to Spandon's stubbornness. In order to reduce his own responsibility, he firmly believes that all of this is Prilt's problem. At the same time, Olga will inevitably pretend to be Prilt when she goes out to purchase, which is also part of the reason. The world government is still looking for Pliard, but Pliard has always been like a ghost, and he has never been found, which gradually gave him the title of Ghost Captain. During this period, Arceus also found the 6th stone tablet, the grass-attributed emerald stone tablet, which also made his farming career go further. Chapter 126, Resurrection Grass and Children. Nakin used 3 years to prove her ability. She has an excellent talent in herbal medicine, and even Quinn can't match her in the preparation of herbs. Now her annual salary has reached 10,000 Baileys, which has exceeded her own bounty. It can be said that she can't get this money even if she is sold. Kaido also launched a recruitment for her. Talents in this area are also talents, but she has been declining. Although the various novel herbs and the beasts made her feel a little shaken, she still insisted that she was just a partner and her captain was only Wald. However, her situation is somewhat different. Although she still insists on her identity as the ship doctor of the Wald pirates, she has indeed worked for the Beasts pirates for the past 3 years, and Kaido does not think that Wald can escape from Impelton, so he tolerates it. However, this also leads to Nakin only having the treatment of a cotter, but not the status of a cotter. She cannot command anyone in the Beasts pirates except when studying herbs. During this period, it is not only Quinn and Athi who are doing research, but Arceus is also doing research. He successfully cultivated some novel crops using the emerald slate. Not far away, in Setsuna's room, she is writing her own logbook. Not long after she came to the Beasts pirates, she had this habit and would record some interesting things every once in a while. Although she did not write every day, she also maintained a frequency of 1 article per week. December 16, 1494, Heavy Snow. Setsuna is very happy. Setsuna finally mastered the power of the Moon Lion yesterday. Ziraura can no longer say that Setsuna is weak. Setsuna can also help him. But after 3 years, Ziraura still hasn't grown taller, and now Setsuna is as tall as him. He doesn't like people calling him a shorty, because a pirate was beaten badly by him before. Many people have obtained the power of the Holy Beast, and Setsuna also wants that power, but Ziraura said he has to wait a little longer. Last time, Mr. Kaido brought back a stone slab, and the Holy Beast was very happy. I heard that there are many similar stone slabs. If we find them, it should be fine. Setsuna is a little homesick, but it's also very interesting outside. After finding the life card back to Zou, I must take everyone to see it. By the way, Ziraura hasn't been to Zou yet, I don't know if everyone will like him. But he hasn't come back from the mission yet. She hasn't finished writing her diary, but there was a knock on the door. Sister Shayuna, is there something wrong? Come with me, the Holy Beast wants us to go. I'll come right away. She said and flipped out of the window directly. Not going through the door is also one of her hobbies. When she was taken there by Shayna, Ziraura, Jin, Quinn, Mander Fesh, Babanuki, Olga, Yinlashabe, and a few others were also strengthened by Arceus. Many people were strengthened in 3 years, but they were not as lucky as Mander Fesh. They all drew fruits and just used up the stock of the beasts in the past 2 years. But this is very reasonable. They are all ordinary. The purpose of finding the animal type is to feed the appropriate subordinates. Among all the people, only Setsuna is an exception. She has only learned 3 skills, sword dance, electromagnetic levitation, and endurance, while everyone else has the ability of Pokemon. She is a little young and has few opportunities to fight. Learning a few skills is already a special privilege. If it weren't for her being a furry tribe and being able to use static electricity, it would be a problem for her to learn electromagnetic levitation. If you force yourself to learn skills without the ability of your own system, you can only consume your physical energy, and it is possible that one skill will directly run out of mana. Where is Scourge? Why didn't he come? Lord Holy Beast, he had a little trouble before. He met newcomers who had just entered the new world on his island. Those people burned our 2 flags. He is dealing with this matter. Babanuki stepped forward to explain for Scourge, but his answer attracted Shayuna's attention. Both sides. Big sister, they not only burned the pirate flag, but also burned the flag of Lord Arceus. Babanuki felt a chill on his head as he said this. Brother Quinn, are you okay? No, what can happen to me? I'm just a little hot. He already has some stress syndrome. It's common for him to argue with Jin, but he will never argue with Shayuna. This situation is already an instinctive reaction. And Shayuna didn't mean to pay attention to Quinn. Don't worry about that guy, then what? Scourge has dealt with them, but it took some time so he didn't get here on time. Burning the flag, or burning the flags of Arceus and Kaido at the same time, this is a blatant declaration of war in the eyes of the beasts. Without asking, Scourge knows how to deal with such people. Only their blood can wash away this shame. Okay, it's good that it's solved. I called you this time to give you something. If Scourge is not here, Babanuki, you can pass it to him later. As he said this, several men handed a box to them, and inside it was a withered hay. Sacred Beast Master, what is this? Your New Year's gift, resurrection grass. Don't underestimate it. This is your second life. Of course, this is a bit exaggerated. Anyway, if you really run out of energy or are seriously injured, eat it. It can greatly restore your energy and allow you to fight again. But it is very, very bitter. I'm afraid you will only taste bitterness in the next few days. The phrase second life is not an exaggeration at all. It means giving all of them a chance to do sit ups on the battlefield. That is a special ability that only the protagonist has. Compared with this ability, its side effects are nothing. There are not many of these resurrection grasses. Originally, the effect of resurrection grass was effective for Pokemon. Even if they gained the ability, they still belonged to humans and other animals. Only Ziraura could directly eat resurrection grass. This is also the reason why Arceus successfully improved the resurrection grass after finding the green slate. Only with the grass-type slate can he have a higher control over plants. The room was a little quiet. Even Shayuna and Jin were shocked. Quinn even dropped his glasses. Due to different birth reasons, Ziraura was the first to react. He knelt on one knee, and his tone was full of piety. Your will is our direction, and we will go through fire and water without hesitation. After a leader appeared, there was almost a chain reaction. People in the room knelt down, and the words they said became more and more outrageous. Arceus felt that if he gave Quinn some more time, he could directly compose a rap. Okay, get up, this is just to give you more protection. Sometimes he envied the forced calmness of Lao Gu next door. At least no matter what his subordinates did, he would not be embarrassed. He felt that Quinn's flattery was enough to trigger the conditions for forced calm. However, today's events are far from over. Kaido, who was missing every day, has also returned. However, this time he did not return alone, but returned with 2 children. Chapter 127, Is this your child? It is not strange for Kaido to be out of touch in the Beast Pirates. Sometimes he is looking for stone slabs, sometimes he is drunk, and from time to time you can see some strange news in the newspapers, such as Kaido being defeated and captured by a certain pirate, but he is still fine. Because their captain is always killing himself, the Beast's members have become accustomed to the days when Kaido is not around. Not long ago, no one was in a hurry when Kaido was out of touch every day. Anyway, he should be back in a few days. However, when Arceus was meeting with them, there was movement at the gate outside. In order to adapt to their body size, the buildings here are built relatively tall, and the height of the door frame is basically about 10 meters. In the past few years, everyone has grown up, only Zeraora's height has not changed much due to special reasons. Jin and Xiaoyuna are now 19 years old and have reached the category of adults. Jin's height has grown very fast in the past 3 years, and now it has reached 6 meters, completely catching up with Quin's height. Due to gender differences, Xiaoyuna did not become such a little giant like Jin, but her height has also reached 3 meters, but her own pressure is not small at all. After a few shakes, the door was pushed open, and Kaido pushed open the door of the house against the wind and snow outside. You are all here, just want to show you something. Kaido shook the snowflakes on his shoulders, and everyone's eyes looked at his arms. There were 2 swaddling clothes, one of which look at it can be concluded that one was carefully packed, while the other was casually wrapped with an unknown leather. One of the important traditions of the beasts is to go out and pick up children. Although Olga came to the door herself, she can barely be said to be picked up. Setsuna is also a kid picked up during the operation. Together with the 13 children that Olga bought from slave traders during the operation, this is basically the source of minors in the beasts' pirates. And the age of the children picked up is gradually decreasing. From Olga, who was ridiculously old at the beginning, to the teenagers she brought back, and then to the 7-year-old Setsuna who came back with Seuna. But now Kaido has directly reduced the age range to the level of babies. Brother Kaido, are you going to an orphanage? In the past, he could see some fighting talents in the people he picked up, but what can a baby see? Kaido can't go to be a midwife, so how can he see anything from a baby? What are you talking about? I went out for my child. I picked this one up at the beach. This kid is very tenacious, so I picked it up. As for the other one, it's my own child. The room fell into silence. No one spoke for a while. Kaido's words instantly silenced everyone. Your child? Yes, my own child. Hey. XN. Kaido's reply was very calm, but it completely broke the calm here. This time it was no longer silence. This was Garen's armor-piercing, silence and defense-breaking. No one expected that Kaido would make such a big noise when he went out this time. But their shocked voices also woke up the 2 children. They were brought back by Kaido in the cold wind. They were a little sleepy in the warm room temperature, but they were woken up by the exclamations. At the same time, 2 cries came out. Why are you crying again? Hey, you woke them up, you coaxed them for me. Looking at the children who were crying again, Kaido suddenly had a headache and stuffed the children directly to Quinn, who was closest to him. Kaido's request was really embarrassing. They were good at fighting, but no one could coax a child. Finally, 2 cradles made of vines appeared out of thin air, and at the same time, the healing bell rang. Arceus solved the problem by himself. After they calmed down, others also gathered around. Make way, let me see Kaido's child. Don't push, Quinn, you bastard, why are you joining in the fun? Setsuna wants to see it too. After a shove, the scene calmed down. A group of people gathered around a cradle. They were not interested in the one Kaido picked up for the time being. They were more interested in Kaido's biological child. At the same time, they made their own comments, but this comment made Kaido feel something was wrong. As expected of Kaido's child, he is really strong. Yes, he is 1 meter tall, look at his thick arms, and he has teeth. It's a boy, Kaido has a successor. Strong? 1 meter tall? Boy? Kaido felt something was wrong the more he listened, so he walked over. What nonsense are you talking about? I picked this kid up at the beach. I saw that he had been soaking in the water but didn't die, so I brought him back. He looks like a fishman. This is my child, a girl. Don't you think she looks like me? Kaido brought back 2 children. One was a baby in swaddling clothes. She looked pink and fluffy. Not to say that she had nothing to do with Kaido, but she didn't look like he gave birth to her. The other one was much stronger. Although it was a baby, he was about 1 meter tall, with strong muscles and some pointed teeth in his mouth. Compared to the pink and jade-like baby, this child wrapped in leather was mistaken for Kaido's child. They had been stimulated enough today, and they could barely keep calm now, but they compared the 2 children carefully, and finally Arceus told the truth. Excuse me, except for the 2 small horns on her head, I really can't see how this child looks like you. How old is the child? Has she been named? Who is her mother? Some questions are not easy for others to ask, but Arceus has no scruples, so he launched a 3-line quality question to Kaido on behalf of public opinion. Even babies can see some characteristics, not to mention that the children Kaido brought back are not newborns, some parts have already opened, but as Arceus said, the only similarity between them is that they both have horns. Many people are waiting for Kaido's answer. They are also very interested in who Kaido's wife is. This child probably looks like her mother, and the difference between Kaido and his wife is too big, but they did not get the answer they wanted. 43 days old, her name is Yamato, as for her mother, that's a secret. Kaido never mentioned anything about the child's mother, but he remembered the date of birth very clearly. It seems that he brought the child back on the full moon. After Kaido made it clear that this girl was his, everyone's focus shifted, and they were not so concerned about the other child. Chapter 128, The Birth of the Beast Nanny Group. The child wrapped in leather also had a shell hanging on it, which seemed to be fixed on it on purpose, with words engraved on it, with the child's name and date of birth. Jack, September 28, followed by a series of small words, roughly summarizing what happened. The general meaning is that this child is a fishman, but it looks he didn't look like a fishman at all, so the child's father didn't believe he was a pure-blooded fishman and threw him out, hoping that some kind-hearted person would adopt him. This was obviously the work of a fishman, because paper could not be preserved in the ocean, so he chose to engrave on shells. Olga was not an adult at all, so among all the people present, Sharyuna was the only adult woman. She was currently rocking the cradle and recalling the past. Many years ago, in addition to her and Jin, the Lunaria tribe actually had a younger child, but he didn't survive. The Lunaria tribe has a strong ability to survive, but their babies are still very fragile, and the child didn't survive during the escape. The cradle made by Arceus is very stable. When it is gently rocked, Yamato inside seems to have a smile on his lips, which echoes the smile from the heart on Sharyuna's lips. Mr. Kaido, what are your plans for this child in the future? The people present were all rough men, or miners. Sharyuna didn't think they had the ability to take care of children, but she had things to do on weekdays. It was okay to take care of the child when she was free, but she couldn't put all her energy here. From Kaido's point of view, the child's mother was also unknown. I don't know what plans he has for the future. She will start her training when she is 3 years old. She is my blood, and she can never be a weakling. By then Kaido seemed to have imagined the scene many years later. There are many strong children of Big Mom, and his child will never be worse than hers, but Arceus pulled him back to reality again. Hey, Kaido, are you thinking too far? Even if you start training her at the age of 3, what about now? People's physique cannot be generalized. Some people can kill a tiger with a slide, and some people can throw their nanny away shortly after they are born. Kaido's daughter will not be a weakling, but now she is just a baby who has not been full for a month and still needs to be taken care of by outsiders. Even if Kaido has imagined her from 3 to 18 years old, she is just a baby who can't speak now. Now? Are there any wet nurses on the island? Just find 2. Mr. Kaido, ordinary wet nurses shouldn't be able to do it. She is a little too strong. At this time, Yamato was holding Sharyuna's fingers. The child was hungry very quickly and had to eat many meals every day. Although I don't know what Kaido fed her last time, she is obviously hungry now. He grabbed Sharyuna's fingers and teased her and started sucking. The feeling from the fingers was nothing to Sharyuna, but ordinary breastfeeding women might not be able to bear it. And the child was bound to cry. It seemed that if he wanted to take good care of her, he would have to go through some training. She must be hungry. Kaido, what did you feed her last time? We caught a milking tiger from the island next door. Is she hungry again so soon? The child is really troublesome. It should be okay for her to drink, right? You're the boss. I think you've really drunk too much. Since he came back with the child, Kaido didn't drink on the way, but after coming in, he handed the child to them and started drinking. Kaido's brain can be trusted, provided that he doesn't touch the wine. If he really drinks too much, don't expect him to do anything except fighting. Forget it, let me do it. Come with me, Sharyuna, don't let this drunkard touch the child now. There are not many partners with such a conscience. In addition to the due compensation, they are also responsible for solving the child's problems. Kaido can't find another one after leaving this door. Arceus went to several families and finally bought 2 cows. Normally, they would not sell their own cows, but the cotters of the beasts came to buy cows in person. They could not refuse such a thing, and the price they offered was enough for them to buy 2 new cows. However, the 2 cows finally walked back straight. From today on, they are no longer ordinary cows, but become big milk cans. Big milk cans are the new wet nurses prepared by Arceus for Yamato. It looks like an upright cow, but the main color of the body has become pink, and there is a black ball at the end of the tail. Only females are also one of the characteristics of the big milk cans. The milk of the big milk can tastes sweet, and the taste will change with the seasons. The nutritional content of the milk is very high. Children who grow up drinking the milk of the big milk can are generally healthy. The big milk can produce 20 liters of milk every day. If it cannot be discharged, the body of the big milk can will feel uncomfortable. This output is enough for the giants. Kaido looked at the upright cow brought back by Arceus, and the original drunkenness seemed to be much sober. Is this a cow? Yes, use their milk in the future. Remember not to feed them too much, otherwise they will get fat. These words were not said to Kaido, but to the other 4 round creatures. In addition to the 2 big milk cans, he also created 4 Chanel. Now Arceus chooses to transform rather than create most of the time, but Chanel is really not a Pokemon that can be transformed, and you can't just find an egg to transform. Let Chanel take care of children, they are naturally good at this kind of thing. Lakey. Chanel responded to Arceus's orders. These Chanel are different from Zeraora. He didn't bother to give them the ability to speak human language. Anyway, he can understand what they say. In addition to the prepared cows and Chanel, he also found 2 milk bottles along the way. He knew Kaido would not prepare these things. Milking, heating, and adjusting the temperature, the 4 Jigglypuffs arranged everything very well. This is their nature. This is one of the reasons why most of the Chandler race work as assistants at the Pokemon Center. By the way, add milk to Big Mom's product list. 2 children don't need much. They can save more than 30 liters every day. Even if some of the calories are digested internally, the rest is enough for her. Milky Can's milk does provide a lot of calories, but as long as the calories can be consumed, it doesn't matter. Yamato is still a child, so you have to pay attention to the amount of food and calories, such as adding some water appropriately. But Big Mom doesn't have that scruple, and she herself doesn't care about such things. She has already shown signs of getting fat. You are really careful. Why don't you just be her godfather? When she grows up, she will be better at helping you find those things. Chapter 129, Chandler's Egg. They have been searching for 3 years, but they only found that one piece, which made Kaido realize that this would be a big project. He didn't slack off, but he couldn't find it. It's no joke to let his daughter recognize him as her godfather. This kind of thing is very common in the pirate world. For example, Whitebeard's plan to take in a son is in full swing, and the number of members of the Whitebeard pirates is also increasing. Let Yamato recognize Kaido as his godfather, and he also has his own considerations. It can be regarded as strengthening the relationship between the 2 sides through his daughter. It's not impossible, but don't you think your previous training plan is too strict? No, she is my daughter, it's impossible for her to not be able to stick to this level. By the way, do you remember what I said a few years ago to leave me a stronger ability? Give it to her. Too young, she can't afford that ability now. Let's wait for a while, but we should prepare to move. This place is no longer suitable as the main island. This is a winter island after all. At the beginning, the territory of the beasts was not large, and the business here was also very important, so the headquarters was placed here. But now the territory of the beasts is getting bigger and bigger, and the manpower is gradually increasing. This winter island is no longer suitable as the main island. There are also islands with spring all year round in the territory. It's time to prepare to move. Now that he has a child, the environment here is not suitable for the growth of children or plants. Quinn can only grow plants in the laboratory. Now that he has a big milk tank, moving should be put on the agenda. The quality of the milk of the big milk tank is also closely related to their food. High-quality pasture can make the milk taste better and more nutritious. Previously, because his business has always been fruit, he ignored this problem. Now he has transformed 2 big milk tanks to raise children. Thinking carefully, he can also prepare to develop animal husbandry. There is a suitable island, but it is not ready yet. Put things on the agenda. By the way, this is yours. He threw a resurrection grass to Kaido and explained its use to him. Hehe, a second life? It's really an interesting thing. I should find a chance to try it. This is for you just in case, not for you to kill yourself. You've been arrested several times in the past 3 years. Can you remember it? Don't worry, those guys can't hurt me. The 4 Jigglypuffs exist for shifts. Kaido is relieved to have them take care of Yamato. After all, they are creatures created by Arceus. Others may not know it yet, but Kaido doesn't think it's strange that Arceus brings back some strange creatures, and he can guess where they come from. Jigglypuff and Milkykin are both prepared to take care of Yamato, but Jack is also taken care of a little. Jigglypuff will take care of him when he has time. After the initial novelty wore off, most people returned to their own residences, and even Kaido went back to drink without worry. His free-range policy can be said to have begun. Only Setsuna and Sayana are still a little interested in the 2 babies, but it seems that Jigglypuff is doing a good job at the moment, and there is no need to intervene in anything else. But now Setsuna's attention is focused on another place, that is, the Jigglypuff. She is looking at these strange creatures. The big Milkkin can be regarded as an upright cow, but the Jigglypuff is different from the creatures she knows. The pink round body looks like an egg as a whole. There are hair-like extensions on the top of the head. Of course, the most important thing is that there is a pouch-like object in front of the body, and there is a big egg inside. Arnold, can that egg be eaten? It looks delicious. She looked at the Jigglypuff who was doing nothing on the side and asked her question curiously. Ike. Jigglypuff shook its head at Setsuna. Although it has no neck, it still swung its body to make this movement. Jigglypuff's eggs can be eaten, and they are also rare delicacies. If necessary, they can produce several eggs every day, but they rarely give eggs to others. Usually they will carefully protect their eggs. Chandler is a very gentle Pokemon. It will only give its eggs to creatures it likes or creatures it thinks are injured and need nutrition. Her intuition told Setsuna that the egg was delicious, so she asked this question, and Chandler seemed to be struggling whether to give her an egg. Although they can't speak like Zeraora and have extremely high strategic significance, they were only created as nannies, but they also got some knowledge from Arceus. Lakey, this question is to Arceus. Chandler seems to be a little unsure. Just do it according to your mood, don't think so much. He is very concerned about the creatures he created. I still like it very much and respect the customs of this race, such as the importance that Jigglypuff places on eggs. The Jigglypuff thought for a while and took out an egg and handed it to Setsuna. Thank you, I'll grill fish for you tomorrow. Although Jigglypuff can only be pronounced as Lakey, Setsuna can understand the general meaning of Jigglypuff from it. In fact, according to the etiquette of the fur tribe, the best way to express friendship with a strange foreign race is to exchange clothes, but Jigglypuff really has nothing to exchange. So after rubbing her with Calacho with Jigglypuff, she left this sentence and went back with the egg. The next day, the news that Kaido had his own daughter had spread throughout the island. As Kaido's biological daughter and Arceus' adopted daughter, Yamato, who had just turned 1 month old, had a very high status here. However, an unexpected visitor also appeared on the island at this time. She came with Scourge's ship. Because he dealt with some newcomers who didn't know how to live or die, Scourge delayed his journey and only arrived at the nearby waters this morning. Just as he was about to return to the island, he was stopped by another ship, and an old woman walked down from it. With white hair, a white cloth tied on her head, and 2 burning candles stuck on it, that strange dress seemed to Scourge to be mentally ill. Who are you? Can't you see the flag on the ship? The miniature machine gun embedded in his arm was raised directly. If he rashly entered the waters ruled by other pirates, he could even choose to sink it directly. Well, young man, don't be so impatient. I have a big business to discuss with your captain. He will meet me. I have seen it in the prophecy. Chapter 130, Black Charcoal Muchin. Throw this crazy woman into the sea. Who is responsible for patrolling here today? I will complain when I go back. How can anyone be allowed in? Looking at the old woman in front of him, Scourge showed an impatient expression. He didn't think such an old woman would have a deal with Kaido. Moreover, the business of the beasts has been very extensive recently. Those merchants know that Kaido is not at home usually, so they will not ask for Kaido by name when they come to his house. Add to that her strange dress, and the weird dance she danced while talking, Scourge just thought she was a lunatic. Apart from anything else, who would light a candle on their head and burn themselves for fun? He immediately asked 2 younger brothers to throw her into the sea. He was unlucky enough. When he received the assembly order to return to the main island, he encountered troublemakers. He was in a bad mood because his trip was delayed. So he had no patience for this crazy old woman. Seeing the pirates around approaching, she was a little panicked. This was different from the script she thought. She was from Wano country, named Kurozumi Muchin, and was a member of the Kurozumi family who drifted overseas after the fall of the Kurozumi family. The supreme ruler of Wano is called the general, and the general has always been a member of the Kojiki family. The families of Amatsuki, Shimatsuki, Fukutsuki, Togitsuki, and Kuro Daimyo serve the general of Wano. Many years ago, the general of Wano had no offspring. In this case, who would be the next heir attracted the attention of several families. Amatsuki, Shimatsuki, Fukutsuki, and Ogitsu all had their own opinions on the candidate for the next general. The then daimyo of the Kurozumi family, Kurozumi Orikai's grandfather, not only had ideas, but also took direct action. He planned to poison other daimyo and eventually take the position of general into his own hands. While other daimyo were still playing tricks, he took action, and the daimyo died one after another, and these things were disguised as civil strife. The death of the daimyo made the general of Wano at that time also devastated. The Kurozumi family thought that the position of the general was already in the bag, but things did not go as planned. Although the general's physical condition was getting worse, his son Kojiki Sukiyaki was born smoothly. With an heir, the position of the general is no longer in doubt, and at the same time, the conspiracy of the Kurozumi family is exposed. Kurozumi Orikai's grandfather was ordered to commit seppuku, and the Kurozumi family lost everything. Everything was taken away by the general. The Kurozumi family has been living on the streets since then, and has become an existence that everyone wants to kill. Kurozumi Muchin also left Wano country for this reason at this time, but she thought it was all Kojiki Sukiyaki's fault. If he had not been born, the Kurozumi family would become the new general, and none of this would have happened. After a while, she returned to Wano country and found Kurozumi Orikai, telling him the prophecy that he would become a general. Then let Kurozumi Orikai save money to make weapons. Although Wano country is closed to the outside world, it has technology that the outside world does not have. Relying on the weapons of Wano country, he can find someone to rely on, a military backing that is enough to support Kurozumi Orikai to become a general. Because Kojiki Oden's personal strength is not something they can deal with, they must seek help from the outside world. It doesn't matter who this person is. Kurozumi Orikai's goal is to destroy Wano country and take revenge on those people. After years of forbearance and development, Kaido's information appeared in their eyes. This partner cannot be too strong. If it is the world government, Kurozumi Orikai will directly lose his power. At the same time, it cannot be too weak, otherwise it will not be able to deal with the Kojiki family. The newly emerging beasts pirates just meet their requirements. Kojiki Oden has gone to sea. From the newspaper, Kurozumi Musashi knows that Kojiki Oden is on Whitebeard's ship and will not return to the country in a short time. Because he has not only become a wanted criminal, but also a member of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates. Team leader. Originally, Whitebeard did not have a division, but as his children grew more and more, in order to better manage, he divided the pirate group into divisions, and Kojiki Oden naturally became the captain of the second division. By the way, a certain mortal was already born on Whitebeard's ship at this time. After confirming that the time has come, Kyoden Muchin used the imitation fruit to transform into Kojiki Sukiyaki, and conveyed the order of Kyoden Orikai as the temporary general. As for the real Kojiki Sukiyaki, he was imprisoned. The situation inside the country of Wano is pretty good now, so Hiton Muchin decided to go out to look for manpower, and came to the territory of the beasts. It's just that her first step was not smooth. There was no other meaning in tying a candle on her head, just to create an image, because in the culture of Wano country, there is a kind of monster called Ugly Time Girl, and this image is usually seen in Wano country. Represented as a villain. The light and shadow of candlelight can make people more intimidating, but in Scourge's opinion, she is just a psycho. As an old lady, she has no fighting ability at all, and the imitation fruit has no effect at all except making her sink deeper. Seeing that Scourge was about to be serious, she could no longer pretend to be serious and shouted quickly, "Wait! I really have a deal with your captain. This is a major event for the entire country. Now the problem came to Scourge. He couldn't prove that Black Carbon Muchin's words were true, but similarly, he couldn't prove that her words were lies. If what she said was true, she would have made a big mistake by messing up the deal. You'd better not lie to me and take her to the island with you. Putting the muzzle of the gun on her head, Scourge rudely gave the instructions again. In the hall, Black Tan Mu Chan met Kaido as he wished. Kaido leaned on his seat, with Jin and Quinn sitting on the high platform behind him. Setsuna and Zeraora were also sparring next to them. Looking at the black charcoal cicada, Kaido's tone was slightly disdainful. Scucci said you had a deal. That's right, you, 10 years have passed since that incident, and now you are the embodiment of force. You know a lot, old woman. What happened 10 years ago was naturally the Valley of the Gods incident, but now less and less is known about that incident under the government's cover-up. Only those who were concerned about maritime affairs at the time understand what happened back then. In the history of mankind, force has been the means to solve all problems in the world, but this is of course, after all, humans are also animals, and the law of the jungle is the law of the world. That's true, that's the truth, but what exactly do you want to say? The remnants of rocks will all emerge. This is an era where heroes are judged by war. Do you want to gain the power of a country? Chapter 131, The Curtain of Wano Country. One country. That's right, a country with a large population and land, excellent craftsmen and weapon makers, and technology that the outside world does not have. The isolated country of Wano, you must have heard of it, right? Although the weapons you make here are very good, there is still a big gap compared to the level of the country of Wano. I have a good proposal. We need your power, and the entire country of Wano craftsmanship and technology are at your disposal. Black Tan Mu Chan talked about his proposal, and Kaido would help them completely rule the country of Wano, making Black Tan Orokai a general with real rights. Then Black Tan Orokai would fully help him and use the whole country to produce weapons for him. She knew that the other party was a pirate and a remnant of rocks. It was best to directly clarify the interests when dealing with such a person. As for the damage caused by the large-scale construction of factories, it has nothing to do with them. The Highton family has been destroyed and a large number of tribesmen have died. The biggest purpose of these remaining Highton tribe members is to take revenge on Wano. This is also the reason why Black Tan Mu Chan came to Kaido. After all, he is not only a pirate, but also an excellent businessman. Oh, that's not right. Although he has the brains, he doesn't want to participate in management at all, so now he is just a shareholder waiting for dividends, automatically giving up his right to participate in management. However, she didn't know the details, but Beishao Fruit was now considered a leading company, so Highton Muchin naturally knew that it was Beishao's company. A great pirate who knows how to do business and has made his business bigger and stronger is a more suitable trading partner. She had also considered other people, but Big Mom and Golden Lion were too powerful, and Whitebeard was even less likely, because Kojiki Odin was already on the other side's ship, and in the end Kaido was their most suitable target. Then Highton Muchin continued, Wano country also has something that the outside world does not have. It is the only large-scale sea-floor stone vein in the world. As long as you cooperate with us, these are yours, and you can make huge profits from it. Whether you're building an army or something, these are the things you need, aren't they? It's not that the outside world can't find sea stones at all, but if you want a stable production site for sea stones, the only choice is Wano. The country of Wano has been closed for hundreds of years, but there are still sea stones flowing around the outside world, and some of them are secretly taken out by individuals from the country of Wano. Even if the country is closed, some people will choose to leave. The country of Wano is not an absolute iron bucket. You can still leave if you want to. Such people have appeared from time to time for hundreds of years. A very small number of them were found in the outside world, because natural changes caused the P particles to agglomerate, eventually forming scattered sea tower stones in the outside world, and then being discovered by the outside world. It's a good suggestion, but why do I want to join forces with you? Then you still have to take half, why don't I just take it? You better give me a good reason. He is still a pirate in essence. Robbery has always been the most direct way for pirates to obtain things. According to Kurozumi Muchin, his direct occupation of Wano country is the most direct means. There are many businesses in the beasts. After doing more business, Kaido began to hate the middleman. Well, Kaido, Wano country is different. It is not a small island without any resistance that you can control. Wano country has a population of over 1 million. Even in the New World, it is a big country, and the samurai and daimyo in the country are all very powerful. Wano country is very exclusive. You cannot completely occupy it without a legitimate title. Even if you can oppress them by force, you will suffer great casualties in the face of the terrain of Wano country, and you will also face countless rebellions. If you unite with us, you will get everything you want, and you don't have to worry about anything. Isn't that good? Kaido could barely accept Kurozumi Murasaki's reason. Besides, his subordinates were also his own fighting force. They could die in battle, but they could not die in vain. If you use up all the base you have accumulated with great difficulty for a country, then it would be a bit of a loss. So according to you, you have already got the so-called legitimacy? Yes, I am the user of the mimic fruit, and I can transform into other people. The general of Wano country has been imprisoned, and now our people are the acting generals of Wano country. Kurozumi Murasaki didn't care about telling Kaido about this. If Kaido accepted her proposal, he would tell him sooner or later. If Kaido didn't accept it, then his news would not reach Wano country. She didn't believe that a pirate would be a good guy and do meaningless things, such as helping those people in Wano country to maintain orthodoxy. Besides, even if he was really a good guy, those who had been closed for a long time would not believe him. Wano country has been blocked for a long time, and even the world government is full of unknowns about the current situation in Wano country. The closed life makes everything in Wano country different from the outside world. For example, Bailey circulated in Qinghai is waste paper in Wano country. They use special currencies of gold and silver. Moreover, the people inside have no understanding of the outside world. Newsbirds will not approach there, and Den Den Mushi cannot communicate with Wano country, not because of signal shielding, but because of species differences. Den Den Mushi is just a special snail. After modification and adding accessories, it becomes Den Den Mushi. However, they have no objection to this. These snails like this kind of life of being raised. There are no Den Den Mushi snails in Wano country. Instead, there are snails. These snails have the same function as snails, but snails do not have the ability to communicate with snails, so Wano country's external information exchange is basically zero. Devil fruit ability users are called sorcerers in Wano country. It is very difficult to make ordinary people in Wano country understand the mimic fruit. People there don't know why they have strange abilities even if they eat devil fruits by mistake. Very good, then why do you want to look for power in the outside world? According to Kurozumi Mushin, Wano country is already in their hands, so why do they need to find someone from the outside to share the power in their hands? It's because of him. The damn Kojiki family's descendant Kojiki Odin. He went out to sea to give us this opportunity, but he is still alive. Once he returns to Wano country, the position of general will fall back into his hands. Kurozumi Murasaki took out a newspaper and pointed at the news picture on it with gritted teeth. This is the national situation of Wano country. As long as the Kojiki family still has descendants, no matter how incompetent he is, the general of Wano country will only be him. Kurozumi Orikai is only the acting general now, and he can only be the acting general in the current situation. If you want to get the position of general forever, you must get rid of the people of the Kojiki family. Chapter 132, It's easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away. Kojiki Odin is different from other Kojiki family daimyo. His martial arts are so high that no one left in the Kurozumi family can match him, so they can only go out to find external forces. Kaido took the newspaper and looked at the headlines of the newspaper. The fierce general of the Whitebeard pirates, a samurai from Wano country. Haven't we discussed this guy before? This newspaper is not a new issue, Kaido always feels that this guy looks familiar. Well, the holy beast mentioned him not long ago, but you were drunk at that time, so you told us it's just that Whitebeard has adopted another son, don't worry too much. In the new world, you need to know which cotters are under the great pirates and what their abilities are. This is an important intelligence gathering work among pirates. And Morgan's newspaper is the source of most of the information. But the intelligence shows that Whitebeard regards him as a younger brother, and his own military power is indeed very strong. In other words, if we use violence directly, will we directly confront Whitebeard? There is nothing to worry about with the Whitebeard pirates or the Wano country alone. After all, Kaido has Arceus besides him, and the cotters have grown up. But if Wano country is added with the Whitebeard pirates, it will not work. He still has too few troops. After thinking about it, Kurozumi Muchin's suggestion is a suggestion that fits the current situation very well. That Kojiki Odin, is he strong? There is no actual record to refer to. Our people have not had any conflict with Whitebeard. You also know the news about Morgans. Faced with Kate, here are many questions, and Kaido gave his own answers. Then there is one last question. The effort must be rewarded. Kaido wants to find out whether Wano country is worth spending so much effort. Whether it is more advanced weapons or so-called sea stone, they are currently only heard from rumors and Kurozumi Mushin. Seeing is believing. He wants Kurozumi Mushin to take out something that can prove it all. You didn't come empty-handed. Of course not, I have brought everything. Wano country is also a distance away from here. Of course, she didn't row here alone. She didn't have the ability to sail alone on the sea. She still had a few followers around her. The boats driven by those people also came here with Scourge's boat. Then several boxes were moved in, containing various firearms and explosives. Without Kaido's permission, she didn't dare to bring these things in directly, otherwise it would be considered an assassination act. Quinn, go check the goods and see if what the old woman said is true. Quinn is best at biochemistry, but his mechanics are not bad either. After all, he is a person who can install a machine gun in his body. He took the weapon brought by Kurozumi Muchin, disassembled it into parts after a collision, and then reassembled it. Brother Kaido, it looks good, but the power and range need to be tested. Hey! Children, don't play with grenades. The outside world generally uses earth bombs or detonators, or old-fashioned shells. Fragmentation grenades and wooden handle grenades are rare things. Due to the crooked technology tree, these things are rarer than rocket launchers and shoulder guns. The main reason is that they are a bit useless. Facing the strong, these weapons that rely on throwing have no effect at all, so the research and development in this area is ignored. Setsuna has never seen a grenade, and when he saw the things in the box, he picked one up curiously. I'm 10 years old. The fur tribe is not considered a child at 10. You are just a brat here. Children should not play with unfamiliar weapons that they have never seen before. Go and continue to practice with your Ziraura. Quinn grabbed Setsuna by the back of her neck and carried her back to Ziraura. She and Ziraura had just finished practicing and entered the break time. Ziraura was reading the newspaper that Kaido had just put down and planned to understand the situation and report back to Arceus. When he was not paying attention, Setsuna went to play with grenades. Setsuna, be steady. Don't you want to be the king of Zou? A king can't be impetuous. He stuffed a newspaper into Setsuna. It was some intelligence pictures of the navy about the Whitebeard pirates. Their cameramen might work harder than ordinary soldiers, and Setsuna also saw two familiar figures in the photo. Why do these two backs look so much like Inuarashi and Cat Viper? But she couldn't be sure. The camera mainly shot Kojiki Odin, and there were only a few backs behind. The room was a little quiet for a while. Quinn had taken the things out to test the power, and Kaido was waiting for the test results. After a series of gunshots and explosions, Quinn came back and nodded at Kaido. There was no problem with the quality of the weapons. Brother Kaido, both the guns and cold weapons are of excellent quality. She didn't lie. In that case, Kurozumi Muchin, right? I agree with your request, but we have to prepare. Well, I said this is a good suggestion. This is the contact prop and eternal pointer of Wano country. When you come to the vicinity of Wano country, use this to contact me. I will come out to pick you up. By the way, Lord Orokai has also prepared a gift for you. After saying that, he took people to leave the things and left here. At this time, Arceus came here. What's wrong? Why is there an explosion? Just testing some new weapons. By the way, we can prepare to move. Just now Kaido roughly described what happened before, but Arceus frowned when he heard it. Is that guy a fool? How much can you get by draining the pond to catch fish? It doesn't matter. I don't really want to listen to him anyway. We'll kick him out after a while after we move into Wano country. Not everyone is qualified to cooperate. Although it sounds good, to put it bluntly, the Kurozumi family just wants to use Kaido to rule Wano country and make him a thug in Wano country. From the beginning, Kaido had no intention of cooperating with the other party completely. The Kurozumi family wanted to use his military force, and he also wanted to use the Kurozumi family's layout. It would be difficult to rest assured if such a country could not be completely controlled in his own hands. He will let them understand what it means to invite gods easily but send them away. When he enters Wano country, it will not be so easy to drive him away. The development in the beast territory has proved that the current production method is much more efficient than blindly squeezing. Well, let him destroy it in the early stage. Someone has to be the good guy and the bad guy. Only by comparison can they know the benefits we bring. By the way, what's in the box? Chapter 133, The Way to Death. Everything is afraid of comparison. When Kurozumi Orokai destroys the citizens of Wano country, and the beasts can bring new changes, the citizens will know who to help. According to Kaido's description of the national conditions of Wano country and his own sporadic memories, if he wants to completely rule Wano country and let it accept the beasts like here, it will take a lot of effort. At this time, an unopened box also caught his attention. What is that? I don't know. The old woman said it was a gift from Kurozumi Orokai. Just open it and take a look. As the box opened, a stone slab appeared inside, but this time Alzeus did not feel the slightest bit of pleasure, and his expression was completely gloomy. When Kurozumi Muchin left here, he only felt that the wind and waves suddenly became stronger, and he did not know what happened. The people on the island just looked up, and the clouds seemed to be thicker than before. Kaido and other strong people noticed the change in Arceus's momentum, and for a miner like Setsuna, this momentum was an endless terror. She didn't know how to describe this feeling, but she felt that even if the elephant master in the legend of the fur tribe was angry, it was just like this. Instinctively, she wanted to rely on Zeraora beside her. Zeraora has been her strongest backing for the past 3 years. But this time it was different. Zeraora performed worse than her. Zeraora, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Looking at Zeraora who suddenly squatted on the ground, Setsuna didn't know what happened. She felt that there was a very scary breath coming from Arceus. She couldn't understand why Zeraora's reaction was so big. Although Zeraora is much stronger than Setsuna, as Arceus's creation, they will also be affected if Arceus's mood changes drastically. After all, they are too close to Arceus. If they were not on this island, they would not be affected so seriously. I'm fine, just a little uncomfortable, don't worry about me. Zeraora is like this, and the performance of Chandler and Milky Tank is even worse. Chandler, who was originally taking care of the babies, sat on the ground and shivered in a ball, and Milky Tank, who was taken out by the beast's members to feed, was the same. Asshole, dare to lie to me about this thing. Ordinary things will not affect him, but there are 2 things that Arceus cannot accept, one is that others touch his slate, and the other is deception. And now, someone made a fake slate and brought it to him. What's wrong with you? Kaido has only seen Arceus in this state once in these years, when he was in the research institute a few years ago. After that, Arceus's emotions have been very stable. Although he has joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, they are only in the normal range of emotions. This feeling of oppression is even more terrifying than before. Then a wave of evil was released by Arceus, and the imitation stone slab was completely smashed into powder. Fake. Kaido knew what the real stone slab looked like. It was a miracle creation that his Thunder Bagua could not leave any traces on. Moreover, he always carried the stone slab radar with him, and there was no reaction. Before turning it on, he had no idea that there was a fake stone slab inside. Yes, a man-made fake, these people are really naive. In fact, the reason why there was this fake stone slab was also related to Kaido. He had previously released a smoke bomb at the tea party and wanted to use this indestructible stone slab to build a set of armor. People who didn't know the inside story took his reason as the truth, including Kurozumi Orokai and others. Originally, they wanted to cater to their needs, but they couldn't find such a thing. Since they couldn't find the real thing, they had the idea of making a fake. And the strongest object known in Wano country is sea stone. There is also a kind of associated mineral around sea stone. They have the hard texture of sea stone, but do not have the characteristics of sea stone that restrains ability users. They are the best armor materials. At the same time, Wano country also has the best craftsmen, who have special forging methods to process sea stone and its associated products. So a high imitation stone slab made of associated minerals imitating the picture provided by Kaido appeared. Kurozumi Orokai felt that Kaido could not find out that it was a fake. After all, it has almost all the characteristics described in the Lost and Found notice. Whether it is the shape or anything else, it has achieved the highest craftsmanship in Wano country. However, this stone slab only has the appearance, not the inside. It can deceive others, but Arceus only needs one glance to see that it is a fake. Kurozumi Orikai's original intention was to show goodwill to Kaido, but he poked Arceus's two thunder points, stone slab, and deception. I understand. Quinn, inform the little ones to prepare for war. Since they lied to you, they have to pay the price. Although Wano country is important, forget it. I'll think of other ways later. It's just Wano country. I don't believe I can't conquer it. Kaido really doesn't like meaningless losses, but in the Beast's pirates, only these cotters are the ones he really cares about. Even if Arceus is so angry that he can accept it even if he has to pay a lot of casualties to start a war. Wait. After Kaido said this, Arceus, who was angry, calmed down. After all, he was not the pure Arceus and had his own ideas. Kaido could change his plan because of him, so he could barely restrain his anger. Kaido, I'll give you a face. I'll keep them in the Kurozumi family for the time being, but after your plan is completed, it will be their death. If you want to cut into Wano country, Kurozumi Orikai is the best opportunity. A xenophobic country desperately needs the help of a local. Orikai's behavior violated Arceus' taboo, but because of Kaido, he gave him a chance to probate, but the ending would not change. However, in the remaining time, the beasts would drain his value and then judge him. People always consider both sides. Kaido can choose to start a war in advance, or he can choose to endure for a while and wait for the reckoning. In that case, let's have a party. Ahoy! He couldn't keep up with Kaido's train of thought. Although he took the initiative to say that he would not start a war for the time being, he was still a little caught off guard by the party the next second. When you are unhappy, you should have a party. We are pirates. What else is better than is it more fun to have a banquet? You should participate occasionally. What's the point of just watching from the sidelines? Let's go, guys, let's have a banquet. It just so happened that the original summons had not been issued. A grand banquet was held in the Beast's pirates. Ordinary pirates didn't know why the banquet was held, but it didn't matter. Anyway, they had to enjoy the banquet. As Arceus calmed down, the Pokémon on the island were no longer affected and resumed their original pace of life. Chapter 134, Yamato's 100 Days Banquet, Departure for Wano Country. What happened in the hall was not spread out. There was no need to publicize this kind of thing in advance. It was enough for a few core members to know. There was no naive person present except Setsuna, and Setsuna didn't understand what happened, so there was no need to keep it secret. Fortunately, Shayuna was not here because she had something to do, otherwise she might have gone directly to chase and kill Kurozumi Muchin in anger. At this time, she should not have gone far. The master was humiliated and the servant died. This kind of deception was the bottom line for her. Even after explaining what happened to her afterwards, her rage was no less than Arceus's. If it weren't for Arceus' order, she would have dared to assassinate Kurozumi Orikai. Then the people of the beasts reveled again, and only Kurozumi Orikai was included in the death list, and then the beasts were ready to move. Ordinary people would have to move for a few days, not to mention that the beasts' pirates are now a big family, and the transfer of the main island means that many things have to be rearranged. Originally, it was the end of the year, and it was delayed until 1495. After more than a month of busy work, the beasts had completed most of the personnel transfers. Although they planned to go to Wano country, they couldn't give up other territories. Who would guard which island, how to prepare for specific business, etc. had to be dealt with, and this speed was already fast. Originally, the people on the Winter Island felt reluctant to move the beasts' headquarters. This had never happened in the past hundreds of years. In the final analysis, it was the beasts that made the people on the island live a better life. They are a member of a non-member country, and the world government doesn't care about their life or death. In this case, they will support the rule of whoever can make them live a good life. Although the beasts have not given up here, the headquarters and non-headquarters have completely different meanings. There is still one day before the beasts' pirates move. In fact, they have prepared everything, but they have not set off immediately, because it will take some time to get from here to Wano country, and they still have an important thing to do. The governor of the beasts' pirates, their captain's daughter is 100 days old, and there is also a custom of a 100-day banquet here. Yamato, as Kaido's bloodline, grew up eating the milk of the big milk can. Compared with ordinary children, she grows faster and has reached the stage of babbling, but the first word she learned is not dad or mom. It's Lakey. On weekdays, it's always Jigglypuff who takes care of her. She hears the word Lakey every day, and she instinctively learns the pronunciation of this word. According to tradition, she will be fed some different foods with fast koji today, but now she has no teeth, so she just dips it in the fast koji and puts it in her mouth. Red bean rice, clam soup, sea bream, dried plums all imply that she can grow up healthier. These are the rituals here, but according to Arceus's intention, a Zwazu ceremony was also prepared for her. It was originally a good omen, and Kaido agreed, but the things that appeared in the Zwazu ceremony were very strange. Those things were not prepared by one person, but the cotters each picked two and put them on. They were originally covered with red cloth, and it was impossible to see what was underneath. But after the red cloth was lifted, there were not many normal things at a glance. Books, crowns, weapon toys, these were put there by Arceus. Among the rest, microscopes, Chinese medicine, Bailey, eggs from Jigglypuff, milk from a big milk can, tree fruits, barbecue, wooden signs with flames engraved on them, Arceus's flag, and Setsuna's own clothes. These are still relatively normal things. The last things are the truly outrageous knives, guns, swords, and even grenades, and the grenades with the pull rings exposed. These are not toys at first glance, but real guys. Who put this grenade in here? A vine emerged from the ground and took the grenade away and threw it to someone else. He now felt that this ceremony of grabbing the first week was very abnormal. Also, why is the primitive fruit here? Aren't you afraid that she will bite it directly? No teeth? No teeth. Don't you know how strong she is? At a glance, no one is worry-free, and Arceus immediately felt very tired. This mace, Kaido, did you put it here? A small mace, and the spikes were specially replaced with round heads. This is obviously Kaido's work. That's not an ordinary mace, that's Aegean. She is my daughter, and she will have to inherit my martial arts in the future. Aegean, did you give your mace a name? All those famous swords have names, is it strange that the mace has a name? Then your mace. Hakikyo, you don't know that my mace is called Hakikyo, do you? Kaido's words were rarely questioned, as if he was shocked that Arceus didn't know the name of his weapon. Well, that wine gourd is pretty, it's time, let's start. Arceus changed the subject directly, and there was nothing wrong with a mace with a name. So strange. Compared to those sharp swords and grenade with pull rings, the special mace is much more normal. Yamato, who was just 100 days old, was a little confused when she was held in the middle by Jigglypuff. She didn't know what to do. However, the things surrounding her also aroused her curiosity. She looked left and right, and she didn't choose those shiny or fragrant things. Instead, she grabbed the mace prepared by Kaido for her. Although it was a special small mace, it was impossible for an ordinary baby to hold it, but Yamato still picked it up, waved it a few times, and threw it towards Quinn's belly. After the mace bounced back, she clapped her hands happily and crawled over to pick up the mace. Lakey. Really? Is this her first time crawling? Jigglypuff on the side happily reported the situation to Arceus. Crawling at 3 months is already quite advanced, but with Kaido's blood and sufficient nutrition, this is not particularly strange. As expected of Kaido's biological daughter, she immediately set her sights on the mace Kaido prepared for her, but she had no intention of giving up. In her opinion, everything around her was prepared for her. After holding the small crown prepared by Arceus in her arms, her target shifted to the food, such as the milk bottle of the big milk can. Before she set her sights on the devil fruit and Kaido's wine gourd, Arceus directly collected all those things. The energy hand was very convenient in this regard, and Kaido followed closely and issued his own orders. Okay, little ones, the target is Wano country, ready to set off. Chapter 135, The Glory of Magikarp will spread all over the world. On the sea, 3 warships belonging to the Beast Pirates sailed on the sea, Kaido's Beast King, the newly built Arceus's Origin, and the last one was Quinn's Brachiosaurus. Pirate ships are also an important source of firepower. For 3 years, the cotters each had their own ships, but Jin and Shayuna's ships were left in the territories of other beasts, and they were stationed on the island with the remaining personnel. After the pirates became famous, there was no need to stay in the territory all the time. Whitebeard is still in a stage of running around, but there are not many pirates who dare to attack his territory. so it is enough to leave the basic troops to maintain daily order and deal with general troubles. They are not required to defeat all opponents, as long as they can send out intelligence. The reason why Quinn's Brachiosaurus was opened is because Quinn's ship has the largest tonnage and can carry more crew members. Shayana's ship is mainly used when going out to find stone slabs, so the tonnage is not large, and it pays more attention to speed and convenience. Jin's ship is relatively comprehensive. Only Quinn deliberately increased the size of the ship in order to carry more things. At the same time, his Brachiosaurus is also used for business and war. When delivering goods to the Big Mom pirates, his Brachiosaurus was used. He named it himself, because he could hide his true ability and do something to the enemy in an unexpected place, although it didn't work. After a period of sailing, according to the eternal pointer left by Kurozumi Muchin, the ship of the beast pirates has arrived at the sea near Wano country and felt the changes here. The waves are turbulent, the wind is strong and the waves are fierce. Compared with the relatively calm sea just now, the sea environment here can only be described as harsh. There are still some stone pillars standing in the sea water, and some broken hulls can be seen at the roots exposed to the sea surface. The artificial terrain of Wano country and the fierce sea outside are also one of the reasons why it is easy to defend and difficult to attack here, and it is also the reason why people in Wano country rarely go out. The people of Wano country row boats in the inland sea and inland rivers at most. They have not experienced strong winds and waves. With their navigation skills, the biggest possibility of going to the open sea is that the boat will capsize directly. Whitebeard encountered an accident here, which resulted in the ship having to be repaired in Wano country. The navigators on his ship are much better than those in Wano country. The clouds in the sky were twisted, and it seemed that a rainstorm would fall at any moment. The navigator on the ship looked nervous and ordered the sailors on the ship to adjust the situation of the ship. When sailing, they are the masters of the ship, and even the captain has to refer to their opinions. However, not everyone is so nervous. Yamato is getting more and more skilled in climbing. She doesn't have the nervousness of those pirates outside. She just thinks that the swaying of the ship is very interesting. Previously, she had been crawling on the deck, and the 4 Jigglypuffs had been running around behind her. As for Jack, he picked it up by chance, as long as he didn't starve to death. The Jigglypuffs were mainly taking care of Yamato, and Jack was just doing it by chance. As they got closer to Wano country, the degree of shaking of the ship became stronger and stronger, so Yamato was forcibly taken back to the cabin by the 4 Jigglypuffs. Kaido, are we almost there? In order to prevent the ships from colliding with each other, the Beast King and the Origin kept a certain distance, but Kaido was not on his ship. Both he and his daughter were on the Origin. To be precise, except for Quinn who was staring at his newly cultivated saplings on the Brachiosaurus, all other cotters were here now. We'll be there soon. I've contacted the old woman. The people from Wano country are just ahead. At this time, unknown creatures jumped up from both sides of the ship from time to time. At first, the people on the ship did not notice them, but as the ship moved along the current, there were more and more creatures, and they turned out to be giant carp. How can carp live in the sea? Who knows? It's a new species. Normal carp wouldn't be this big. Hey! Manderfesh, look, these are your people. Other pirates opened their mouths unscrupulously. It was a joke. After all, Manderfesh's ability was Magikarp. It was reasonable for ordinary carp to listen to Magikarp. These pirates did not pay too much attention to those carp, but Arceus was different. Seeing these carp, he suddenly had some ideas. The current here was very turbulent. Even some sea fish could not live in such water currents. However, carp, which should be freshwater fish, evolved into a huge size here and had strong physical strength. Now it was Ziraura, and then the Gilgamesh. His current strength could already support small-scale creation, but it was not suitable for large-scale creation. If he wanted to mass-produce a certain species, it would be more appropriate to transform it. He needed more spies, and these spies were not necessarily human. The previous Millennium Dragon was an example, but the number of Millennium Dragons was too small. Even if the leader said to ask his companions, he would have to wait for more than 20 years. And these tenacious carp were different. Who was the Pokémon with extremely tenacious vitality that could survive in salt water, fresh water, sewage, and even puddles? It was Magikarp. There are distributions in various areas. Who is the fish that makes countless old fishermen grow big? It is Magikarp. Who is the Pokémon with extremely strong reproductive ability and can quickly expand the population? It is still Magi Carp. These Magi Carp that can live in rapids make up for the biggest weakness of ordinary Magi Carp, which is weak body. So Arceus began to observe the carp in the ocean current, and finally he took a fancy to several of the most active carp. One after another, power surged out of his body and finally entered the bodies of those Magi Carp. There are two kinds of transformation of animals. One is to give the ability of Millennium Dragon. When they gain the ability, they can also choose to change back, otherwise other Millennium Dragons will not recognize them after decades. In this case, their children are still Millennium Dragons, and the power will not be inherited. And this transformation is a permanent transformation, just like the two cows before. From now on, they will always be milk tanks and can no longer be transformed back into ordinary cows. The same is true for Arceus' transformation of these carp this time. After the transformation, their offspring will directly become Magi Carp and be influenced by Arceus in their bones. After a period of time, these Magi Carp will lay eggs, and the growth cycle of carp is very fast. At that time, Magi Carp will spread to the surrounding oceans with tenacious vitality, huge numbers, and strong physique inherited from native species. They will go to the deep sea to find traces of stone tablets, and like the Millennium Dragon, they will return here every once in a while to report their communication situation, which will solve the problem that the people of the beasts cannot explore the deep sea on a large scale. Chapter 136, Kaido's Power. It is very laborious to transform tens of thousands of carp, but it is different to transform only a few and let them reproduce naturally. Magi Carp has few Pokemon that can match it in terms of the number of births. However, even the Pokemon he created do not have the same ability as him. They cannot sense the stone tablets, so Magi Carp can only look for objects with similar appearance in the deep sea. This is an attempt. If those Magi Carp can really bring back valuable news, he will consider some more complex species, such as considering competing with Morgans for business and creating some new news birds. There are some new plans in the little notebook in his mind, but his small action today has brought about huge changes in the ocean. As the eggs of the Magi Carp, or the unique eggs, flowed with the sea water, the new race of Magi Carp began to appear on the sea. And those super large Magi Carp were his transformation objects, and they have been circling the sea near Wano country. He needs a large-scale underwater exploration team. In fact, races with higher intelligence are better used, such as the fishman, but the status of the fishman is too embarrassing. In a world full of water, he has excellent talents and occupies the Fishman Island 10,000 meters deep in the sea, but he plays a good hand of cards badly. If he really lets the fishman work for him, I am afraid that the beasts will have to walk on the road to rescue employees every day. If the fishmen don't want to change themselves, it will be useless for anyone to help them. The fishmen are not without strong people, but none of these people are willing to stay in the kingdom of Ryugu. Even Jinbei is affiliated with other pirates. Sun Whitebeard Big Mom Straw Hat, except for the original Sun Pirates, the others have little to do with Fishman Island. At present, Archie can't make a third radar. In this case, instead of thinking about the millions of fishmen, it is better to make more Magi Carp. Anyway, the nature is not much different, and Magi Carp is more obedient. The ability given to humans cannot evolve by themselves, but this thorough transformation is to turn them into the shape of Magi Carp from the inside out, and they can evolve by training themselves. Arceus wants to see if there will be naturally born big cruelties without his help, and see where the potential of these carp can go. Magi Carp is indeed weak, but if there are groups of Gyarados, ordinary sea beasts will have to go around them. Although these Magi Carp may be preyed on during their growth, this is also part of the law of nature. Arceus is concerned about the first generation he created. The second generation born naturally and the subsequent descendants are different from the first generation in terms of emotional significance. Their offspring may return to the size of ordinary Magi Carp. After all, not all carp can grow so big, but as the first generation, they are all super large Magi Carp. The strength of local carp and the hardness of Magikarp scales make it uncomfortable to be hit by them. Sea Arceus made some strange movements in the sea, and Kaido was a little curious. What did you do? A little attempt, the result will probably be known in 2 years. Even if the Magi Carp grows faster, it will take at least a year to expand. Adding the time they spend wandering and returning, 2 years is a good estimate. At this time, their ship also arrived under the huge waterfall. Looking at the slightly rising pointer and the waterfall in front of them, most people on the ship were shocked. The old woman is coming. Kaido found the ship next to him, and Kurozumi Muchin naturally saw Kaido, but for some reason, she felt that the expression on Kaido's face was a little dangerous. Compared with the previous Kaido, his mood seemed to have changed a lot. "Hey, Kaido, you're finally here. Lord Orokai has been waiting for you for a long time. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. Our people have been impatient along the way. This way." Although Kaido's attitude was very bad, she just thought that Kaido had a fickle temperament, which was similar to the rumors outside. They just wanted to use Kaido's power to suppress the resistance forces in the country. As for what Kaido wanted to do, it didn't matter to them. According to her plan, it would be best to let Kaido and Kojiki Oden fight to a loss. This is the best result, at least Kaido must win. Kurozumi Orokai's impression of Kojiki Oden is still at the stage of him being a madman. No sacrifice or bond can stop his actions. If Kojiki Oden knew what he did. When he thought of Kojiki Oden slashing at him like a madman with 2 swords in hand, he would tremble, and even soaking in hot water could not relieve it. Under the leadership of Kurozumi Muchin, the huge waterfall split open in the middle, revealing the cave hidden underneath. There are 2 ways to enter Wano country. One is to let the giant carp take their boat up from the outside waterfall. It is very risky. Although it is not as dangerous as the sky island called Chongtian Sea Flow, it is also a test for the crew. The other way is to enter the hidden cave under the waterfall, which is connected to the inland sea of Wano country. As long as you enter here, you can reach the inland sea of Wano country through the elevator. Wano country calls it the submarine port. Since Orokai has become the acting general, he sent people to take over the submarine port. These people are the people he has quietly saved money to recruit over the years. Others will not obey his orders so much. Now the submarine port is all staffed by Kurozumi Orokai. The reason why he can do this is because other daimyo in Wano country are attending a funeral at this time, which belongs to Kojiki Sukiyaki's funeral. The real Kojiki Sukiyaki has been imprisoned in a secret room. Previously, Kurozumi Mushin pretended to be seriously ill Sukiyaki. Not long ago, he even planned a fake death, making the people of Wano country really think that Sukiyaki is dead. This is the only stable passage to Wano country. As long as we defend this place, no matter how many troops there are, they can't attack Wano country unless they all fly. Kaido did not respond to Kurozumi Mushin, but asked Jin on his own. "Jin, how long will it take you to deal with these people?" 3 minutes is enough, brother Kaido. "Mhahaha, too slow, Jin, if you leave it to me, 1 minute is enough. In this environment, only 1 plague bomb is enough." When entering Wano country, Quinn also came to the same ship, and he became arrogant after hearing Jin's answer. And Jin also admitted that Quinn was indeed more advantageous in cleaning up the soldiers, but this did not mean that he would praise Quinn. "You are a burden, but you are not a drag. Who are you calling a burden? You are a pervert who likes to torture." Kaido didn't care about their quarrel, but Kurozumi Muchin's face was not very good. What did Kaido want to express by saying this in front of her? Chapter 137, Foolish Choice. Show off your own military power? She agreed with this. After all, the reason why she went to Beishao was because she believed in the other party's military power. But she had already said that these people were all Orokai's people. There was no need to belittle the other party's people to show off her own military power. There are more than 100 samurai here anyway. Even more than 100 pigs can't be caught in a minute. It was obviously very harmonious when the agreement was reached before. How could it change so suddenly? And it would be fine if he said it earlier, but he said it when he docked at the harbor. Everyone who was guarding here heard it. Or Kaido was afraid that they couldn't hear it, so he deliberately increased his volume. Wano country is xenophobic to begin with. This xenophobia is not reflected in a single person, but in Wano country as a whole. Some people were originally dissatisfied with Kurozumi Orokai's request for foreign aid. Now, hearing these outsiders belittling them like this, these people showed displeasure. Wano country has a characteristic that, except for the Lord who truly convinces them, the orders of others are sometimes difficult to be 100% effective. Moreover, these people are not retainers who Kurozumi Orokai has conquered with his charm. They can only be said to be mercenaries who have been won over with money. They naturally refuted such insulting words. "Don't look down on me. 1 minute? I don't think you can beat even 1 person in 1 minute. Come and try if you have the guts." Then he regretted it the next moment. They were on the shore and Kaido and his people were on the boat, so the height difference was not so significant, but when Kaido walked down from the boat, his height of 6 meters away directly shocked them. Following closely behind him were Jin and Quinn, who were about the same height. There were many tall people in Wano country, but people like that were rare. Ashuraduji could be said to be one of the tallest people, and he was known as the curry monster. Just now you said you wanted to try. Kaido's goal was to stir up trouble. It didn't matter who the other party was. He just wanted to embarrass Orokai. Not dealing with him now didn't mean he had to be nice to him. He was a pirate, and it was normal for a pirate to act a little rudely. If all these people had endured it, he really couldn't do anything, but it was a good start that someone couldn't help it. Kurozumi Murasaki also saw that Kaido was going to stir up trouble, but she thought Kaido wanted to give them a warning so as to gain more benefits in the subsequent negotiations. After all, the details of their cooperation had not been finalized. So she winked at the people recruited by Kurozumi Orokai, meaning that he should endure it. At this time, just not talking was the best choice. If these people could defeat Kaido, then why would she waste her energy going out to sea to find the other party? But Kurozumi Murasaki's meaning was misunderstood. Originally, because of Kurozumi Orokai's grandfather, the Kurozumi family had become a street rat in Wano country. If it weren't for Kurozumi Murasaki disguised as Koshiki Sukiyaki, Kurozumi Orokai would have no chance of becoming the acting general. Kurozumi Orokai became the acting general and changed his reputation a little. After all, his slogan was to wash away his own stains, but it did not mean that other people in the Kurozumi family had done this. So these people did not think highly of the old lady Kurozumi Murasaki, and she was not good looking to begin with. This look was interpreted as contempt by that person, and he just took over Kaido's words. Yes, it's me, just an outsider, don't be so self-righteous. Kaido, Lord Orokai has prepared a banquet, there is no need to waste time here. Kurozumi Murasaki wanted to stop all this, but it was too late, Kaido ignored him at all. Hehe, interesting, boy, which of these people do you think you can beat? I'll give you a chance to choose your own opponent, guys, who wants to practice with him? Miscellaneous soldiers are also divided into levels. This time, Kaido brought elite soldiers to Wano country, and it was even more so for those who boarded the Origin. The people on the Origin basically had several labels. A member of the Arceus cult, who has been a member for more than a year, has experienced real battles and obeyed orders, and must know some armed color skills. It does not require proficiency, but at least it must be used. This is the first battle of Wano country. Who knows what they can get if they perform well? Under Kaido's order, these people are like chicken blood, hoping that the other side will choose them. Wano country is a closed country. The people here are mostly gangsters. In a closed country with laws, not everyone has experienced killing, and these pirates have come down from actual combat, so he was scared. But it has come to this point. If he escapes without fighting, he will be ashamed to see people. Really anyone can be chosen? Yes. Then I choose her. Following the direction of his finger, the pirates made way, and finally he pointed to Olga. Due to the influence of pure gold, Olga grew slowly, and was only slightly stronger than Ziraura, who had not grown a centimeter. So in his opinion, this was the most suitable challenge target, and his choice also caused the members of the Beast's pirates to burst into laughter, especially those ordinary fighters, who laughed so hard that their stomachs twitched. That was a person who had survived 3 years of training under the joint efforts of Kaido and Arceus, and was trained according to the standards of reserve cadres. Even if a monkey survived this kind of training, it would not be defeated by ordinary people. Not to mention Olga, who has the ability of Zoroark. She only looks the weakest, but she is much more difficult to deal with than those ordinary fighters. He thought the people of the Beasts were laughing at him, and in fact they were laughing at him, but they were not laughing at him because he chose the weak, but they were laughing at his bad luck and chose the opponent who should not be chosen outside the cadres. Olga, I leave it to you. 1 minute. If you can't finish it, prepare to practice armament haki tomorrow. Why me? Captain, Uncle Quinn said 1 minute, not me. Then we can't delay any longer, but there are still people waiting for us. Captain, how about changing someone? Olga was not interested in this kind of battle. She was not a battle fanatic. If possible, she would rather slack off, but Kaido did not give her a chance to refuse and started the countdown. No, you still have 4.5 minutes. Olga's face twitched a few times, her hair began to grow, and claws appeared on her fingers. She directly entered the form, and jumped off the boat with her legs. In the eyes of Kurozumi-muchan, it was a different scene. Except for the man who was knocked down by Olga's domineering claws at the beginning, the rest of the people actually started to kill each other, and they were very heavy. Although it was not fatal, they had to rest for a few days at least. Chapter 138, Kaido's Stick Dance, Aiming at Orakai. This is the power of illusion. After 3 years of training, she can also skillfully use the power of Zoroark's illusion in the form. It took Olga 4 minutes and 27 seconds to solve all the enemies. This is because some people can't decide the winner, and Olga has to make an extra move. Yes, she thought Kaido meant to wipe out the whole team. Jin, you can't do it. Olga can solve these guys in less than 4.5 minutes, but you need 3 minutes. Why, do you want to try to see how many minutes it takes me to beat you? Jin and Quinn quarreled, but it was just 2 sentences. With the appearance of Shayna, the treasure against Quinn, Quinn wisely chose to shut up, but Kaido's next words made Kuritan-muchan tremble in her heart. Kuritan-muchan thought this was Kaido's show of power, just to show off his military power, but he didn't expect Kaido to say to her afterwards, "You guys are too weak. How can you defend this place like this? Anyway, we are allies, leave this to us. Babanuki, take your people to take over the defense here, let our allies have a good rest." At this time, she realized that Kaido wanted to take over the defense here directly. The danger of crossing the waterfall is much higher than that of the harbor, and there are not many people who can fly. In other words, Kaido wants to strangle the throat of Wano country's import and export. This is not appropriate. Don't be polite, you see these people can't even stop a little girl on my ship, how can they stop foreign enemies? I'm doing this for your good, don't you even have this little trust? This Lord Orakai has been waiting for a long time, it's not appropriate for you to come from afar and guard here directly, let's talk about it later, I think Lord Orakai should agree. Kurozumi Murasaka didn't dare to agree directly, but suggested that Kaido go to see Kurozumi Orakai first. Kaido agreed to her request when he saw Kurozumi Murasaka's nervous look. Don't take too big a step, and give her a sense of urgency first. They just came here, so naturally they couldn't just leave their men here to guard the gate. His purpose was only to get the control of this place later, not all of it, as long as he had his own people. Now this is completely asking for too much, as the saying goes, asking for a high price and paying it back, but Kaido's standards are a bit high. After Olga lifted the illusion, these people were obviously much quieter, but some people were still muttering words like witch, they didn't understand what the power of devil fruit was. However, Olga had proved everything to them with her fists, so although the people coming down from the ship were of different shapes, including several non-humans, no one raised any questions. At this time, Orakai was in the flower capital, which is the center of Wano country. The canal inside the whole Wano country is divided into several parts, and the location of the submerged port is in the Beiwu area. From here to the north across the bridge is the flower capital where Orakai is. The mighty team along the way attracted the attention of the local residents of Wano country. These people had not seen so many outsiders for a long time, and there were many non-human beings in the beasts group, such as Arceus, Jigglypuff, Zeraora, Setsuna, and Elizabeth. Their special appearance has always made these people whisper, but the person walking in the front was under the banner of Orakai, so there was no commotion. The beasts pirates went straight through Hakumai and arrived at the flower capital, and the matter was first reported to the Hakumai daimyo Shimatsuki Yasui. Master Yasui, a team of outsiders went to the flower capital, and was brought there by Orakai's people. Several daimyos were skeptical about Orakai becoming the acting general, and Shimatsuki Yasui was also puzzled by this. After all, Orakai had once worked as an errand boy under his command incognito. But Kojiki Sukiyaki had just passed away, and his last words were that he hoped Orakai would serve as the acting general before Odin returned, which stabilized the situation in the country. It had only been a short time since the obituary of Kojiki Sukiyaki spread throughout Wano country, and the outsiders brought in by Orakai at this time were somewhat suspicious. Send someone to see what those people did. I still believe in Sukiyaki-sama. The people of Wano country have an almost blind worship of the generals of the Kojiki family, which led to Kurozumi Orakai's smooth control of Wano country. With the banner of Kurozumi Orakai, the beasts pirates entered the flower city without any obstruction. When they entered the flower city, it was already night, but the lanterns still illuminated the place. Although the country was closed to the outside world, the people's lives were still good. Soon they arrived at Orakai's residence, which was also the center of the flower city, where the general lived, but Kurozumi Orakai was planning to rename it Orakai Castle. Guhi, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Kaido. Are you satisfied with the gift I gave you? He thought it would be a friendly meeting, but it was not what he wanted. Kaido didn't have a good attitude towards him. Not only that, after he said this, he always felt that he was being stared at by something unknown, which made his back cold. Satisfied? Of course satisfied, I will definitely repay you well, repay you. Kaido's mouth was filled with a special smile, but it was full of danger. Unfortunately, Kurozumi Orakai did not realize this. It's good to be satisfied. Come on, everyone, I have prepared the most grand welcome ceremony. However, from this moment on, everything became a little different. Ordinary members ate and drank in the venue below, and several Kadders and Kaido entered Orakai's banquet hall. From this time on, Orakai's troubles began. He felt that the people of the beasts seemed to be looking for trouble. The food was not to his taste, the wine was too light, and the person serving the dishes stepped on the right foot first. All kinds of weird reasons emerged one after another. It was best to finally insist on the step of the alliance wine. He and Kaido raised their wine bowls at the same time, but Orakai didn't notice that Kaido didn't drink a drop of the wine in his bowl, and it all spilled on his collar. But after that, he stood up again with a drunken look on his face. After all, he had drunk a lot of wine before, so Orakai didn't find it strange. What's wrong, Kaido? Hehe, the dance you women are doing is too ugly, how about letting me help you have fun? He didn't care about the bewildered dancers, and walked to the middle of the venue and danced a strange dance in a slightly funny way. He didn't know when his 8 precepts came into his hands again, and he danced with his funny dance moves. Orakai thought that this was Kaido's show of goodwill, and laughed in his seat, but he didn't know what to do. When his laughter ended, he saw the mace in Kaido's hand flying towards him, and was finally stopped by a barrier. Kaido! What are you going to do? Chapter 139, Oops, my hand slipped. Ugh, sorry, Orakai, I drank too much and my hand slipped a little burp. Kaido looked drunk, but Orakai didn't believe a word of it. It's okay to let the mace fall out of hand when drunk, but who would use haki before letting it go? His own strength is indeed not very good, but it doesn't mean that he has never seen others use Ryuo. Ryuo is another name for armament haki in Wano country. Due to the closed-door policy, many things have other names in Wano country, such as devil fruit ability users are called sorcerers, and armament haki is called Ryuo. Ryu Sakura is not the highest level of armament haki. All armament haki are collectively called Ryu Sakura in Wano country. The highest level of Ryu Sakura that can carry out internal destruction is just an alias, not a distinction of levels. Kaido's stick was clearly aimed at killing him. If he hadn't had a reliable person, that stick would have taken his life. What stopped Kaido's stick was one of the most UG devil fruits, the barrier fruit, which can create a hard barrier of absolute defense. The barrier will not be destroyed by any means, even the attack of the 4 emperors can be blocked. The disadvantage is that the total area of the barrier released at the same time is limited, and a gesture of crossing the index finger and the middle finger must be maintained. Today, the ability user of the barrier fruit is Kurozumi Chanmaru, known as the Biwa Master. Like Kurozumi Muchin, he is a member of the Kurozumi family living overseas. Of course, Kaido didn't slip his hand, he did it on purpose. The wine in Wano country is much lighter than outside, and the little he drank was not enough to make him drunk. He had already entered Wano country, so he wanted to try to send Kurozumi Orakai away with a stick. If he was sent away directly, the strategic policy of the beasts would change directly. They had already penetrated the interior and had many ways to deal with the next situation. After all, he slipped his hand, and it was not intentional. However, since the attack was blocked, he did not intend to continue to attack Orakai. This can only be said to be an attempt. It would be good if it succeeded, but it would not be a pity if it failed. Just treat it as a warning. And this stick successfully forced out a trump card of Orakai. The ability of this barrier still has a great impact. As for why he did this, it is a pot that is not open. Kurozumi Orakai's words are to accelerate his own death process. Unfortunately, he still doesn't know how big a mistake he made. And the reason why he didn't continue is also very simple. This slip of the hand is called manslaughter, which is not his subjective intention. If he does it again, it will be intentional. Deliberately killing his ally as soon as he arrived is not conducive to future development, and he is not useless if he is alive. He can be used to build the image of the beasts. Slipping? Kaido, do you believe this reason yourself? Ah? I am telling the truth. I often slip my hand, don't you think so, guys? Yes, Kaido always does strange things after drinking. Last time he went to the naval base to dance. That was a long time ago, didn't he fight someone the last time? Who was it? Forget it, anyway, everyone is dead. The people below continued the conversation and helped Kaido to establish the reputation of slipping his hand. Amid the laughter of the beast's members, Orakai couldn't hold it anymore, and some changes occurred on his body surface, but he was grabbed by Kurozumi-muchin next to him and shook his head to signal Orakai to calm down. Seeing that Orakai did not take action, Kaido shook his head in disappointment. If he took action, the beasts would have a reason to take action. As for the barrier fruit, although the ability is troublesome, it is not impossible to deal with. At worst, he can transform into a blue dragon and throw him and his house into the sea. He does not believe that a person with an ability can make any waves after being thrown into the sea. Kaido, it's almost enough. We are guests. Let's give him some face. This is Wano country. We will have to rely on him more in the future. Arceus stopped Kaido. He knew a little about the national conditions of Wano country. If the beasts wanted to rule here, they had to use the hand of Kurozumi Orakai to eliminate the rule of the Kojiki family. At that time, they would expose Orakai's behavior, let him share the hatred of the people, and support a new puppet regime, so that they could completely control Wano country. Then use time to let ordinary people get used to the rule of the beasts. It is not easy to find a high-quality scapegoat like Orakai. It will only take a few years. For the sake of great development, he can still endure it. Amidst the laughter, there was such an alien voice, and it was someone who called Kaido's name directly. The most important thing was that Kaido really listened to the other party's words, which naturally attracted Orakai's attention. But the next moment, he knew that these were all illusions. Kaido's behavior was just a slap in his face, and Arceus's behavior was actually cutting his flesh. We came here with more than 1,000 people this time. After sailing for a long time, many people felt bored. On the way here, we seem to have seen your cruise station. We are all very interested, but you don't seem to need belly here. How about supporting some money? Just give a few dozen gold to each person. It always costs money to travel and stay. The currency of Wano country is platinum, gold, and silver. Among them, platinum is rare, but it is also the most valuable. 1 platinum is enough to build a house in Wano country. Ordinary residents often use gold and silver. The value of gold is about 10,000 belly, and the value of silver is 100 belly. Arceus opened his mouth and asked Orakai to take out hundreds of millions of belly directly. He had to. It wasn't long after he became the acting general, but all his subordinates had to spend money to support them. This really hit him in the heart. Kaido made him lose face, but he could tolerate face. Compared with the money he lost, face was nothing. He knew he had to spend money, but he thought it was enough to prepare some money for Kaido. As for the pirates under his command, you are pirates, and pirates have to spend money to buy things? He didn't know that at this time, both Kaido and Arceus regarded Wano country as their own territory. Of course, they couldn't do stupid things like exhausting the pond and fishing on their own territory. It was right to spend money. Besides, the rock was not a decent place. Others worked hard to earn money for physical labor, and it was extremely shameful to get it for free. At this moment, Kaido suddenly felt that he had misunderstood Arceus's idea. His temporary letting the other party go was not completely letting him go. This was to squeeze the other party's value first and then send him away. In comparison, his idea of sending the other party away with one stick was simply too naive. That's right, Orakai. It's just a few tens of thousands of gold. You won't be reluctant to give it up, right? Chapter 140, Acquaintances in the Game Center. Kurozumi Orakai felt very painful. He couldn't bear to give it up. He had borrowed all this money from Odin in a humble manner. After that, he had finally developed to where he is today through various businesses. The beasts were simply robbing him. But for the sake of future plans, he still gave the money out. Then he discussed the issue of future bases. The beasts' pirates couldn't just live in someone else's house. And Orakai was not at ease with them staying nearby, and now he was even more at ease. So he took out the map of Wano country and pointed to a location in the inner sea of Wano country. Can this be your base? It's quite large, and you can use the whole island as you like. Sure, but the craftsmen who build the buildings will have to be yours. After Kaido thought he had noticed Arceus's purpose, he started to talk business with Orokai seriously, but he was asking for too much in all aspects. In the end, under Kaido's military pressure, Orokai and the beasts signed a series of treaties. Moreover, Kaido refused Orokai's request to stay and wanted to go to the Yukao with other pirates. Just when Orokai thought everything was settled, Arceus, who was about to leave here, suddenly looked back at him. General Orokai, sweet dreams. At that moment, Kurozumi Orokai felt as if he was being stared at by some prehistoric beast. A sense of crisis emerged in his heart, and he couldn't help shivering all over. What did you do to him? Fearful face, a little trick, he should have some nice dreams tonight. By the way, do you really want to kill him with a stick? Have you forgotten the plan we discussed before? It's not that he didn't tell Kaido everything. They have already made a rough plan for Wano country. If Kurozumi Orokai really dies here, those plans will be in vain. The plan can be changed, and that guy is also looking for death himself, but I seem to understand what you mean, so let's keep him and let you do it yourself. Little ones. If you want to go to the entertainment center, go to Quinn to get the money. Gather here before noon tomorrow, understand? This kind of business also exists in other islands, but it is relatively rare. Stussy's Happy Street is full of this kind of business. Most of these people are pirates. Unless they are all cut off, this kind of thing cannot be restricted. It took a lot of effort to prohibit those people from breaking the law and discipline at the beginning. Going to a place like the entertainment center is not against the rules, but there are always people who are not interested in it. These people were led by Arceus to the Station of the Beasts, which is the location of the future Ghost Island. Ziraura, what is the yurt? Is it fun? They are all so excited, why can't I go? Setsuna didn't understand the word yurt. Seeing the pirates who were getting paid so excitedly, she thought it was a particularly interesting place, so she also lined up to get paid. But Quinn saw that she didn't give any money at all, but threw it to Ziraura. That's not a place for children, let's go to grill fish. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he pulled Setsuna away, but still took 100 gold from Quinn. That was the activity fund for everyone. They didn't go to the yurt, which didn't mean they couldn't get money. And Quinn's matter was not over yet, because Athi was seen among the people who got paid. Hey, what, do you want to go too? This cough cough. Okay, I understand, we are all men, have fun. As he said that, he grabbed a handful of gold coins for Athi. There is a limit on the amount of ordinary members. Athi is the only pure civilian cadre after all, so there is no need to care about this. He hadn't done that kind of thing for many years. He was somewhat moved when he passed by the brothel before. But at this time, he found that Quinn's expression seemed to have changed, and he was still winking at him. As he turned around and looked, he saw the figure he didn't want to see the most. Olga. Why are you here? Isn't it normal for me to be here? But where do you want to go, old man? Is the brothel fun? This I forget it, I don't care about you. Just do whatever you want. Find a more expensive one and don't get into any messy problems. He stuffed his money into Assi, and then rode Elizabeth away. This made Assi tangled, not knowing whether to follow the teams going to the brothel. Soon after, a large number of outsiders entered the brothel in the flower capital. The brothel was the official red light district of Wano country. There were both courtesans who performed but not sold their bodies, and prostitutes who engaged in ordinary flesh trade. Kaido and these people are all under the banner of Orokai's guests. The problem of xenophobia in Wano country has been restrained to a certain extent. In addition, in the brothel, the rich are the masters, and the pirates with gold still enjoy a good treatment here. There are also many people at the window on the second floor looking at the foreign pirates below. Those clothes that are completely different from the traditional clothes of Wano country aroused their curiosity, but the focus of several children has always been on Kaido's horns. Those are children bought by the owners of different brothels. When they were young, they were responsible for cleaning. Some of them started to learn from adults when they reached a certain age, or waited a few years to start business directly. One of them ran back to the house and then found someone. Sister Rico, there is a person with horns like Uncle White. From the face, this person is about 30 years old, which is the age for retirement. Although she still stays here, she is now doing miscellaneous work. But what was different was that she was carrying a baby on her back and a pair of small horns could be seen on her head. She had raised the girl from outside, so the two had a pretty good relationship. Are you sure? Yes, that guy is so tall and strong, taller than Uncle White. She was originally an ordinary prostitute here, but she had been redeemed a few years ago. However, because she had a good relationship with the mama-san here, she stayed here to do jobs like sweeping the floor to supplement her family income. The person who redeemed her was her current husband, who also stayed in the prostitutes to do odd jobs, because he was an outsider, and it was difficult for people from other places to accept such a person. He had sold all his belongings to redeem Rico before, and the two of them, who were penniless, could only choose to stay here and make a living with a decent job. No one wanted the outsider White, and Rico didn't know anything else. The mama-san of this prostitute house was not too heartless, and still left them a room for them to live in temporarily. Everything was fine, and they had a child, but White fell seriously ill not long ago, and is now in a critical condition. It is unknown when he may die. Sayuri, are you serious? Really, the outsiders next to him call him yes, Kaido. Hearing this, White's dim eyes seemed to have a ray of light. Ahem Rico, help me find him. Wait, White, your body. I can't do it anymore. If it is really him, I should be able to let you rely on him. The man's full name is Black White, and their daughter's name is Black Maria, or Black Maria. Chapter 141, I will take care of your wife and children, so don't worry about them. Sayuri, do you remember where he is? Yes, I remember. Lead the way. White looks very thin, but he is more than 4 meters tall. It is really difficult for Rico to support him, and he can only act as a human crutch. Outside, Kaido had no intention of playing with his men. He was just observing the surrounding environment, such as the sword-wielding warriors outside the houses. There were many of them, and they looked much stronger than ordinary soldiers. This seems to be a good place to recruit soldiers. Just as he was thinking this, a slightly excited voice came from behind him. Kaido, you are Kaido, right? Hey? Who are you? White, Black White, have you forgotten? When we were in the Woka Kingdom, we were in a small team. I was the head cook. You liked the food I cooked at that time. White tried to bring up some things, and finally made Kaido remember him. It's you. I still remember the taste of the drunken beef you made. No one else can make that taste. Why are you here? Kaido didn't expect to see an old acquaintance from the Woka Kingdom here, and he was even more curious about how he got here. It's a long story. It happened after you left. Leaving? Did that old guy describe me like that? It doesn't fit his style. They said it was defection, but no one believed it, because you left and the Woka Kingdom failed to join the World Conference. And without you, the Woka Kingdom suffered a series of defeats in the battles, and others even counterattacked the capital, and the old king ran away. Later, because it couldn't pay the Tianshangjian, the Woka Kingdom lost its status as a member country, and the army could also guarantee the country's security by uniting together. But many people chose to go to sea, such as me. By the way, do you remember Yutron? That guy also made a lot of reputation. White told Kaido the names of several old acquaintances, all of whom were Kaido's comrades at the time, and Yutron even had a good relationship with him. I remember, I met him last year, but he didn't want to join me. But why are you in Wano country? Well, we were just playing around, and then the ship encountered a shipwreck, and everyone else died. I was lucky enough to drift to this place and save my life, and then I met Rico. He came to Wano country a few years ago. At that time, many people in the kingdom of Woka chose to go to sea, and this was still due to Kaido. He was the strongest soldier in the kingdom at that time, and many people regarded him as an idol. After seeing Kaido's bounty order, many people also took this path, but not everyone has Kaido's strength and luck. Then White briefly told Kaido about his experiences over the years, and then said, let's get to the point. My body can't hold on for much longer, Kaido. For the sake of our friendship, please help me take care of my wife and daughter. Her name is Rico, and this is my daughter Maria. White suddenly gasped as he spoke. He just found Kaido with all his strength, and after telling him all those things in one breath, his body couldn't hold on anymore. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was worried about what would happen to his wife and daughter after his death, so he dragged his sick body to find Kaido after hearing the news. On the battlefield, Kaido was always the most reliable comrade in arms. White just hoped that Kaido would still remember their friendship and help him take care of his wife and daughter. He couldn't believe the local people in Wano country, because of the horns on his head. Many people called him a monster at that time, but Rico didn't discriminate against him at that time, and even helped him deal with the wounds he encountered in the shipwreck. So after he found Rico, he sold the treasures he had on him to redeem her, and then lived here. I know, I will take good care of them. Thank you. After getting Kaido's consent, White's body suddenly softened, as if he had lost all his strength. Originally, he was worried about his wife and daughter, so he held on to his last breath. Now that he saw Kaido, he thought he had found a support for his wife and daughter, and he was relieved, so he naturally couldn't hold on. Arceus was not here. He had already taken some people to the future Ghost Island, including Nakin. Women had no interest in the tour. Although Quinn was here, he could see that White had exhausted his vitality. Medicine could not cure immortality, and he was now hopeless. This is the wine of the Kingdom of Woka. I got it from Yutrun not long ago. Have a drink. It really tastes like my hometown. Kaido, please. In a foreign country, he was more willing to believe Kaido, who was once his comrade in arms, even though he was just a cook. Don't worry, just go with peace of mind. This time he didn't get a reply from White, because he really left completely. White. White. Looking at White, who had lost his voice, Rico found it hard to accept this for a while. Come with me, I promised White that I would take care of you for him. If you don't want to leave Monderfesh, go by the store where she lives. If the money is not enough, let them ask Orokai for it. While others were having fun, Monderfesh did not. He chose to stay with Kaido. Arceus had Shayna and Ziraura. As long as they were there, others could not show their courtesy, so he chose to stay with Kaido. It is said that the beasts are planning to further distinguish the levels of Cotters recently, so he still has to perform well. His ability is also considered a member of the small Cotters in the Beasts Pirates. After training, Magikarp's ability also made him have a copper skin and iron bones. Magikarp's characteristics of hard scales all over his body are clearly revealed in him. Ordinary bullets can't hurt him, even ordinary swordsmen can't hurt him. Only swordsmen who have mastered the level of cutting steel can hurt him. In this regard, his ability is very similar to Mr. One Das Bonus's quick cut fruit, but he doesn't have such strong attack power. He can't turn his arm into a knife, and he mainly fights with his fists. Although he is not weak, the other people who have obtained abilities are also comparable to him, and Babanuki is his strong competitor. At this time, of course, he has to show more presence in front of Kaido. At Kaido's request, he immediately took a few people and asked Sayuri to lead the way to the prostitute room, while Kaido collected White's body and planned to send him off for the last time. He has been on the battlefield since he was 10 years old and has long been accustomed to death, so White's death will not make him sad. Anyway, he will fulfill his promise to take care of his wife and daughter, but later he may have taken care of them a little too much. Chapter 142, This is not the situation I want to see. On the other side, in Orokai's residence, he angrily flipped the table after Kaido and others left. What kind of partnership is this? This is simply robbery. Robbery. Lord Orokai, pirates are originally robbers on the sea, and this is exactly what you want. We want to take revenge on the entire Wano country. Only such thugs can do this, and only powerful force can fight against Odin. Kurozumi Murasaki was not angry, but explained the pros and cons. And only when Kaido comes can we open more factories. What they are worried about is not the resistance of the daimyo. As long as Kurozumi Orokai has the title of acting general, those people will not act directly. Kaido's power is prepared to prevent subsequent events. We will take back the losses from those untouchables now, so Lord Orokai, please be patient for a while. I know you go down, I want to rest. And today is destined to be different from the past. As soon as Orokai closed his eyes, he saw a terrifying ghost face attacking him, which scared him so much that he sat up instantly and hit the wall behind him. The fearful face left by Arceus is destined to make him have a good dream, but this good dream is for Arceus. Under the influence of Arceus's fearful face, Kurozumi Orokai couldn't sleep all night. As soon as he closed his eyes, he would see all kinds of monsters, and as time went by, they became more and more serious. At first, they were just monsters, but later, they were all the things he feared the most, such as Kaido holding a stick, Kojiki Odin who was furious, and a group of daimyos who discovered the truth. It wasn't until the sun rose that the fearful face effect left by Arceus slowly dissipated, but just as he was feeling sleepy, someone walked in. Come. Who let you in? Lord Orakai, you said yesterday that you would report to me immediately if there was any new situation. Tell me, what did those guys do? Did they burn down the house or kill people, or did a daimyo have a conflict with them? None of this. They forcibly bought a prostitute's house and filled in your name on the bill. What did you say? Orakai felt that something was wrong. He had found this group of pirates in the hope that they would attack the people of Wano country, and it would be best to rob them directly, but now it seems that this group of pirates seems to be specifically robbing him. What happened in the flower capital Yukuo last night was no secret. In addition to Kurozumi Orakai, Shimatsuki Yasui, Shimatsuki Jayamaru, Dogitsuki Tempura, and Fukutsuki Mikyu all received the same news. This also made them curious about the beast's pirates, and they wanted to know what kind of force this was. In Kuri, the daimyo Kojiki Oden had already gone out to sea, leaving only the retainers. They only knew that Kurozumi Orakai had brought a group of foreign pirates, and that the pirates had been partying in the brothel last night, but they didn't know anything else. The next day, Orakai recruited a group of craftsmen and laborers in the name of the acting general of Wano country, and sent them to the isolated island in the inland sea to build a new territory for Kaido. Riko and Maria were also taken back by Kaido, and there was one more baby raised by the beasts. However, Maria's mother was still there, so her treatment was much better than Jack. The reason why Kaido bought the prostitute house was also to collect intelligence. Although the number was relatively small, there were also some women among the ordinary members of the beast's pirate group. Kaido sent them there to manage the prostitute house and gather intelligence. Babanuki also took some people to the submerged port and guarded the entrance and exit of Wano country with the people there. Since Orakai did not fully trust Kaido, he asked the people from both sides to guard there together. Kaido did not refuse him. It would not take much time to deal with those people anyway. Then, as planned, Orakai began to build weapons factories in Wano country. He knew the principle of boiling a frog in warm water. At the beginning, he did not take a tough attitude and just built factories in empty places in various villages. With Kaido's military support, Orakai became bolder, but he ignored some details. Although the people of the beasts would solve some troubles for him, they would repeatedly emphasize that these were all Orakai's orders before doing those things. They were just following orders. After a while, Kaido's territory has been renamed Onigashima. A large number of craftsmen are working hard on the island, and there is no dissatisfaction at all. According to the rules of Wano country, the general has the right to force labor. These people were sent by Orakai for this reason, but when they came to the beasts, it became a job for wages. As for where the salary comes from, Quinn is asking for it from Kurozumi Orakai, and he went with his plague bomb, as if he would violently ask for it if you don't pay. Arceus is engaged in animal husbandry. They have a piece of land in Kuri. Since Kojiki Oden is not there, Kuri has no nominal direct manager, which also allows Orakai to better intervene in the situation there. When Kaido asked for a piece of land suitable for planting and breeding, Orakai gave them a piece of land in Kuri without hesitation, hoping that after Kojiki Oden returns, he can have a more direct conflict with the beasts. Not long after arriving in Wano country, the people of the beasts generally reported that the beef here tastes better, so the beasts purchased a large number of local cattle from Wano country, some of which were transformed into large milk tanks. The dairy products newly launched by the beasts' fruit previously received a good market response. This time, they are preparing to expand production. In addition to the response of others, Arceus decided to add the third product of the beasts' fruit, meat products, after dairy products and fruits. In the name of Orakai, he got a few breeding cows that others were unwilling to sell, and then they were transformed into Kentaro. Kentaro and Miltank bred Pokemon offspring normally. At the same time, Kentaro was also crossbreeding with local cattle to breed second-generation cattle with Kentaro blood. Interesting W. This type of cattle is exported beef cattle, named as Wajiho by Arceus. And the actions of the beasts appeared on the table of Kurozumi Orakai. They are planting trees and raising cattle. According to Kurozumi Orakai's plan, the weapons of Wano will definitely sell well in the outside world. When Kaido sees this profit, he will definitely not be able to restrain himself from expanding the factory crazily, and then he can turn the entire Wano into a weapons production country. When the factory occupies all the arable land, the citizens of Wano will enter a state of hunger. Although this cannot be achieved in one step, it is also necessary to see the process. But the current situation is wrong. Kurozumi Orakai thinks Kaido should join him to exploit the people of Wano country, but now he is clearly sucking his blood to develop the people's livelihood in Wano country. Chapter 143, Develop Wano country in accordance with local conditions. If several factories had not been built, Kurozumi Orakai would have completely doubted his life, and Kaido did not blindly ignore him. Wano country's military industry is indeed excellent, and he can't completely abandon it. Even if the huge profits brought by the beast fruit and John's treasure make the beasts have sufficient funds, he must have an excellent logistics base to ensure his weapons supply. However, unlike Orakai's idea of building factories across the country, Arceus has already made arrangements according to the environmental characteristics of Wano country. What should each area be used for? First, July. July has a mountainous terrain and a mild climate. It is a place suitable for most fruit trees. There is also a ranch of Kentaro here, where new varieties of Wajiho cattle are grazing in the mountains. Beiwu's terrain and climate are similar to July, but there are no high mountains, mostly hilly areas. The development plan here is similar to July, but July pays more attention to planting, while here it pays more attention to animal husbandry. Flower capital is the economic center of Wano country. The outer terrain is also good, and the climate here is clearly layered. Special medicines can be cultivated by taking advantage of the terrain of Fujiyama. At the same time, because it is located in the center of Wano country, it will definitely be the main place for goods trading in the future. The wasteland of Heimdo Plain in the north, Beishao plans to use this place as the main grain production area. While planting cash crops on a large scale, it must also ensure basic food security. As for the problem of wasteland, Arceus plans to take time to do greening, and let the people here know what miracle is. Tuan and Linghao, the sea stone veins of Wano country are distributed in Tuan, so there are mostly rocks here, and the soil is scarce and not suitable for farming. Based on the principle of adapting to local conditions, Tuan was selected as the main industrial area. Moreover, the sea stone vein is right next to it. Wano country's weapon craftsmanship and sea stone processing technology are unique, or it is their unique sea stone processing technology that brings them excellent military capabilities. The factory is closer to the veins, which can also reduce losses and manpower consumption during transportation. Linghao is covered with snow most of the time because of the cold climate. Only a small number of cold zone plants need to grow here. After retaining some areas, this is the place for the future assembly workshop. The forging of ore and the forging of parts are completed in Tuan, and then transported to Linghao for assembly. The finished products will be sent to Onigashima, and Kaido and others will decide on their future uses. This is the current different arrangements for the 6 regions of Wano country. However, some of them are just starting. These are arrangements after the complete control of Wano country. At present, Beishao only built a factory in Tuan and built a mixed agricultural and animal husbandry orchard in July. At the same time, Beishao's actions also had a significant impact on Wano country. The number of Beishao's entourage was about 1,000. Among these people, even the chefs, ship doctors, and navigators had the ability to go to the battlefield. It can be said that all the members were elite. These people came to Wano country for farming, but the development of the industry requires more manpower, so Beishao's choice is to recruit more laborers locally. Wano country has a population of more than 1 million, so it is not difficult to recruit some laborers. Although Wano country is xenophobic, the people found by Orakai can make some people put aside this prejudice temporarily, and they can be hard on people, but not on money. A monthly salary of 5 gold is also considered a high salary in Wano country. On the premise of not eating or drinking, you can save the money for a house in 20 months. Although it is based on the exaggerated premise of not eating or drinking, in some places, not eating or drinking for 20 years may not be able to earn the money for a house. In this process, the beasts also intend to gradually absorb local members of Wano country to join themselves and realize the assimilation of Wano country. Riko is a precedent. Although Kaido brought her out because she was White's Frost, there was also this factor in it. Sayuri was also brought out at the same time. This was Riko's request. She felt that if possible, Sayuri would grow up in another environment. Monderfesh bought the entire prostitute house directly according to Kaido's request. According to the rules, they have the right to control all the prostitutes there. The composition of the prostitute house is very complicated. There are nobles who were punished for violating the law, and there are also people who voluntarily sell themselves to enter. At the same time, there are people who were abducted or sold by their families. The beasts have no time to cure this problem now. Not to mention Wano country, even such things outside are not repeatedly banned. The human auction is openly established on the Sabayati archipelago, and the navy garrison is not far away from there. There are people who have just left the naval base and were trafficked to the auction. However, the navy's presence is still somewhat useful, at least when they were there were still orderly areas in Jampu. The behavior of the beasts gave ordinary people an opportunity to work, but the behavior of the beasts was viewed differently by the daimyo. Am I seeing things wrong? Has Kurozumi Orokai really reformed and wants to help Wano country develop people's livelihood? This is what Shimotsuki Yasui thought. He is the one who has the most contact with Kurozumi Orokai among the current daimyo, and is also the one who is more familiar with Odin. He has always felt that there are some problems with Kurozumi Orokai. But from the current situation, he seems to be wrong. But Lord Yasui, those people forced some residents to move away under the banner of Orokai, and some were forced to buy land. Let's take a look, these things are too strange. The daimyo of Wano country are equal, and each manages their own area. Unless it is related to the general and a major event that can cause a huge change in the entire Wano country, they will not contact each other casually. In Shimotsuki Yasui's view, the current situation is not that serious. Moreover, the main areas of operation of the beasts are now Kuri and Yuden. If the only foreign port was not in his Hakumai territory, and if Odin was not there, he would help take care of Kuri, he would not care so much about this matter. Unlike his calmness, the Yuden daimyo Ogitsu Tempura looked at the several new factories that appeared in Yuden and fell into deep thought. There were no large-scale factories in Wano before, or they did not know what factories were. This is a new building built by the order of the General Orokai, and it was brought to him by Kurozumi Mushin's suggestion. A large number of factories can not only obtain huge profits, but also discharge wastewater that can pollute the environment of Wano country. The factory that Kaido helped him build in Rabbit Bowl was his last comfort, but a strange problem appeared. The wastewater situation only appeared a few days ago, and then the wastewater seemed to disappear out of thin air. Chapter 144, Environmental Guardian Alola Smelly. At night, a large amount of highly toxic wastewater was discharged from the drainage outlet of a factory in Rabbit Bowl and flowed into the river outside. However, this river has been rebuilt and this section has dried up, so the wastewater did not flow directly into the main river. As the wastewater was discharged, several groups of strange creatures crawled out from the corner of the factory. The highly toxic wastewater was delicious food for them. For a while, the wastewater was drunk clean, and there were more crystal blocks on their bodies. Smelly Alola form. Ordinary stinky slimes are strange creatures made of mud. The liquid in their bodies also has a bad smell. Ordinary people will hate this kind of creature, and only a few people can smell the fragrance from them. Such stinky mud is not suitable to appear here, but the Alola form of stinky mud is different. First of all, the Alola stinky mud is no longer a single poison attribute, but a combination of poison and evil attributes. Arceus, who has the evil slate, can transform the sludge generated by factory sewage discharge and give them new abilities. The Alola stinky mud was born from this, and the significance of their birth is to deal with the toxic wastewater discharged from the weapons factory. Because the stinky mud in the Alola region will produce and store toxins in the body, unlike the stinky mud in other regions, even if you get close, you will not smell the disgusting smell. There are some crystal blocks on the surface of the Alola stinky mud. Those are the crystals of endotoxins. Ordinary people will be poisoned as long as they touch them. This kind of toxin crystal is very easy to fall off. Quinn will regularly send people to collect these crystals. These are simply natural toxins, and only through tree fruit materials can a powerful antidote be made. These highly toxic crystals have even become new strategic resources. But don't worry about accidental poisoning. Alola slimes are very gentle and will not attack people actively. Factories often discharge wastewater, and their food is very sufficient, so they will not move most of the time and shrink in the cracks near the factory. From a distance, it looks like there are some floors with strange colors. At first, their colors were not so colorful, but as a large amount of wastewater was eaten by them, the color of Alola slimes was no longer a single purple, but became colorful, and the color of the body was extremely bright. This is because the toxic wastewater eaten caused a chemical reaction in the body. These Alola slimes can also serve as bodyguards for the factory to prevent people from causing damage, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. But this also caused Kurozumi Orokai to be happy for only a few days, and then the toxic wastewater disappeared inexplicably. No one explained to him what Alola slimes were, and he didn't even know that the disappearance of toxic wastewater was due to slimes. Before this, he had never built a factory, so he regarded these as natural phenomena. This is also the reason why Ogitsuo Tempura was thinking, he didn't understand what Orakai was doing. There are many refugees in Wano country, who have no fixed livelihood, and many of them are small gangsters, but now those people have been captured by the people of the beasts and put into the factory, working every day under their supervision and labor reform. Under the operation of the beasts, the public security environment in Rabbit Bowl has actually improved. Orakai also didn't understand why the beasts forcibly captured laborers, built factories, and did things according to their own ideas, but other people in Wano country still felt that life had improved. At the same time, they also rented Kentaro from ordinary residents. One Kentaro can do the work of 10 ordinary oxen a day. Everything looks good, but few people are willing to rent Kentaro. In their opinion, the three-tailed Kentaro belongs to a monster. It will take a long time to change this concept. At the same time, a voice of opposition came from July. The leaders were Odin's retainers. After careful analysis, they believed that they had come up with the correct answer. Kurozumi Orakai wanted to win the hearts of the people and disintegrate the rule of the Kojiki family in this way. Kaido was the accomplice they found from the outer sea. For the sake of the Kojiki family, everyone should resist Kurozumi Orakai and Kaido. Under their leadership, many people were unwilling to work in the territory of the beasts and would secretly destroy their crops. As a result, the beasts showed their military power for the first time, and initial conflicts broke out. This conflict also made Kurozumi Orakai relieved. Most of the things in Wano country have been arranged, and the rest is to develop slowly. After dealing with a series of things, Arceus plans to go out again to find the stone slab, but he changed the way of making fate decisions. This time he did not throw stones, but let the Jigglypuffs bring Yamato. Although she is less than 1 year old, she is crawling very fast now. According to the Jigglypuffs, she will soon learn to walk. Come on, little guy. After poking around with her little hands, she lit up a nearby sea area. Shayuna, prepare the manpower and arrange the route. Let's go here this time. Lord Holy Beast, the origin has been on standby and can set off now. She knew very well that Arceus would not stay here forever, so since she came to Wano country, she regularly arranged for manpower to replace the supplies on the origin. The purpose is to set sail at any time when Arceus needs it. Shayuna, you don't have to follow this time. I'm here, just stay and take care of things here, let Olga and Ziraura prepare. Wano country is still in the development stage, and some places still need to be suppressed by cotters. Orakai's construction of factories is not so smooth. If it weren't for Kaido's military force, he might not be able to build so many factories in Rabbit Bowl, and Kaido also asked him to take more children with him when he went out to speed up their growth. Yes, I will take care of this place. Shayuna wanted to go sailing with Arceus, but since Arceus had given the order, she would not refute anything. There is no need to worry about Arceus' own strength. The gradually recovered strength and electromagnetic floating also solved the problem of flying. He was not in a hurry to travel, and the sea area he passed by every time was within his search range, so he would still sail when he went out. But what he didn't expect was that Kaido actually threw Yamato on the boat before leaving. What are you doing? Let her see the world earlier. Besides, isn't this the sea area you asked her to choose for you? It would be a pity if she didn't see the first choice of her life. By the way, where are you going this time? Edwall Sea Area. Chapter 145, New Slate and Edwall's Tsunami. The Origin left Wano country from the submerged port. There were only more than 100 people on board, and the rest stayed in Wano country. The navigator had planned the route to Edwall Sea Area, and there were many people of strange ages on Arceus' ship. Olga set the day she left the belly of the Sea King as her new life, and her age was counted again from 8 years old. She selectively forgot the more than 100 years in her belly. According to this calculation, she is already 14 this year. Yin Elizabeth and her calculation are the same. As for Ziraura, if you insist on counting, he is actually less than 4 years old this year, but he is mature both mentally and physically. Originally, the only underage child was Setsuna, who was less than 11 years old, and she was still a few months away from her 11th birthday. Of course, now there is Yamato, and Arceus doesn't understand why Kaido insisted on asking him to bring a child out. He really doesn't worry about his daughter's problems. After leaving the submerged port and arriving at the nearby waters, the sea surface calmed down again. Arceus could even see a few Magikarp splashing in the water. They seemed to have sensed Arceus's breath and followed him. It was not until he left the waters of Wano country that the Magikarp swam back upstream. Arceus gave them instructions not to leave the nearby waters. Those who left here were their descendants. Magikarp reproduced very quickly, and the first batch of offspring had spread to the surrounding waters, and the origin also sailed towards Edver. After a while, the origin was about to reach the island near Edver, and a major event was also happening on the sea surface of Edver. At the headquarters of the Navy, the current Admiral Sora was trying to persuade Garp to accept the position of Admiral, but after Roger, who was brought by the messenger, and Golden Lion came into contact in the Idle Sea, Cape pushed the door open and walked out. He was more interested in hunting Roger than the so-called Admiral rank. Aokiji, who had joined the Navy for 3 years, followed Garp and admired his refusal to become Admiral, and Garp and Sengoku boarded the warship to the Idle Sea. The Navy hero Garp and Honto Admiral Sengoku set out at the same time, and this lineup filled the headquarters Navy with confidence. At the same time, in the Idle Sea, Roger's pirates and the Sky Pirates were confronting each other here. To be precise, it was the Golden Lion's large fleet that surrounded Roger's pirate ship. Dozens of pirate ships belonging to the Flying Control Pirates surrounded Roger's Golden Jackson in the middle, and Golden Lion also made his request. Roger. Although we had some grudges when we were young, let's let it go with the wind now. You know the whereabouts of the weapon that can destroy the world. With sufficient troops and years of planning, you and I are enough to rule the world. Come and be my right hand, Roger. On the sea, the Golden Lion invited Roger. Facing huge pressure, all members of the Roger Pirates were ready for battle, except for one person, Beige, who was trying to persuade Roger to compromise with the Golden Lion temporarily, but no one paid attention to him. Neither the Deputy Captain Rayleigh, the ship's Dr. Crocus, nor the trainee Shanks meant to help him. I have no interest in ruling the world, Shiki. Pirates should do what they want to do. The war was about to start, but Gold Roger was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of troops. As the legendary pirate today, the Golden Lion was very powerful with the float fruit and his excellent swordsmanship. The officers under his command are all strong men. Roger's pirate group was at a disadvantage for a while. As time went by, abnormal conditions appeared on the sea. The climate in the New World was abnormally changeable, and a tsunami was approaching here. Just as the Golden Lion was embarrassed by the approaching tsunami, the tsunami suddenly disappeared, and the sea returned to calm again. Ha 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 ha. Roger, fate is with me. The sea is cooperating with me, surrender, I'll give you another chance. Don't dream, Shiki, no matter how many times you ask, my answer will be no. The only result today is to kill you all, God. Then you can only die here, Lion Chikiri. The tsunami that was originally about to come suddenly disappeared, and the culprit of all this was in the sea dozens of miles away. It was Arceus who calmed the sea, because he felt the breath at the bottom of the sea. Yamato, you are really a lucky star. Lakey. Yamato, who only learned a few words and could only say Lakey like Jigglypuff in most cases, did not understand what Arceus meant, but this did not affect his happiness. Yes, it's lucky. The water drop slab left the body and sank into the sea. The originally turbulent sea calmed down instantly, and then the sea surface split into 2 halves, and countless sea water retreated to the surroundings, revealing the seabed below. Is this the power of Lord Arceus? What kind of divine power is this? Arceus rarely took action, but when he did, it was a power that they could not imagine. Many people could make the sea boil. But few people could calm down the violent sea and split it into 2 halves. Then the seabed began to tremble. Affected by the power of Arceus, a slab rushed out from under the mud on the seabed. It shone again and directly merged into Arceus' body. At the same time, Arceus' power was greatly enhanced. However, as the power of the stone slab returned, he found some special problems. There were 2 continental shelves below, and the stone slab was stuck in the middle. As he took back his stone slab, the balance was broken. Now it is his power that maintains this balance, but as long as he takes away the power, a major undersea earthquake will occur here. Let everyone hold on, a bigger one is coming. He said that he used the power of the lightning stone slab to wrap the entire ship, and the origin flew directly. Then he took back his power, and a violent force was emitted from the bottom of the sea. Compared with the previous tsunami, the difference between the father and the son is the difference between the tsunami today. At the battlefield between Golden Lion and Roger, Golden Lion was full of confidence, but with the arrival of the new tsunami, everything changed. Shiki. It seems that the sea is not on your side. Little ones, get ready to break through. Roger slashed at Shiki with a divine evasion, cutting off his chance to use the power of the fruit to lead his fleet to fly. With the arrival of the tsunami, Roger's pirate group successfully broke through, while more than 2/3 of the ships of the Fekong pirates were destroyed in the tsunami, and the Fekong pirates suffered heavy losses. What's more serious is that a flying rudder hit the head of the Golden Lion. Because the rudder was in contact with many nerves, for the sake of life safety, the ship doctor did not dare to take out the rudder, causing it to remain in the head of the Golden Lion. It's a pity, it's just a little bit short. Roger's luck is really good. The person who caused all this is now resting on a nearby island. This trip can be said to be full of gains. Arceus originally wanted to strike while the iron is hot and let Yamato choose a few more places, but her luck seemed to be consumed, so the island she chose this time was mediocre, and there was no feeling of stone slabs around. However, looking at Yamato playing, Arceus always felt that the attribute of the stone tablet this time was strange. Chapter 146, Yamato's Magical Attribute. The attribute of the stone tablet is Dragon. Although the 18 stone tablets are not ranked in order, if you have to divide the power, the Dragon Stone tablet is definitely one of the strongest ones. The ground, water, grass, lightning, and attributes are called the source of life. The stone tablets can form life gems and bring richness to an area. Now, except for the ground, the other 4 pieces are already in his hands, not to mention the most effective Dragon Stone tablet. A large number of quasi-gods have dragon attributes. The various enhancements brought by the Dragon Stone tablet can be said to be powerful visible to the naked eye, but there is a small problem. In addition to the power of the stone tablet itself, the biggest effect is immunity to attacks. From the rules, immunity to attacks of this attribute is one of the most powerful features of the stone tablet, but in this world, it seems that only Kaido has attacks belonging to the dragon system, and the dragon attribute restrains the dragon system. Looking at Yamato in the arms of the Jigglypuff, Arceus always felt a little strange. Kaido's daughter helped him find a treasure against Kaido? After all, with the Dragon Slate, Kaido won't lose any blood after using his ability, and he will be double restrained when fighting Kaido. Finding the Dragon Slate is a good thing, but finding the Dragon Slate with the help of Yamato is a bit intriguing. But it's not bad, he has no chance of being hostile to Kaido, and Yamato is now her adopted daughter, and it's much better to have the attribute of resisting Kaido than to have the attribute of Lu Buletin. After all, Lu Buletin's adopted father is a high-risk profession. Go freely, replenish supplies and prepare to return. This operation was surprisingly smooth, and he didn't get involved in any trouble along the way, nor did he encounter any messy people, and he successfully found a new slate. There is nothing good to play on this island, but it is stable. After withdrawing the power, Arceus guided the direction of the power, so that the tsunami consumed the energy in the center of the ocean. This place just experienced a bigger wave, and did not cause any damage. Just before they came, there were still residents picking up fish on the beach. But after seeing the pirate flag, he still hid. This didn't seem to be an island ruled by pirates. The people on the Origin were busy as usual with fresh water and food, but the people who stayed on the watchtower suddenly sent a signal. Saint Beast! It's the Golden Jackson! The ship of the Roger pirates is approaching here. Pirates will not be relieved unless they are in their own territory. When they go out, no matter which pirate group they are, they will be concerned about the situation in the nearby waters. If nothing else, being suddenly surrounded by the navy is a big trouble. No pirate group has the ability to subvert the entire navy. The navy's soldiers also come from all over the world. It is meaningless to consume them, so pirates rarely take the initiative to attack the navy unless they have a special purpose. Although we don't see warships now, we should be alert when we see other pirate ships. But their ships are a bit broken. They should have just experienced a big battle. Lord Saint Beast, what should we do? Don't worry about him. Just do what you need to do. Even without a telescope, he could see the situation of the Golden Jackson. The main mast was almost broken, and there were holes on both sides of the hull. It seemed that they were planning to dock for emergency repairs. Even if the Golden Jackson was a ship built by Tom using the treasure tree atom, it was in a very bad state after experiencing such a large-scale tsunami, not to mention that the Golden Lion itself was not a weakling. With top swordsmanship and fruit ability, and powerful domineering, the Roger pirates also paid a certain amount of casualties in breaking through. Both sides can only be said to be losers. If the subsequent tsunami had not arrived in time, the Roger pirates would have paid a greater price. Now they should not be interested in actively looking for other enemies. Arceus was not wrong. The Roger pirates chose to dock on the other side of the island. This is the tacit understanding and tradition among pirates. After discovering each other, the latecomers went to the other side to dock, and the first ones did not react, which meant that neither side wanted to make enemies, and they just left after resting. Arceus did not like meaningless conflicts, and Roger needed to rest. He had been suffering from an incurable disease 2 years ago, and it was all thanks to Crocus's medical skills that he could continue sailing. Although his combat effectiveness was not affected, he could no longer fight continuously for a long time. After a big battle with the Golden Lion, he and his companions on the ship needed to rest. And the mind of one person on the ship also changed, that is Douglas Barrett, who joined Roger's ship because of Roger's strength. But after the Battle of Edwall, he began to doubt Roger's strength, or rather, the life of Roger's pirate group made him waver in his heart. After confirming that Roger had finished his rest, he challenged Roger again. The battle did not last long, and Barrett still failed to defeat Roger, but after that he left Roger's pirate group and did not know where he went. That Barrett guy left after all. Let him go, he's a dangerous guy, it's better to leave early. Shanks and Buggy came to the town to replenish supplies. They had experienced the least battles in the previous battles and had the most remaining physical strength, so they took on this responsibility. Although Roger required them to be accompanied by an adult before going out after the last accident, they are now 12 years old, so Roger relaxed the requirement again. At this time, they walked towards 2 people, and Buggy suddenly remembered something before they took 2 steps. Shanks, do you still remember the girl just now? What's wrong? What's wrong? You forgot, the ability user we met on that island almost 4 years ago. Compared to Shanks, who is a little rough, Buggy has a good memory. He remembers being tricked by Olga's ability a few years ago. Especially Olga's appearance has hardly changed over the years, so he remembered her as soon as he met her just now. I can't remember. You bastard! Buggy was so angry that he let his hands leave his wrists and started dancing. Not long ago, he accidentally ate the 4th fruit and became a landlubber. To be more precise, he swallowed the 4th fruit. He was lucky not to choke to death. Okay, I remember, so what do you want to do? She embarrassed us so much back then, of course we have to take revenge. Didn't we fail to steal the treasure map that time? And she didn't do anything else, so let's forget it. I know, I just want to scare him. Thanks to you, I am also a superpower now. At this point, Buggy's tone suddenly became a little resentful, and Shanks didn't know what to say. Chapter 147, Familiar Plot, The Navy Chasing. Unlike Kaido's enthusiasm for animal-type superpowers, so that there are many animal-type superpowers in the Beast's Pirates, Roger Pirates has almost no superpowers, and the only superpower before was Barrett. However, Barrett boarded the Golden Jackson as a challenger. He was not a member of the Roger Pirates in the true sense. Before the Battle of Edwall, Buggy accidentally ate the fruit and Buggy and Barrett became the only 2 people with special abilities on Roger's ship. It was not his original intention to eat this fruit, it can only be said to be retribution. At the beginning, the Roger Pirates seized a devil fruit in the spoils. After Buggy heard that a devil fruit could be sold for a sky-high price of 100 million Baileys, he tried to hide the fruit. Then, when he was secretly observing his spoils at night, he was startled by Shanks and swallowed the fruit directly. From then on, he lost the ability to swim. Although he gained the ability of the 4th, he was not happy. After all, treasure hunting is Buggy's biggest hobby. Becoming a landlubber means that he can't explore the treasures in the sea at will, and his excellent water ability has become empty talk. If you can't find the treasure yourself, it means that the joy is halved. In his opinion, the culprit of all this was Shanks, who slapped him. Although his own greed was the root cause, Shanks' slap was also an important reason for this incident. While Buggy and Shanks were discussing their problems, Olga also raised her own questions to Elizabeth. Question. Yin Elizabeth, do you smell it? A smell of conspiracy. Conspiracy has no smell, so you can't smell it. Oh really, after all these years you still haven't learned the essence of words. 3 years later, Yin Elizabeth could already communicate fluently, but that was only in terms of fluent communication. He could understand the meaning of the sentence if he said it directly, but he couldn't understand it if he talked in a roundabout way like Olga. This was no longer something that could be solved by learning. Only after a long period of training could he understand the true meaning of it. Forget it, let's put it another way. You said that after so many years, why didn't they change their bad habits? As she said that, she stretched out her little finger and picked her ear. She heard the private conversation between Buggy and Shanks clearly, and she is 14 years old this year. At the age of 10, Kaido became the strongest soldier of the kingdom of Woka, and at the age of 13, Barrett became the strongest young soldier of the kingdom and a national hero. 13-year-old Rob Lucci killed 500 captured kingdom soldiers and all pirates by himself, becoming a cold-blooded killing machine. At this age, it is time to exert strength. Although she is still a trainee now, it is because Kaido intends to let her take the position of the head janitor after becoming a regular employee. Shayna's organization belongs only to Arceus. As for Jack, he is still a baby, and it is normal for the three calamities to have 4 people. Now she is still a long way from being as famous as Quinn and Jin. Although her voice is much smaller than last time, it is not much stronger. It is still easy to hear the conversation between the two 12-year-old boys. Buggy remembers her, and she has not forgotten Buggy and Shanks. In fact, she mainly remembers Buggy. His nose is too iconic. She has never seen a different nose in all these years. To scare me, I want to see how they scare me. Let's go, Yin Elizabeth, and have some fun with them. As he said that, he turned to avoid the main street and watched Olga disappear from his sight. Buggy immediately wanted to pull Shanks to chase after him, but the result was that his fruit ability was triggered, and his other arm was directly hung on Shanks, because Shanks stayed in the same place without moving. Shanks! What are you going to do? Wait, Buggy, don't you think this plot is a bit similar to a few years ago? A few years ago, they rashly chased after him, and then started a passionate fight, until Olga left the range of his ability and was freed. This situation now makes Shanks feel a sense of déjà vu, so Buggy failed to pull Shanks. After eating the 4th fruit, body splitting became a passive skill for him. Not only will he split actively when facing a slash, but if too much force intervenes, his body will also split. For example, he wanted to pull Shanks, but Shanks stood there like a pillar, which eventually caused his arm and body to split apart. This was to prevent dislocation. What are you afraid of? We are no longer the same as we were back then. Let's go. Bakey's body was divided into many pieces, and he pushed Shanks' joints forward from behind. Don't worry, Buggy. Let's exchange a secret code this time. Be careful not to be deceived again. Remember, those who can't tell the secret code are fake. The last time he was deceived, he fought each other. As the first external failure in his life, he did not forget this ability. After making sufficient preparations, they chased after him, and then the same thing happened again as a few years ago. They seemed to be back in that familiar alley. You two are so slow. The ice cream is about to melt. We haven't seen each other for a few years. What kind of prank do you want to do this time? Voices came from all directions. Olga's figure could not be seen in the empty alley. They plunged into Olga's illusion world again. Without enough observation haki, it would be impossible to meet Olga now. Last time, Olga's illusion made them think the other party was Olga, but this time they didn't. However, some people imagined Olga's ability, and Buggy and Shanks were not sure whether the person in front of them was real. At this time, the code Shanks prepared in advance took effect, but they underestimated Olga's ability. Zoroark's illusion was omnidirectional and could also interfere with their hearing, so the answers they heard were all wrong. So they fell into internal fighting again, and they had forgotten the idea of just playing a prank at the beginning. What a two little brats, let's go, Yin Elizabeth, it's time to go back, aren't they from Roger's pirate group? I heard that pirate group is very strong. Unlike Whitebeard and Golden Lion who have huge forces, Roger can be said to be one of the few people in the New World who has made such a great reputation with a single ship. Maybe they are the weakest on the ship. Originally, Olga wanted Shanks and Buggy to fight for a while longer, but a series of artillery fire dispelled her idea. Yin Elizabeth. Understood. Olga crossed her hands and supported Yin Elizabeth to jump high into the sky. Unless she was riding, Yin Elizabeth would not use the form of a basilisk lizard, but would maintain the form of a thousand-faced chameleon. With the help of Olga, it began to glide in the air and saw what was happening on the coastline. It's the Navy, we should prepare to go back. Chapter 148, Sorry, I can't obey your order. Looking at Shanks and Buggy who were still fighting each other, Olga lifted the illusion that affected them. You two stop fighting. The Navy is here, it's time to go back to the ship. There was no life and death feud between the two sides, so her behavior had always been reserved. How Shanks and Buggy would fight depended on their previous ideas. If the goal was to take her life, then they would be more seriously injured in the civil strife. Now Buggy and the fight between the red-haired men was not fierce, which meant that they did not have any intention to go too far. In this case, Olga did not need to do anything too extreme. The sound in the distance calmed Shanks and Buggy. There was no doubt that they were fooled again, but the sound of cannons in the distance also told them that they had to go back to the ship now. Hey, Shanks, don't tell Mr. Rayleigh and Captain Roger about this. Why? Do you want to be grounded again? Not only were you fooled, but you were fooled by the same person twice in the same way. Bucky, I think you are right, but it is better not to say it. Hey? Why? Because I know it now. Rayleigh's voice sounded from the other side of Buggy. When they were running towards the Golden Jackson just now, Rayleigh had appeared next to them, but Buggy did not notice him. It seems that I still can't trust you two. I still have to let someone follow you two in the future. Rayleigh grabbed Shanks and Buggy in one hand and dragged them back to the Golden Jackson. The ship has been repaired and has regained its mobility, and now they are about to start a new journey, because the person most familiar to Roger's pirate group has caught up again. Roger! Surrender, you have no way to escape! Garp shouted at the front of the warship, and threw a cannonball at the Golden Jackson, but it was smashed in the air by Jabba holding a double axe. Although it was thrown by Garp, the cannonball was still an ordinary cannonball. Looking at Shanks and Buggy who returned, Roger also gave the order to set sail again, and the Golden Jackson and the Navy's warships began their pursuit. However, only one warship chased out, and the other warship did not have this intention, and the ship's guns were all aimed at the direction of the origin. General Sengoku, don't you need to worry about Mr. Garp? Don't worry about him. Every time he sees Roger, he's like a chicken blood. He can't be stopped. Let's deal with this group of pirates first. Due to the fierce battle in the Edwall Sea, Sengoku and Garp came here together. They were facing Roger and Golden Lion at the same time as imaginary enemies. But when they arrived in the Edwall Sea, they only saw a piece of broken ship wreckage. Neither Golden Lion nor Roger ran away, so their ships approached here. This is the nearest island to that sea area and the most suitable place to rest. It is very likely to meet Roger or a member of Golden Lion here. Now it seems that Sengoku guessed correctly. They not only met Roger, but also the origin flying the flag of the beast pirates. Although the beasts were not their main target, since they met them, there was no reason to ignore them. It is natural for the Navy to catch pirates. After Garp went to chase Roger, Sengoku also commanded the people on the warship to attack the origin. He did not see Kaido on the ship, and Kaido disappeared again during this period. The New World has not received any reports of Kaido's drunken behavior for a long time. Sengoku thought that this was just an ordinary pirate group affiliated with the beasts, and it would not take much time to capture them. He had this misunderstanding because the origin was flying the flag of the beasts and the symbol of Arceus at the same time, a pattern derived from the Thousand Universe arm. Generally, only pirates affiliated with other pirates would fly two different flags. As he launched the attack, the people on the beast's ship also saw his face clearly. That's Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Buddha Sengoku. As the only Admiral of the Navy who has neither refused promotion nor retreated behind the scenes at this stage, Sengoku has a distinct reputation outside and is also a veritable model worker of the Navy. However, the pirates of the beasts did not panic because Arceus was still on the ship. The troublesome guy is here again. Are all the people back? Are you ready to go? They have their own fixed territory and long-term plans. Arceus doesn't want to waste energy in the battle with the Navy, mainly because it is meaningless. Even if he kills a Navy admiral, he will get nothing except being exaggerated by Morgans and then being regarded as a thorn in the eyes of the world government and the Navy. The Navy admiral is the top combat power, but with hundreds of member countries as the basis and occupying the entire Red Earth continent, the world government has sufficient troops, and even the position of the admiral can be filled. After the war on the top, they did not use the admiral candidate, and the vacancy could be filled by the world conscription. He has no interest in those false names. If he really kills the Navy Admiral, whether for the deterrent power in the future or the face of the Navy itself, the territory of the beasts will be severely hit, and the intelligence chain that has been hard to develop will be in vain. The Admiral is an important cornerstone of the Navy, but losing one will not hurt the bones. Unless there is a bigger move, Arceus does not want to do such a meaningless thing. So when facing Zifa before, he trapped him with a vortex of fire and left directly. The same is true now. Besides, there are a lot of children on his ship. Except Olga and Inulsabetho, they are back too, so we are all here. Let's go. The Origin raised the sail and planned to leave here, but their desire to leave did not mean that the Navy agreed. The dense shells formed a blockade and blocked the way of the Origin. Not wanting to fight does not mean that they will not fight back if they are beaten. The Origin is naturally equipped with heavy artillery made by the beasts, which is comparable to the Navy's ship guns in range and power. A gun battle unfolded on the sea. Although his electromagnetic floating can take the ship with it, but that speed is no different from a target. You go first, I'll catch up in a while. He just wanted to see how much power the Admiral of the Navy headquarters could exert. Under Arceus's order, the Origin retreated to the distance first, and everyone except Ziraura obeyed the order. Ziraura, didn't you hear my order? I'm sorry, my lord, I'm sorry. If everyone can come directly to you, it would be an insult to me. Chapter 149, Is this what 5,000 Baileys should do? You should know that they can't do anything to me on the sea. This is the sea. Arceus, who has the water slab, can freely manipulate the sea water and this sea. If he didn't intend to see the Admiral's strength, he would have many ways to get rid of them. There are flame whirlpools on land, and there are also water whirlpools on the sea. This time, it should be said that he has been farming for a long time, so he came out to stretch his muscles. I know your power very well, but please forgive my willfulness. Our duty is to help you find the lost things and defend your existence. I can't retreat before you. If you have to do everything yourself, then there is no point in you creating us. Ziraura stood beside Arceus. This was the only time he didn't obey Arceus' orders since he appeared. Forget it, it's up to you. You really should see the top combat power in this world. Ziraura had never fought with anyone before. His only enemy was the organ trafficking assassination group, but they really couldn't be used as a standard for judging combat power. The warships led by Sengoku could also help Ziraura better understand the stage of his strength. Yes, sir. Seeing that Arceus didn't continue to order him to leave, he was relieved. This was the first time he could be willful, but if Arceus insisted on letting him leave, he could only obey. At this time, the hair on his body stood up completely, which was a sign that he was using the electrical energy stored in his body. He was floating next to Arceus. This was not electromagnetic floating, but his own unique ability. The balls of his hands and feet could release a large amount of electric current. He could use this current to create a strong magnetic field, use the power of the magnetic field to move in the air, and achieve high-speed flight. Arceus and Ziraura, who were away from the source, naturally attracted the attention of the Navy. Zhang Guo has always been known as a wise general, and intelligence is very important in this regard. There is no doubt that the Navy's intelligence network is much stronger than that of the pirates. Whether it is the Navy's own undercover or the information provided by the world government CPS, it will be summarized to the Navy headquarters. As the general of the headquarters, Zhang Guo has extremely high authority in this regard, and the generals have their own familiar adjutants. Zhang Guo's adjutant has already brought the information he has sorted out to Zhang Guo. Unknown creature Bailey? Nothing else. Yes, we don't have any records of that creature in the sky, and this bounty is the only information. However, Mr. Zephyr once reported similar information, but after analysis by the intelligence department, it was believed that it was the ability of Flame Disaster Jin. Arceus's lifestyle can be said to be reclusive, and it is Kaido who is usually in the spotlight, and he doesn't know much about the Arceus Navy. The bounty also left a preconceived stereotype, which led to most of the power being considered as the ability of other people. What about the Fur tribe? There is no information, the other party should be a new member. Although there are no Fur tribes in the Navy, Ziraura's appearance is too similar to that of the Fur tribe, and Sengoku still has the perception that he is a Fur tribe, and he is also a capable person. After all, there is no record of the Fur tribe flying. Before Sengoku issued a new order, Arceus had already sent a welcome gift, the Dragon Star Cluster, which can also be called the Sky Dragon Meteor. The new slate always needs to use its power, and now is the time for him to experience the power of the dragon slate. Dragon energy burst out, forming a dense meteor shower in the sky and smashing towards the warship where Zhang Guo was. Is this a pet? Are those people in the intelligence department trash? Looking at the Dragon Star group smashing over, Zhang Guo had serious doubts about the ability of the intelligence personnel. If you can't make a good judgment, don't make a blind judgment. He has never heard of this kind of creature. It is probably an animal type ability user who is used to the beast form. Such people are not unheard of. A burst of golden light came out of Zhang Guo's body, and the whole person turned into a big Buddha form, and then a shock wave hit the sky. Zhang Guo is called the Buddha Zhang Guo, not because he is so Buddhist, but because of his fruit ability, the human fruit fantasy beast species big Buddha form. In addition to his own powerful Buddha's golden body, the shock wave from his palm is also one of his main fighting methods. Without letting him go because of his relationship, the Buddha's shock wrapped the entire warship with him as the center of the circle. After a violent shake, the tentative attack of the Dragon Star group was successfully blocked by him. You blocked it, not bad. So what's your limit? A new batch of Dragon Stars appeared out of thin air again. Compared with the previous attack, this time there were more Dragon Stars and they were larger in size. As for the debuff that the Dragon Stars would temporarily reduce the special attack, it had been offset by the power of his Dragon Dance. Looking at the Dragon Stars coming again, Zhang Guo's mouth twitched. He knew that to solve this kind of attack, he had to start from the source, but he couldn't leave now. He had missed the opportunity. If he left here to find Arceus, the marines on the ship would inevitably suffer huge casualties. Only with the ability can the warship be perfectly protected. Borsellino. Go interrupt his attack. Zhang Guo didn't think it was a good idea to let Borsellino take over the defense of the warship. The laser he released might be able to smash those strange meteors, but it couldn't destroy them all. A hasty change might cause other effects. So it was the best decision to let him interrupt the opponent's attack and then prevent him from attacking the warship wantonly. However, Borsellino failed to enforce the order. Since the recruit camp, he has been carrying this slightly lazy habit. Zhang Guo-san, it seems very troublesome. Can you not go? What do you think? Oh, I know, don't be so anxious. Kuzan, Sakaski, Borsellino, the future 3 admirals have now become members of the Navy. From the day they joined, they were called monsters by the Navy. And they did not live up to the name of monsters. On the day they graduated from the Zifa training camp, they were awarded the rank of colonel. This is the Navy's rule. The highest rank that people who come out of the recruit camp can get is colonel. The rank of general requires not only strength but also military exploits. However, people specially recruited by the world government can break this rule, including being directly awarded the rank of colonel or above. Sakaski and Borsellino joined earlier than Kuzan, and now they are already. Borsellino is now a major general of the headquarters. Although their strength is more than that, they are still slightly lacking in merit. Now the 3 of them are training with others. The Navy intends to train them to take over the position of admiral in the future. Chapter 150, Arceus vs Buddha's Warring States. However, this will at least have to wait until Kong transfers his position as marshal before the replacement. They still need to learn. As a qualified naval general, there is still a lot to learn. Now most of the time Kuzan follows Garp, Borsellino follows Sengoku, and Sakaski follows another veteran vice admiral, but this position is not fixed and often changes. In addition to Sengoku, there is another vice admiral on the ship, but his strength is not as good as Borsellino at this time. He is more suitable to play his advantages in the air with the flash fruit. Under Sengoku's order, Borsellino turned into flash and came to the sky, but before he could do anything, Ziraura had already attacked him. Brother of the Fur Tribe, or the little brother of the Fur Tribe, can you please get out of the way? My mission target is not you. Looking at Ziraura, who is much shorter than himself, Borsellino has some complaints in his mouth. His personality seems a bit unpredictable in the Navy, but because he chose to join the Navy and his own strength is also very strong, the Navy also condones this behavior. Unless it is a matter of life and death, he will bargain slightly for the Admiral's order. Many people don't understand why such a person would choose to join the Navy. This is my lord's entertainment time, no one is allowed to interfere. It seems that the negotiation has failed, but it doesn't matter, Yachi mirror. Borsellino turned into a flash of light, and after several refractions, he passed Ziraura in front of him, intending to quickly execute Sengoku's request and return to the warship. The effort at this time was to slack off better, after all, only after completing the order could he go back. But the facts were not as smooth as he thought, and the voice of Ziraura rang in his ears when he turned into a flash. "I said you are not allowed to go over, didn't you hear it?" The tail wrapped in armed color swept towards him and directly interrupted Borsellino's Yachi mirror. Young people nowadays are getting more and more terrible. Looking at Ziraura who was catching up, Borsellino adjusted his glasses. It seems that he has to be more serious. This is not an ordinary pirate that can be easily solved in the past. The ability of the flash fruit makes his speed unique in the navy, and almost no one can keep up with his speed. This is the ability brought to him by the shining fruit, the speed of light, but this speed cannot get rid of Ziraura, because Ziraura can also move at the speed of lightning. Flash and lightning are both a kind of light. Ziraura is as fast as Kizaru. The lightning sizzled, and Ziraura and Borsellino fought in a group, not giving him any chance to interfere with Arceus. He couldn't get rid of Ziraura in close combat, and even if he released a laser, it would be blocked by Ziraura's lightning. Most of the people on the Navy warships couldn't see what was happening in the sky. They could only see two groups of light spots colliding back and forth. General Sengoku, Major General Borsellino seems to be entangled. He can't break through the enemy's obstruction. Otherwise, No, you will take over my command. If you defend for a long time, you will lose. You can't keep defending like this. He blocked many waves of Dragon Star groups, but the subsequent Dragon Star groups continued. If you can't solve the problem from the root, you can only passively take the beating forever. Moreover, Zhangguo seemed to have discovered a pattern, that is, there would be intervals between the formation of those meteors. Taking advantage of an opening, Zhangguo's figure disappeared on the ship. The next moment, his palm containing endless Buddha light slapped Arceus. The 6 styles were originally the skills of the Navy and the world government. As a Navy admiral, he naturally knew how to use the moon step. Ziraura saw Zhangguo appearing next to Arceus and wanted to stop him, but Borsellino did the same thing as him. "Hey, little brother of the fur tribe, where do you want to go? Get out of here." What a terrible tone, but no, otherwise Admiral Zhangguo will criticize me later. "But by the way, brother, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light?" The shining calf and the fist wrapped in lightning came into contact, and the sky a more violent conflict broke out in the air. And Zhangguo's attack did achieve some results. For example, the warship was not attacked by the Dragon Star group, but he missed. His palm penetrated Arceus' body, but failed to cause any damage. The touch sent back was exactly the same as hitting the air. As Arceus, who was hit by him, slowly disappeared, his real body was revealed again. What Zhangguo hit just now was the fake body created by the shadow clone. Arceus's real body had already moved to his position. "Who are you? People like you can't be unknown." Interesting question. Unfortunately I don't want to answer you, but as a Navy admiral, how confident are you in your own strength? In just a blink of an eye, Arceus disappeared again, and Zhangguo felt a sharp pain in his chest. Speed, a move of the attacking type. According to what Borsellino often said, speed is power. With the blessing of speed, a huge force passed through the golden body on the surface of Zhangguo's body, causing a considerable impact on his internal organs. Your golden body seems to be more than just an empty shell on the surface of the body, it is really hard. Zhangguo did not speak, but his body became larger and gradually turned into a huge Buddha sitting cross-legged in the air. The huge Buddha's hand with a D symbol grabbed Arceus. "I'm not a monkey, but if it's Buddha, how about trying this move?" A large number of plant roots appeared out of thin air, and they also formed a big Buddha together. Under the influence of electromagnetic levitation, this big Buddha also floated in the air, and Arceus stood on its head. Then thousands of giant arms made of vines smashed towards Zhangguo one after another. Crazy plant modification. True, thousands of hands top Buddha. This may not make the moves stronger, but it can make the moves cooler. In the past, he could only imagine it, but now he can really replicate those moves. Simply using vines to hit people is not as intimidating as such a tree Buddha. However, I don't know if it's an illusion, but Arceus seems to hear the sound of a camera shutter. At the same time, Ziraura also returned to his side. He just burst out a lot of electricity and temporarily forced Kizaru to retreat, because his remaining battery life could not support him to continue fighting. "Sorry, my lord, Ziraura has not recharged in more than 3 years since his birth." If it weren't for a big battle with the young Kizaru, his battery life would be longer. Arceus naturally saw that he was out of power. In this case, this battle should be over. Zhangguo, I'll give you another gift before you leave. A grass-attributed punishment light gravel shot from the top of the Buddha's head to Zhangguo. Zhangguo, who was in the state of a giant Buddha, failed to avoid this attack, and his golden body could not withstand the power of this punishment light gravel. Huge cracks appeared on his golden body. At the same time, the crazy plant's attacks had not stopped. Countless fists hit him one after another, and the figure of Zhangguo also fell from the sky. Although Borsellino caught the falling Zhangguo, Arceus and the others had long disappeared.